2025. It is our second edition, and looking at the delightful audience that we have, each and every one of you leaders from across the industry, I am sure that this is going to be our best edition yet. I request each and every one of you now, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly come into the hall, take your seats. We are awaiting the presence of our Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation. We believe he was joining us in just a short while from now, and we do request each and every one of you that you have networked with your peers, and we've had a nice good cup of tea and coffee, refreshed ourselves. Let's prepare ourselves for a wonderful experience together at Aviation Horizon. So I do request each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, please do join us, take a seat, and I request you also to prepare yourselves for a very fulfilling and enriching day ahead of us. May I request those of our guests who are outside the hall, ladies and gentlemen, please do join us presently. Take your seats, and we will be commencing this event in just a short while from now. Thank you very much.
Series, ATR aircraft, and military platforms like Boeing 737-200, B777, and the A320 family. Across every runway, every terminal, and every gate, AI Engineering Services Limited is there, ensuring aircraft are ready for takeoff, on time and every time. With a presence at 105 stations across India, AIESL operates one of the country's largest line maintenance networks, covering all major airports and regional hubs. Day or night, our certified teams are on the ground performing essential line maintenance tasks, including transit checks, routine daily and weekly inspections, defect rectification, component replacements, pre-flight and post-flight inspections. In critical situations, AIESL provides rapid aircraft on-ground support, mobilizing skilled engineers and equipment to restore aircraft to service quickly and safely. Our engineering assistance is always on standby, ensuring operational reliability with expert troubleshooting and technical resolutions. And with on-call support available around the clock, airlines can count on us to deliver peace of mind, anytime, anywhere, fast, reliable. Everywhere you fly, AIESL line maintenance keeps your fleet in motion. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we don't just maintain engines, we power excellence.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you. It is such a healthy atmosphere as we look around, as we see industry peers from across having very wonderful discussions, which I'm sure are very symbiotic and mutually beneficial to all of us. But I do request you now that since we are expecting the arrival of Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation in just a few minutes, that we kindly take our seats now so that when the Minister enters the venue, we will all be seated and ready to greet him. I request all our guests outside the hall, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please come into the hall, take your seats. I also have one small housekeeping request, that we take a minute to put our cell phones to a silent mode, please, so that we do not disrupt the inaugural session and all the other forthcoming sessions. So I do request each and every one of you, if you could kindly take a moment to turn your cell phones to a silent or a vibration mode, perhaps, so that you do not miss important messages or calls, but at the same time, we do not disrupt the flow of proceedings that we have aligned for each and every one of us here at the event at Aviation Horizon 2025. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you and a request to all our participants who are outside the hall, please join us right away. Take your seats, preferably closest towards the stage at any vacant seat that you see in front of you. Normally, it's very difficult, right, in the aviation industry to get a free upgrade. For those of you right at the back, we're giving you this opportunity. Any of the seats right there that you see that are vacant, that is your free upgrade. Walk up in front, take that seat so that you can be closest to the action and that we all can benefit from all the wonderful sessions that we have in store for you. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. We will be commencing this event very shortly.
Welcome to AI Engineering Services Limited, India's leading name in aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul. With decades of legacy, cutting-edge infrastructure, and a team of highly skilled professionals, AIESL keeps the nation flying high with unmatched precision and reliability. From line maintenance to heavy checks, from engine overhauls to component repairs, we ensure every aircraft that leaves our hangars is airworthy, efficient, and ready for the skies. Powered by excellence, driven by innovation, AIESL is the trusted partner for safe and seamless aviation. At the heart of AI Engineering Services Limited is our robust base maintenance capability, where precision meets experience to ensure aircraft safety and performance. We operate a network of advanced hangars strategically located across India. Delhi, 2 hangars dedicated to narrow-body aircraft. Kolkata, 3 hangars, including 1 wide-body and 2 narrow-body bays. Nagpur, 2 hangars specialized in wide-body maintenance. Hyderabad, 1 wide-body hangar. Trivandrum, 2 hangars for narrow-body aircraft. Mumbai, 3 hangars equipped for wide-body aircraft. Each facility is a hub of high-end engineering, manned by experts and built to handle comprehensive maintenance operations. Our base maintenance teams perform a wide range of critical tasks, including detailed structural inspections, major component replacements, cabin refurbishment and upgrades, landing gear overhaul, engine and APU change, system testing and troubleshooting, heavy checks including C&D checks. Supporting these operations are state-of-the-art facilities capable of composite repairs, structural maintenance, aircraft painting, and an extensive range of backshop capabilities. AIESL supports a diverse fleet of both civil and defense aircraft, including Airbus A320 family, Boeing 737, 777, and 787 series, ATR aircraft, and military platforms like Boeing 737-200, B777, and the A320 family. Across every runway, every terminal, and every gate, AI Engineering Services Limited is there, ensuring aircraft are ready for takeoff, on time and every time. With a presence at 105 stations across India, AIESL operates one of the country's largest line maintenance networks, covering all major airports and regional hubs. Day or night, our certified teams are on the ground performing essential line maintenance tasks, including transit checks, routine daily and weekly inspections, defect rectification, component replacements, pre-flight and post-flight inspections. In critical situations, AIESL provides rapid aircraft on-ground support, mobilizing skilled engineers and equipment to restore aircraft to service quickly and safely. Our engineering assistance is always on standby, ensuring operational reliability with expert troubleshooting and technical resolutions. And with on-call support available around the clock, airlines can count on us to deliver peace of mind, anytime, anywhere, fast, reliable. Everywhere you fly, AIESL Line maintenance keeps your fleet in motion. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we don't just maintain engines, we power excellence. With a reputation built on precision, reliability, and innovation, AIESL delivers industry-leading engine repair, overhaul, and testing solutions to support global aviation. Engine overhauls are carried out at 3 major locations: Delhi, Mumbai, and Nagpur, each equipped to handle a wide range of engine types for both narrow and wide-body aircraft. We proudly service CFM56 5B series, CFM56 7B series, GE 9100 series, Gen X 1B series, PW 4000 series. We provide comprehensive borescope inspections, enabling accurate diagnostics without disassembly, saving both time and cost. And for long-term reliability, our preservation and storage services ensure engines remain in optimal condition while out of service. Our engine test houses located in Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Nagpur are built for precision. Equipped with automatic data acquisition systems, they deliver real-time analytics and performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have good news. Our Honorable Minister is on the way and will be arriving in just a few minutes. So I request each and every one of you present in the hall to now kindly take your seats. We will be ready to commence the event as soon as our Honorable Minister is here with us. Once again, I do request you to take a moment to turn your cell phones to a silent or a meeting mode so that we do not disrupt the proceedings of the inaugural ceremony as well as the sessions to follow. Thank you so much.
Nagpur, GNX-1B, and GE90-100 series. With unmatched capability, advanced testing infrastructure, and a commitment to excellence, AIESL powers the engines that keep aviation. Welcome to AI Engineering Services Limited, India's leading name in aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul. With decades of legacy, cutting-edge infrastructure, and a team of highly skilled professionals, AIESL keeps the nation flying high with unmatched precision and reliability. From line maintenance to heavy checks, from engine overhauls to component repairs, we ensure every aircraft that leaves our hangars is airworthy, efficient, and ready for the skies. Powered by excellence, driven by innovation, AIESL is the trusted partner for safe and seamless aviation. At the heart of AI Engineering Services Limited is our robust base maintenance capability, where precision meets experience to ensure aircraft safety and performance. We operate a network of advanced hangars strategically located across India. Delhi, 2 hangars dedicated to narrow-body aircraft. Kolkata, 3 hangars, including 1 wide-body and 2 narrow-body bays. Nagpur, 2 hangars specialized in wide-body maintenance. Hyderabad, 1 wide-body hangar. Trivandrum, 2 hangars for narrow-body aircraft. Mumbai, 3 hangars equipped for wide-body aircraft. Each facility is a hub of high-end engineering, manned by experts and built to handle comprehensive maintenance operations. Our base maintenance teams perform a wide range of critical tasks, including detailed structural inspections, major component replacements, cabin refurbishment and upgrades, landing gear overhaul, engine and APU change, system testing and troubleshooting, heavy checks including C&D checks. Supporting these operations are state-of-the-art facilities capable of composite repairs, structural maintenance, aircraft painting, and an extensive range of backshop capabilities. AIESL supports a diverse fleet of both civil and defense aircraft, including Airbus A320 family, Boeing 737, 777, and 787 series, ATR aircraft, and military platforms like Boeing 737-200, B777, and the A320 family. Across every runway, every terminal, and every gate, AI Engineering Services Limited is there, ensuring aircraft are ready for takeoff, on time and every time. With a presence at 105 stations across India, AIESL operates one of the country's largest line maintenance networks, covering all major airports and regional hubs. Day or night, our certified teams are on the ground performing essential line maintenance tasks, including transit checks, routine daily and weekly inspections, defect rectification, component replacements, pre-flight and post-flight inspections. In critical situations, AIESL provides rapid aircraft on-ground support, mobilizing skilled engineers and equipment to restore aircraft to service quickly and safely. Our engineering assistance is always on standby, ensuring operational reliability with expert troubleshooting and technical resolutions. And with on-call support available around the clock, airlines can count on us to deliver peace of mind, anytime, anywhere, fast, reliable. Everywhere you fly, AIESL line maintenance keeps your fleet in motion. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we don't just maintain engines, we power excellence. With a reputation built on precision, reliability, and innovation, AIESL delivers industry-leading engine repair, overhaul, and testing solutions to support global aviation. Engine overhauls are carried out at 3 major locations: Delhi, Mumbai, and Nagpur, each equipped to handle a wide range of engine types for both
Ladies and gentlemen,
body aircraft.
we are expecting our Honorable Minister to be here with us in just a minute. I request everybody outside the hall, please join us right away. Take your seats. Thank you very much.
series, Gen X-1B series, PW 4000 series, we provide comprehensive borescope inspections, enabling accurate diagnostics without disassembly, saving both time and cost. And for long-term reliability, our preservation and storage services ensure engines remain in optimal condition while out of service. Our engine test houses located in Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Nagpur are built for precision. Equipped with automatic data acquisition systems, they deliver real-time analytics and performance monitoring. Each test cell is capable of handling engines producing up to 100,000 pounds of thrust. Delhi, testing CFM 56.5B, Mumbai, CFM 56.7B and PW 4000, Nagpur, GNX-1B and GE 90-100 series. With unmatched capability, advanced testing infrastructure, and a commitment to excellence, AIESL powers the engines that keep aviation moving. AIESL boasts comprehensive APU overhaul capabilities, supporting a diverse range of auxiliary power units across narrow and wide-body aircraft, including PW901A, Honeywell 331-500, Honeywell 1319A, Honeywell 189-1319B, PSHS 5000 Boeing 787. Our APU overhaul process is methodical and precise, performed by experienced technicians and guided by OEM standards. It includes complete disassembly and cleaning, detailed inspection using advanced tools, repairs and replacement of line replaceable units, precision balancing and borescope inspections, final assembly and functional testing. Every overhauled unit is validated at our dedicated APU test facility in Kolkata, where advanced diagnostics ensure that performance, reliability, and safety exceed global standards. Whether for narrow-body workhorses or long-haul wide bodies, AIESL provides complete APU support, keeping your aircraft powered, comfortable, and on schedule. Every aircraft is a masterpiece of engineering, and at its core are the critical components that keep it flying safely and efficiently. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we specialize in the repair and overhaul of vital aircraft components to ensure flawless performance from nose to tail. Our specialized component repair facilities include avionics, plus electrical, instrumentation, accessory, and the ATEC test bench, offering extensive in-house capability to test, repair, and certify a wide range of components across multiple aircraft platforms. AIESL provides complete wheel and brake overhaul services, as well as escape slide overhaul, delivering precision repairs, rigorous testing, and guaranteed safety, ensuring your aircraft stops as confidently as it flies. From electronics to hydraulics, wheels to wings, AIESL keeps every component of your aircraft in top form. Landing gear, once the unsung hero of every safe arrival at AI Engineering Services Limited, our expertise in landing gear repair and overhaul ensures the strength, reliability, and precision.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, sir, respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guests in attendance, greetings and good morning to each and every one of you. My name is Vasant Kunj, and on behalf of AI Engineering Services Limited, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to Aviation Horizon 2025, our second edition under the aegis of the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Well, present here today are leaders from across the aviation industry, and we look forward to navigating the future of the MRO industry, engaging in meaningful dialogue, sharing insights, and exploring collaborations. The sky is literally not the limit, but rather just the beginning. We are deeply indebted to our Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation for being the wind beneath our wings and throttling us forward with his continuous thrust of support and blessing us here today with his presence gracing this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of each and every one of us now, I take the privilege and the honor of inviting onto the stage to commence with the inaugural session and auspiciously lighting the lamp our Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Shri Kindarapu Ram Mohan Naidu. Let's have a big round of applause. And our respected dignitaries, Chairman AIESL, Shri Amit Kumar, Joint Secretary and Financial Advisor, Civil Aviation Ministry, Shri Padam Lal Negi, CEO AIESL, Shri Sharad Agarwal, Group Head GRC and Corporate Affairs Air India, Shri P. Balaji, President and Country Head Pratt & Whitney, Ms. Asmita Sethi, and Chairman, Organizing Committee and Executive Director, AIESL, Shri R.S. Thakur. As they are up on stage lighting the lamp, ladies and gentlemen, please do join in warm applause. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, and each and every one of you are respected dignitaries. Please do take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have commenced this event auspiciously, and now, on behalf of each and every one of us, I do request our Chairman, AIESL, Shri Amit Kumar, sir, to kindly honor and felicitate our Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Shri Kindarapu Ram Mohan Naidu, with a shawl and tokens of appreciation. I invite each and every one of you to kindly join in with a nice warm round of applause as these are being presented. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman AIESL Shri Amit Kumar will now felicitate and honor our Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation Shri Kindarapu Ram Mohan Naidu. Let's all get together with a huge round of applause celebrating this moment. I also request for Shri Amit Kumar, sir, to kindly felicitate our Joint Secretary and Financial Advisor, Civil Aviation Ministry, Shri Padamlal Negi. And I request you all, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly join in once again with a nice warm round of applause. Thank you so very much, sir, for gracing the occasion. I now request our CEO AIESL, Shri Sharad Agrawal, sir, to kindly felicitate present on the dais, Group Head, GRC and Corporate Affairs, Air India, Shri P. Balaji. Let's have a big round of applause. Yes, do join in, ladies and gentlemen. And I also request Shri Sharad Agrawal, sir, to kindly felicitate President and Country Head of Pratt & Whitney, Miss Ashmita Sethi. I request you, ma'am, to please join us in front of the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause. I request our respected dignitaries to kindly take their seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to commence the proceedings of the day, it is my pleasure to welcome to the podium none other than our chairman, AIESL, Shri Amit Kumar, and I request him to kindly deliver his welcome address.
Thank you. Good morning to all and welcome all to the inaugural session of this conference, Aviation Horizon 2025. It is my proud privilege and honor to welcome Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Shri Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu, sir, to this conference. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule to inaugurate the event. I also welcome Mr. PM Negi, JS, Ministry of Civil Aviation, who has also taken time out to be present here at the inaugural session. Most welcome to Mr. P. Balaji, Chief of GRC and Government Relations, Air India, and Ashmita Sethi, Country Head, PNW, to grace the occasion. A warm welcome to all the senior officials of Ministry of Civil Aviation, DGCA, Airport Authority of India, captains of aviation industry from across the globe and the country, and all the delegates. A very warm welcome to Aviation Horizon 2025. Sir, Aviation Horizon is fast growing as a hub of innovative ideas for MRO sector of aviation industry. It is turning into a sangam of MRO sector experts, airline operators, policymakers, regulators, business leaders to bring out the ideas which shall catapult the sector into the evolving world of aviation industry in our country. Honorable Minister, sir, under your guidance and vision of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, the aviation industry in India is booming. India is the shining star of global aviation. And it is because of the impetus being provided by the government of India presently. Be it related to changes in policy, regulations, or responding to the requirements of the ever demanding and increasing aggressive Indian traveler. Sir, though I am new to this industry, but going forward, the aviation sector can respond to these demands by imbibing 3-4 things that I have in mind. The first one is collaboration. All the players in the MRO sector and airline operators need to collaborate in order to ensure operational efficiency and cost-effective services. Second, technology. We need to imbibe technology at a very fast pace, change our strategy of reactive and predictive maintenance, preventive maintenance to predictive maintenance using artificial intelligence and machine learning. The third thing which seems to be very important for the airline industry, especially in our country, which as of now is a shining star on the global aviation map. And that is, OEMs need to come together with service providers. Working in silos shall not help us to achieve the UDAN that we want. And here, sir, AIAHL and AIESL can form that umbilical between the policymakers, regulatory agencies, as well as OEMs and service providers to create a forum where we can have exchange of ideas and suggest policy changes and regulatory mechanism, especially related to OEMs and how in future. Because the vision, as you have brought out, is to have an MRO hub in our country. And that is only possible if all of us come together. And therefore, sir, coming together, working together is going to be the key in the future. Sir, AIESL is very deftly placed to deliver the vision of Government of India. Today, MRO industry in India is approximately $1.7 to $1.8 billion. Rising fast, 8 to 9% is what we envisage is the growth rate. In next 4 to 5 years, we'll become a $4.0 billion industry. Apart from the captive MRO businesses that the airline industries have, AIESL on its own has nearly 70% of the remaining business. So we are looking at AIESL playing a major role in the future. And why I say so, sir, and for the industry captains over here, the delegates, AIESL has the advantage of experienced manpower, a licensed manpower, regulatory compliant. It has the equipment. It has the jet shops for engine overhauls and a very dedicated workforce. And this would definitely help in future to cater to the booming industry of aviation. And sir, under your guidance, AIESL is transforming into a professional, business-oriented MRO service provider. A company which is looking at collaborative and synergizing the operations across the subsidiaries. Sir, you will be happy to note we are collaborating with various companies to start some new business avenues, like passenger to freight conversion of wide-body aircrafts, engine overhauls, cabin refurbishments, and believe me, sir, we have a very aggressive target for AIESL. In next 4 to 5 years, this company intends to turn into $1 billion company. And this is all which is possible. The guidance that we are receiving from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, from your office, from you, sir, personally, we believe has set the agenda for AIESL and other group companies to take things forward in aviation industry. With this, sir, I once again welcome you all to this Sangam, which is Aviation Horizon 2025. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very insightful address and setting the tone and context for the event to follow. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I take the pleasure to invite onto the podium CEO AIESL Shri Sharad Gopal to lead us through his presentation. Let's welcome him with a nice warm round of applause.
Respected Minister, sir, FA, sir, Chairman, sir, fellow dignitaries on the stage, and my industry friends. AIESL, as we all know, is the largest MRO in India. It has been maintaining aircraft under the wings of Air India ever since the civil aviation came into being in India. The entire workforce and the task force spread all over India provides a competitive advantage to the customers to take their things forward. It is having the latest certifications from the DGCA, FAA, and also EASA. It is the only MRO in India which is present in critical segments like engine overhaul, APU overhaul, landing gear overhaul, sophisticated attack computers, the automatic testing equipments, and various other components. Our vision, we are here to provide the best in the world services to our customer with the highest standards of quality and safety. We provide a one-stop solution to the customers through faster turnaround time, and we are there to synergize with the defense sector. As you can see on the map of India, AIESL is spread all over India, be it the west, the Mumbai, center, the Nagpur, the north, Delhi, south, Trivandrum, Hyderabad, and Chennai, and far east in the Calcutta. It's the only MRO in India which has 3 different engine overhaul facilities in Delhi, Mumbai, and Nagpur. Various approvals which AIESL is holding. I don't have to read them, it's there. AIESL is present in all 4 segments, that's the line maintenance, base maintenance, engine and APU overhaul, and again the component MRO, which includes the sophisticated computers, the niche facilities like the landing gear, the automatic testing equipments. We have been handling more than 3,000 flights in a month, all throughout. As far as the base maintenance is concerned, facility, the only MRO in India which is having wide body base maintenance facilities. Other than that, the structure repair, landing gear, engine overhaul, composites, and we are available 24/7 all over India. Again, it's a repetition, so let me not just waste my time here. Among the specialized services which AIESL is providing, aircraft interior retrofits, the weighment of aircraft, modifications on engines and components, structural inspections and repair on the aircraft, the composite repair of thrust reversers, the nacelle, the radome, and all other components, livery painting, and on-wing support to the various OEMs. Our beautiful hangars, the Mumbai is one of the oldest hangars. Delhi is upcoming, And the Nagpur and the Trivandrum, they are the world-class facilities which have come into being in the last 10 to 15 years, and they are one of the beautiful hangars. Why AIESL? More than 1,000 engineers, 2,500 trained technicians, line maintenance and the base maintenance for wide-body aircraft, the engine overhaul, more than 50 domestic stations where we are providing the line maintenance support, the 3 big engine shops, including the latest one, which is one of its type in the world, capable of testing 150,000 pound thrust engines in Nagpur. The landing gear and engine components. We have been involved in camo services, the lease return, the service bulletin compliances, and we have training schools located at 4 different locations in India. Some of our accomplishments, the 737-200, which is more than 40 years old, is still being maintained by AIESL. And adding to that, in fact, we flew 707, a 50-year-old machine, just in 2018. More than 10,000 heavy checks experience. In fact, we were the pioneers of A320s, the 777 and 787 in India. Engine overhaul shops, more than 3,000 line certifications every month, and the sophisticated structure repairs, dedicated components, and landing gear facilities. In future, we are already having an agreement with HAL for engine overhaul facilities. We have tied up with Boeing, and on behalf of Boeing, we are providing different services to the Indian Navy for landing gear overhaul, and we are looking forward for the aircraft maintenance on the naval aircraft. We are looking forward to the collaboration with different OEMs, different industry partners, and to take the business forward. So with this, thanks a lot. Thanks for being here, and thanks for giving us an opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very informative and comprehensive presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the much awaited moment, as I take the privilege and the pleasure and the honor of inviting onto the podium none other than our Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Shri Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu, along with a huge round of applause for his inaugural address. Welcome, sir.
Chairman AIESL Amit Kumarji, Joint Secretary Ministry of Civil Aviation Padamji, and CEO AIESL Sharad Agarwalji, and members from the industry from Air India, Balaji Garu, and also Asmita ji from Pratt & Whitney, and all the important stakeholders that are here for this wonderful symposium. I once again welcome you and a very warm good morning to each and every one of you. It's truly an honor to be here today at Aviation Horizon 2025, which is a platform where today's ideas, partnerships, and aspirations will shape the industry of tomorrow. It is not just another conference, but where the future is going to be written by those who dare to think beyond the horizon. And I firmly believe that the time has come for India to lead in global aviation, not in the distant future, but now, right here, right now. Let me begin by extending my heartfelt appreciation to AIESL for organizing this important gathering. And our presence here today is a reflection of our shared commitment, not just for growth, but also for greatness. Friends, today India stands as the 3rd largest domestic aviation market in the world, and our MRO sector is growing at a rate which is 3 times faster than the global average. At the forefront of this momentum stands AIESL, which is India's largest MRO and a true cornerstone of our aviation ecosystem. AIESL is not just another company, but it is a national asset, a symbol of India's growing capability in the sector of aviation. It is in the line maintenance. AIESL supports more than 1,000 flight hours daily. In base maintenance, it has been servicing Air India aircraft for over 6 decades with hangar facilities at all major airports in the country. It's the only MRO in India with the capability for landing gear overhauls of heavy commercial aircraft. In engine maintenance, AIESL manages over 300 flights daily. In component maintenance, it certifies over 55,000 components annually. More than 5,000 people work in this powerhouse, and 80% of them are technically skilled professionals carrying an average experience of 22 years. Let me also proudly mention that AIESL generates around 2,000 crores annually of annual revenue and plays a very critical role in saving foreign exchange for us. This is not just an achievement, but like I said, it is a national contribution. Yet, AIESL is more than just an MRO provider. With a presence across 80 cities, it is the lifeline that ensures connectivity not just for the metros, but also for the Tier 2 and Tier 3 airports in the country. With a presence and during the moments of national crisis like COVID-19, AIESL provides itself a strategic infrastructure asset supporting seamless operations when the world itself has come to a standstill. With a robust MRO sector, India's aviation dreams would remain on the runway. And that's why today, the role of AIESL and MRO is more critical than ever before for the country. Now, stepping back to get a much bigger picture, Indian carriers are set to add about 600 aircrafts over the next 5 years. We already have the world's largest outstanding aircraft order, which is more than 1,700 planes. And in the last decade, India has more than doubled its overall passenger traffic. And we are projected to hit 300 million passengers by 2030. This is unprecedented growth that had been made possible by the visionary policy and infrastructure development over the last 10 years under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. 85 new airports have been operationalized in the last 10 years. 50 more airports are in the pipeline for the next 5 years. And the roadmap is there to build 200 more airports in the next 20 years. But with this entire growth that we are talking about comes great responsibility. As we grow our fleet, ensuring airworthiness and safety is of the utmost priority. Today, our MRO market is valued around $2 billion and set to be doubled to $4 billion by 2030. But there's a worrying truth that we must all confront. Despite our size, 85% of MRO demand which is being serviced is overseas, particularly in countries like Singapore, Malaysia, UAE. And in financial year 24, only 14% of Indian carriers' MRO spending went to domestic providers. So this is just not a statistic, but it is a call to action for all of us. Because every rupee that is spent abroad is a missed opportunity for us in the country. Recognizing this gap, our government under the leadership of our Prime Minister has taken historic steps. We have aided for more MRO facilities to be started in the country. And how did we do it? 100% FDI is permitted in MRO services via the automatic route. Uniform 5% GST on aircraft components, saving the airline industry over 1,000 crores annually has been done. Royalty charges has been abolished for MROs. Zero-rated GST for work subcontracted by foreign OEMs to Indian MROs. And export timelines have been extended from 6 months to 1 year for repair goods and from 3 years to 5 years for warranty repairs. Reforms in Aircraft Rules 1937, extending AME license validity from 5 years to 10 years at no extra cost has also been done, and harmonization of DGCA regulations with EASA and ICAO guidelines have also been done. And most importantly, the Bharatiya Vayuyan Adhiniyam 2024 was passed, and that contained that India has a world-class regulatory framework not only for manufacturing and maintenance, but also for design and for aircrafts and components domestically. Similarly, the protection of interests in aircraft objects 2025 which was enacted, established a robust legal foundation for aircraft leasing and financing in the country. So the runway is ready, the winds are favorable, and now it is time for full throttle for all of us. And so today, I place before this August gathering 3 bold challenges. And the first one is, by 2030, we must increase India's share of MRO spending from what we saw was 14% to up to at least 50%. Second, we must not just service Indian carriers, we must become an MRO export powerhouse, capturing markets in Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and also African continent. Third, we must move beyond labor-intensive work. We must create intellectual property, leading the world into smart maintenance technologies, predictive analytics, and aviation innovation. It is no longer limited to certain things, but this is the time for us all to grow together. It is time for us to deliver. It is time for us to dominate with pride, purpose, and precision. And to achieve this, we must align all our efforts in 5 key focus areas. And the first one, which also our Amitji has talked about, is digital transformation. Embrace AI-driven predictive maintenance, IoT solutions, and cloud-based workflows, which is going to increase our efficiency, and this has to become our signature in MRO. 2 is defense and civil synergy. Leverage opportunities in military aviation MRO to scale up capacity and capability in the civilian aircrafts. And the third one is green MRO initiatives. Align our operations with India's net zero vision, where sustainable aviation fuel and energy efficient practices become the norm, not the exception. The fourth one will be skilling and talent building. A skilled workforce is very much necessary for continuing the momentum that we expect to see in the MRO growth. We must aggressively invest in AME training, technician upskilling, and next generation talent pipelines. And the fifth one is the diversity and inclusion. I've always said this before also, that we should target 25% women workforce in the MRO sector and all complete civil aviation also, because when women lead, then innovation speeds. Now for AIESL, the expectations are even higher. You're not just another player, you're the leader. I challenge you to take up these necessary things, which is to lead the passenger to freighter conversion programs and expand into wide-body aircraft maintenance and build in-house R&D and proprietary technology capabilities and reduce turnaround times by 20% in the next 3 years. And more than that, I urge you to not just maintain the aircraft, but maintain India's aviation ambition. Not just overhaul engines, but overhaul India's global standing in aviation. So the future of Indian aviation will not be decided by chance, but it will be decided by our collective courage, collaboration, and commitment. Let us not be satisfied with being passengers of growth, but let us become the pilots to ensure greatness in the civil aviation. Let us not wait for someone else to chart the map, but let us ourselves fly beyond the horizon and redraw the global aviation map ourselves. So thank you very much for this wonderful symposium. And overall through the day, the discussion that is going to happen, I believe that it is going to give us some necessary feedback that we all collectively need to work towards. And I assure all the stakeholders that are here, especially AIESL also, that for us at the Ministry or the Government of India, our priority focus is not just in growing the passenger growth or the airline fleet, but we are looking at holistic approach in growing aviation. We feel this is the time for India to grow together in aviation, and MRO becomes a key sector in this. So that is why we have ensured in the last 10 years that we have taken good feedback from you and assured you the necessary support. And we are going to keep supporting you in the future also to ensure the MRO sector not only grows to cater for the domestic demand, but for the international demand in the future. So once again, my best wishes to all the people that are here from the industry, and especially AIESL for conducting this symposium. Thank you very much.
A standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen, in order for our Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation for this extremely motivational, inspirational address to each and every one of us. Your thoughts, words, and actions, sir, are a guiding force for AIESL and the entire industry as a whole. And with that extremely invigorating address, ladies and gentlemen, I now take the pleasure to invite up onto the podium the chairman of the organizing committee and the executive director, AIESL, Shri R.S. Thakur, to kindly conclude with the vote of thanks.
Thank you. As chairman of the organizing committee, it's my privilege to offer a vote of thanks. Namaskar and a very good morning to our honorable minister, dignitaries on the dais, respectable guests, and galaxy of stars in this hall. We at AIESL thank each one of you for taking time out and enriching this conference with your valuable presence. In my vote of thanks, I would start with offering my heartfelt thanks to our inspiring Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Shri Kinjarappa Rammohan Naidu ji, whose innovative vision, encouragement, enthusiasm had encouraged us to not only hold this conference, but also foray into new initiatives that he just mentioned in our company. Thank you, sir, for your august presence and inspiring thoughts. You can never stop us from, impressing us and encouraging us to take or to undertake initiatives under your able leadership. I thank all attendees, including senior executives from the DGCA, industry leaders, and partners for their presence, enthusiasm, and unwavering commitment to building India into a global hub of MRO services. A special word of thanks to all our esteemed speakers, panelists, and delegates whose insights will make this conference truly enriching. Your contributions will spark important conversations that will undoubtedly shape the path ahead for MRO services in India. Next, I would like to thank our chairman, Shri Amit Kumar ji, for his able leadership, a person of immense experience and a keen eye for detail. He left no stone unturned to make this conference a remarkable experience for every participant. Since joining this assignment recently, he has slogged day in and day out with the organizing team, looking into each and every detail, right from the theme, topics of panel discussion, venue, etc. Truly in the spirit of aviation maintenance, taking care of each and every aspect of the aircraft before allowing it to take off. And he took the responsibility upon himself to look into every aspect and guide us all as he does in other daily operations. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank our captain steering the ship, our CEO, Shri Sharad Agarwal ji, who is an epitome of empowering leadership. He gave wings to our ideas and was the wind beneath our flight of imagination, encouraging each one of us with his positive presence. Each one of the AIESL organizing team worked day in and day out under his able leadership and empathetic care. A brilliant man of innovative ideas, vision, and team leadership, he's the best leader that we could have asked for in this project, as well as any other project. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank my fellow EDs, general managers, and their teams who were continuously there contributing what is most important for AIESL. That is delivering on our promises that we make to our customers. I would like to make a special mention of the marketing team and organizing committee, from the head of marketing to the executives who have tirelessly worked day and night to make this a success. They would work till late into the evening for the conference and then late into the night for their routine job requirements. AIESL feels extremely proud of such commitment and exemplary sincerity displayed by its employees. I would also like to say 2 words for the specialists who are there on the dais. Mr. P. Balaji, who kindly consented to participate in this conference, and his presence is going to add immense value because he brings with him vast corporate experience and also issues of running a major airline in the country. I would also like to thank Ms. Ashmita Sethi, who has vast experience of leading Pratt & Whitney till now, and the commitment that she has for improving the engine MRO sector cannot be matched. She has huge amount of commitment and sincerity for the cause. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation. There's a quotation: to be successful, you have to have your heart in your business and your business in your heart. With the inspiring words of the Minister of Civil Aviation, I'm sure there's no one here who's untouched by the energy and inspiration that he was able to instill in all of us. He has always been inspiring in any of the meetings that he conducts and the direction that he has given to the civil aviation sector. We are going to take a tea break now before opening an exciting panel discussion with the stellar panel comprising of Shri Balaji, Ms. Ashmita Sethi, Captain Gulab Singh, and Shri Ram Babu, who will set the ball rolling with their brilliant strategic business inputs, discussing the drivers for a sustainable domestic MRO industry. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Sri R.S. Thakur, sir, for that address and those closing remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, we have great news that the Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation here was not just instilling and inspiring each and every one of us in this room, but there were over 150 people who were watching this address live as well, sir. And those numbers are increasing as it plays. Let's have a big round of applause for that. And speaking of stirring up emotions, before we break for tea, ladies and gentlemen, let's all invoke that emotion that unifies each and every one of us, paying tribute to our great nation. I request each and every one of you to kindly now rise and let's have some silence as together we pay respect to our national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की, Bharat Mata ki! Bharat Mata ki! Thank you, each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, especially our Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, as our dignitaries are getting together for a group photograph. It's been such an inspiring, mesmerizing inaugural session, and we'd like to thank each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, for participating through the same. As we've gotten on to a great start here at Aviation Horizon 2025, our second edition under the aegis of the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Once again, a big round of applause to our Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, sir, for giving us the time and your graceful presence here that is always inspiring. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we take a very short break for tea and refreshments, but I request each and every one of you to kindly come back into the hall as quickly as possible. We are slightly behind schedule and we would have a long agenda, an extremely enriching and fulfilling agenda that we're looking forward to each and every one of you participating through. So I do request you, let's make this a very short break for tea and coffee, and do join us as we commence with our panel discussions right after this.
From line maintenance to heavy checks, from engine overhauls to component repairs, we ensure every aircraft that leaves our hangars is airworthy, efficient, and ready for the skies. Powered by excellence, driven by innovation, AIESL is the trusted partner for safe and seamless aviation. At the heart of AI Engineering Services Limited is our robust base maintenance capability, where precision meets experience to ensure aircraft safety and performance. We operate a network of advanced hangars strategically located across India. Delhi, 2 hangars dedicated to narrow-body aircraft. Kolkata, 3 hangars including 1 wide-body and 2 narrow-body bays. Nagpur, 2 hangars specialized in wide-body maintenance. Hyderabad, 1 wide-body hangar. Trivandrum, 2 hangars for narrow-body aircraft. Mumbai, 3 hangars equipped for wide-body aircraft. Each facility is a hub of high-end engineering, manned by experts and built to handle comprehensive maintenance operations. Our base maintenance teams perform a wide range of critical tasks, including detailed structural inspections, major component replacements, cabin refurbishment and upgrades, landing gear overhaul, engine and APU change, system testing and troubleshooting, heavy checks including C&D checks. Supporting these operations are state-of-the-art facilities capable of composite repairs, structural maintenance, aircraft painting, and an extensive range of backshop capabilities. AIESL supports a diverse fleet of both civil and defense aircraft, including Airbus A320 family, Boeing 737, 777, and 787 series, ATR aircraft, and military platforms like Boeing 737-200, B777, and the A320 family. Across every runway, every terminal, and every gate, AI Engineering Services Limited is there, ensuring aircraft are ready for takeoff, on time and every time. With a presence at 105 stations across India, AIESL operates one of the country's largest line maintenance networks, covering all major airports and regional hubs. Day or night, our certified teams are on the ground performing essential line maintenance tasks, including transit checks, routine daily and weekly inspections, defect rectification, component replacements, pre-flight and post-flight inspections. In critical situations, AIESL provides rapid aircraft on-ground support, mobilizing skilled engineers and equipment to restore aircraft to service quickly and safely. Our engineering assistance is always on standby, ensuring operational reliability with expert troubleshooting and technical resolutions. And with on-call support available around the clock, airlines can count on us to deliver peace of mind, anytime, anywhere, fast, reliable. Everywhere you fly, AIESL line maintenance keeps your fleet in motion. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we don't just maintain engines, we power excellence. With a reputation built on precision, reliability, and innovation, AIESL delivers industry-leading engine repair, overhaul, and testing solutions to support global aviation. Engine overhauls are carried out at 3 major locations: Delhi, Mumbai, and Nagpur, each equipped to handle a wide range of engine types for both narrow and wide-body aircraft. We proudly service CFM56 5B series, CFM56 7B series, GE 9100 series, Gen X-1B series, PW 4000 series. We provide comprehensive borescope inspections, enabling accurate diagnostics without disassembly, saving both time and cost. And for long-term reliability, our preservation and storage services ensure engines remain in optimal condition while out of service. Our engine test houses located in Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Nagpur are built for precision. Equipped with automatic data acquisition systems, they deliver real-time analytics and performance monitoring. Each test cell is capable of handling engines producing up to 100,000 pounds of thrust. Delhi, testing CFM56-5B, Mumbai, CFM56-7B and PW4000, Nagpur, GNX-1B and GE90-100 series. With unmatched capability, advanced testing infrastructure, and a commitment to excellence, AIESL powers the engines that keep aviation moving. AIESL boasts comprehensive APU overhaul capabilities, supporting a diverse range of auxiliary power units across narrow and wide-body aircraft, including PW901A, Honeywell 331-500, Honeywell 1319A, Honeywell 189-1319B, PSHS 5000 Boeing 787. Our APU overhaul process is methodical and precise, performed by experienced technicians and guided by OEM standards. It includes complete disassembly and cleaning, detailed inspection using advanced tools, repairs and replacement of line replaceable units, precision balancing and bore scope inspections, final assembly and functional testing. Every overhauled unit is validated at our dedicated APU test facility in Kolkata, where advanced diagnostics ensure that performance, reliability, and safety exceed global standards. Whether for narrow-body workhorses or long-haul wide bodies, AIESL provides complete APU support, keeping your aircraft powered, comfortable, and on schedule. Every aircraft is a masterpiece of engineering, and at its core are the critical components that keep it flying safely and efficiently. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we specialize in the repair and overhaul of vital aircraft components to ensure flawless performance from nose to tail. Our specialized component repair facilities include avionics, plus electrical, instrumentation, accessory, and the ATEC test bench, offering extensive in-house capability to test, repair, and certify a wide range of components across multiple aircraft platforms. AIESL provides complete wheel and brake overhaul services, as well as escape slide overhaul, delivering precision repairs, rigorous testing, and guaranteed safety, ensuring your aircraft stops as confidently as it flies. From electronics to hydraulics, wheels to wings, AIESL keeps every component of your aircraft in top form. Landing gear marks the unsung hero of every safe arrival at AI Engineering Services Limited. Our expertise in landing gear repair and overhaul ensures the strength, reliability, and precision your fleet depends on every single touchdown. Located in Mumbai, our state-of-the-art landing gear facility is DGCA and FAA approved, designed to deliver world-class overhauls for both civil and defense platforms. With over 200 landing gear overhauls successfully completed, AIESL has earned a reputation for quality, speed, and technical excellence. Our in-house capability covers critical hydraulic components, including actuators, shimmy dampers, and other precision hydraulic parts, backed by expert technicians and cutting-edge test systems. Our test facility boasts 10,000 PSI static pressure capability and a flow rate of up to 45 US gallons per minute at 4,000 PSI, ensuring each unit meets and exceeds rigorous performance standards. The cabin is where passengers spend their journey, and at AI Engineering Services Limited, we ensure that experience is safe, modern, and exceptional through our comprehensive cabin modification and rectification services. AIESL's MTO is a DGCA and EASA approved training organization operating under CAR 147 standards at our facilities in Delhi, Mumbai, Thiruvananthapuram, and Kolkata, setting the gold standard in aviation maintenance education. Our training center offers type rating courses for a wide range of aircraft, including Airbus A318, A319, A320, A321, Boeing 737, B4747, B777 and B787, ATR 427221A. These programs are delivered by industry-experienced instructors, combining classroom learning with live aircraft exposure. Our maintenance training organization also provides customized programs for a wide range of aviation stakeholders, including Air India Limited, Air India Express, Air India Regional, Civil Aviation Department of the Government of India, Indian Air Force and Indian Navy, AME training schools, vendors, and various state and central government organizations. With decades of hands-on experience and regulatory excellence, AIESL's maintenance training organization is fueling the future of aviation, one skilled professional at a time. At AIESL, achievements are not just milestones. They're proof of our relentless pursuit of engineering excellence and global trust. In 2025, AIESL was proud to receive the prestigious Excellence in MRO Engineering Award at MRO XPO 2025, honoring our unmatched capabilities, forward-thinking innovation, and unwavering commitment to world-class aircraft maintenance. Our strategic partnership with Kuwait Airways continues to soar higher, with the arrival of yet another Boeing 777 at our Nagpur facility, reaffirming our reputation for delivering dependable, long-haul, wide-body maintenance solutions. And when the skies needed us most, AIESL stepped up, restoring 7 XGO first aircraft back to service for multiple lessors, including ICBC, CCB, JSA, and ACG. Our engineering teams worked tirelessly to return each aircraft to peak operational performance, ready to fly once again, breaking barriers, soaring high. AIESL salutes the incredible women in aviation who continue to push boundaries, defy gravity, and redefine the skies. At AIESL, we don't just celebrate women, we empower them. From the hangars to the runways, they achieve results. Here's to the women who keep aviation flying high. Whether in the cockpit, on the tarmac, or behind the scenes, your contributions fuel the future of flight. AIESL and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited have partnered to carry out indigenous MRO activities for civil aircraft engines across the Asia region. The MOU, signed during Aero India 2025, strengthens civil defense cooperation in line with the Government of India's vision. This collaboration supports the Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India initiatives, aiming to establish India as a global MRO hub. AIESL welcomed the Aviation MRO Trade Delegation from the United Kingdom to its New Delhi headquarters to explore potential collaborations. AIESL's top management shared insights on the Indian MRO sector's challenges and opportunities, while highlighting AIESL's capabilities and strengths. AIESL launched the Open House Initiative to encourage employees to share ideas, feedback, and suggestions directly with leadership. This platform has strengthened collaboration, sparked innovation, and enhanced employee engagement across all departments. Through this initiative, AIESL reaffirms its commitment to empowering its people and driving continuous improvements. In a landmark move, AIESL hosted its first ever interactive session with media delegates, showcasing its future plans and engaging in open two-way dialogue. This milestone reflects AIESL's growing confidence and commitment to leading aviation maintenance with transparency and excellence. These achievements represent our past, define our present, and shape our future as we continue powering aviation with engineering excellence. With global certifications, trusted partnerships, and unmatched expertise, AIESL is your complete MRO partner. From engines to avionics, airframes to interiors, and talent to training, we deliver world-class service with Indian precision. A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed airline partners. Your trust and collaboration take us to new heights. Welcome to AI Engineering Services Limited, India's leading name in aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul. With decades of legacy, cutting-edge infrastructure, and a team of highly skilled professionals, AIESL keeps the nation flying high with unmatched precision and reliability. From line maintenance to heavy checks, from engine overhauls to component repairs, we ensure every aircraft that leaves our hangars is airworthy, efficient, and ready for the skies. Powered by excellence, driven by innovation, AIESL is the trusted partner for safe and seamless aviation. At the heart of AI Engineering Services Limited is our robust base maintenance capability, where precision meets experience to ensure aircraft safety and performance. We operate a network of advanced hangars strategically located across India. Delhi, 2 hangars dedicated to narrow-body aircraft. Kolkata, 3 hangars including 1 wide-body and 2 narrow-body bays. Nagpur, 2 hangars specialized in wide-body maintenance. Hyderabad, 1 wide-body hangar. Trivandrum, 2 hangars for narrow-body aircraft. Mumbai, 3 hangars equipped for wide-body aircraft. Each facility is a hub of high-end engineering, manned by experts and built to handle comprehensive maintenance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. एक बार सॉरी कहना चाहूंगा कि आप सभी को मैंने रश कर दिया टी और कॉफी ब्रेक के बीच में ही, लेकिन वी हैव अ वेरी fulfilling, enriching, long day ahead of us, और हम चाहेंगे कि एजेंडा के जो जबरदस्त एक एजेंडा बना है, we stick to that and we all ensure that we participate and get the most out of this agenda. तो एक बार फिर से आप सभी का स्वागत है. Let's all join in at the hall and let's all get ready for our first Power Pack panel discussion. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, to all our guests, attendees, delegates outside the hall, please join us right away. We are about to get started with our first Power Panel discussion. To our guests who are outside the hall, please bring your tea and coffee along with you. And while you're bringing your tea and coffee, bring your colleagues and your peers along with you as well. Thank you so very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you each and every one of you for making it back to this room on time. As more of our esteemed guests are joining us, we will now ready ourselves for our first power session. Do take your seats, make yourselves comfortable, and I hope you have your tea and coffee here with you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for joining us presently, and we request all our delegates, guests who are outside the hall, please do join us right now so that we can commence with our power session. We have a very interesting panel discussion on civil military MRO, opportunities for civil MRO in defense sector. We are commencing as soon as we have all our participants in attendance in the room. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready to commence with our first power session. What we have for you is a very interesting topic, and I'm sure each and every one of you would like to participate through this discussion here, as we have industry leaders who will now join us up on stage. Thought-provoking discussions will ensue, and of course, we're looking forward to each and every one of you being a part of it as well. I would request for our esteemed panelists who are amongst us in this room to kindly ensure that we have engaging discussions among everyone. So if we can have a small Q&A series at the end of the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to commence with civil military MRO, opportunities for civil MRO in defense sector. And now I request each and every one of you to kindly join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists on stage. To moderate this panel discussion, we have amongst us General Manager, AIESL, Mr. Mukul Ringe. Let's give him a big round of applause and welcome him up on stage. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. And as Mr. Mukul Ringe is up on stage, he will be welcoming our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us is Mr. Nikhil Joshi, Managing Director, Boeing Defense India. Let's welcome Mr. Nikhil Joshi with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. I'd also like to take the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Sunil Sahani, Project Head, AIESL. Let's give him a warm round of applause and welcome him up on stage. Welcome, sir. I would also like to invite Mr. Rajiv Tatad, GM, Adani Defense. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. A nice round of applause, please. And finally, let's welcome Group Captain A.G. Bandopadhyay, BSM retired. I'd request him to kindly join us on stage. Let's give him a nice big round of applause and welcome him up on stage. We are ready to commence with this panel discussion, and now I request our moderator, Mr. Mukul Ringe, General Manager, AIESL, to kindly take the proceedings forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rohan, and thank you all here, all the guests, all dignitaries, and my panelists. So I have been given the responsibility to take the first discussion. So my topic will be Civil and Defense MRO, opportunities for civil MRO in defense sector. As global defense budgets continue to evolve and militaries increasingly seek cost-effective, agile, and innovative solutions to maintain operational readiness, the potential for civil MRO providers to support defense operations has grown significantly. Considering the existing capabilities of civil MROs in areas such as commercial aviation, predictive maintenance, digital twin technologies, and supply chain optimization, there are ample opportunities for civil MROs who are looking to enter or expand their footprint in the defense sector. Civil MRO providers have the capability to align with stringent military standards, security protocols, and mission-critical requirements, while also maintaining efficiency and cost-effectiveness. Furthermore, public-private partnerships, regulatory alignment, and technology transfer can be leveraged to create a more integrated and mutually beneficial civil-military MRO ecosystem. To explore how civil maintenance, repair, and overall MRO providers can support and collaborate with the defense sector through innovation, cost efficiency, and strategic partnerships while navigating regulatory, operational, and cultural challenges, we have got the esteemed guests here on our panel. Now I will give a brief introduction of the panel members. Mr. Nikhil Joshi serves as Managing Director for Boeing Defense India, overseeing a team across 7 locations nationwide. He is responsible for present and future programs for BDI in close partnership with Boeing Defense, Space and Security, and Boeing Global Services, aimed at enhancing the mission readiness and modernization of India's defense forces. Before joining Boeing, Mr. Joshi served as the country manager for Eaton Aerospace, where he established local manufacturing capabilities and grew the business in the domestic market. Shri Joshi brings over 25 years of experience in the aerospace and defense industry, with over 2 decades of service in the Indian Navy, having served in key operational and staff appointments, including command of a float units and aviation squadrons, and 2 tenures with the Naval Aviation Headquarters. With more than 4,000 hours of flying experience on various maritime aircraft, he has commanded both frontline ships and air squadrons. Shri Joshi serves as a member of Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, National Committee on Aerospace. Joshi ji is an alumnus of NDA Khadakwasla. He holds a bachelor's degree in science from JNU and has completed a postgraduate program in business management, specializing in strategy and marketing from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. Our next guest is Group Captain A.G. Bandopadhyay. Group Captain was commissioned in the maintenance branch of Indian Air Force in 1986. He is a graduate in mechanical engineering from NIT Jamshedpur. So actually, he is my alumni. He has also done Higher Defense Management course from College of Defense Management, Sikandrabad. He is trained at Ukraine for overhaul of AN-32 aircraft, aero engine and its component, and has played a vital role in setting up of facilities of overhaul of AN-32 aircraft and its components at 1 BRDAF in 1996. He has distinction to command Premier Depot, that is Base Repair Depot. For the past 7 years, he is heading AIESL Aviation Private Limited. AIESL Aviation is extending MRO support to IAF and HAL. Then our next guest is Shri Rajiv Tated ji, General Manager, Adani Group. He is an Adani Group, as everyone knows, is an integrated infrastructure organization with presence across so many different resources: coal, mining, metals, logistics, realty, ports, shipping, energy, power, solar, transmitter, gas, and whatnot. Agro, aviation. As a part of Chairman Office, Mr. Rajiv Tated is responsible for budgets, operating review, MIS, and data analytics for energy portfolio, thermal transmission, renewable, and solar manufacturing, and also realty business. Team building, internal and external resource for Chairman Office and aerospace sector. Prior to Chairman Office, he has led operational roles at Adani Infra and mid-size renewable energy companies with profit and loss responsibilities. Then our final guest is Mr. Sunil Sahani. He was General Manager with AIESL before being a consultant now. He has worked on almost all types of aircraft that Air India has and had in its Boeing fleet. He has 38 years of aviation experience. He is working for the project HOS, that is head of the state, SESF aircraft. He was acknowledged by Boeing for his contribution to HOS project. He coordinated with Indian Air Force, Ministry of Civil Aviation, and Ministry of Defense for successful implementation of the project. He was single point of contact for AIESL to meet the requirements of Tata Air India and wide body and narrow body fleet. So as militaries seek more cost-effective and agile support structures, how can civil MRO providers contribute to maintaining operational readiness while aligning with defense-specific standards, security, and mission-critical demands? So for setting the questionnaire now, I will, my first context-setting question will be, we will cover up in 5 questions mostly. So first question we will take up for industry landscape. So my first question will be to Nikhil Joshi sir. How do you see the current landscape of civil MRO in India vis-a-vis defense needs and capabilities? And what is the scope of work and what are the platforms like aircraft, helicopter, UMV for a civil MRO to undertake? Sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all. Pleasure to be here. Thanks to Mr. Sharad Agarwal and others from the AISL leadership for this invite. The question that you posed is one that, very frankly, I've been hearing for the last 10 years. And every time we get together and we say that the civil defense MRO has synergies, is converging, is ready for takeoff, but we are still finding ourselves in a position where it has not yet taken off. And the reasons for those are many, but essentially the challenges lie around the subtle differences in what civil MRO focuses on and what defense MRO needs to focus on. And that essentially is the defense MRO is, well, the civil MRO is more geared up towards cost effectiveness, safety and regulatory discipline. That is not to say that defense MRO doesn't have those priorities, but it is got a higher priority for flexibility, operational readiness, and availability in the field. And getting those together at a very, very lesser scale is the main challenge in getting defense MRO to take off. On the one hand, in the civil side, we have got fleets of 100 aircraft plus. On the other side, we have got defense fleets of 15 or 20 aircraft. And that obviously poses challenges of scale. Where we can succeed and where we have seen synergies with partners like AIESL in the past is where there is a true convergence, where the platforms are same or similar, like in the case of the head of state aircraft or the PATI, which are derivatives of the 737, where we can leverage the economies of scale that we get from the industry partners. The Indian industry, by and large, has significantly matured, not just because of MRO, but because of developmental and co-developmental programs and projects over the past many years, driven by the government's policies of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we continue to see that. In fact, I see the MRO co-development and indigenous development is a virtuous cycle. You know, if you invest in MRO, you obviously build up the capabilities, skills, and experience to get into co-development and indigenous development, and vice versa. If you have programs and projects in co-development or indigenous development, you are building up a base that can effectively take on MRO. So I definitely have confidence in the industry's ability to respond to the MRO needs, but the cost factor and the economies of scale remain challenges that we will have to tackle together from a OEM perspective, from an Indian industry and local partnership perspective, but most importantly from the user perspective as well.
Okay, thank you. Rajiv ji, aap.
No, yeah. So in my current role at Adani Defense, I am actually working towards, this. Predominantly the difference is, just adding to what he said, in case of civil MRO, the airlines own the asset and, the MROs are set up to provide us a service which is commercial in nature. As against that, for say a defense vertical, it's the government is the asset owner and they tie up and they sign up for the procurement of asset with the OEMs, and MRO either being done in the BRDs or you're left to the OEM to be done abroad. So this is where I believe we have a real good opportunity, where a push by Indian government when they are placing an order for these equipment, making it mandatory for the maintenance to be done in India. Whether they do it on their own, you tie up with some player, that will really build an ecosystem which may be difficult for an, impressing that on an airline to do that. So that would really add for a civil MRO player to get it on the defense side.
Okay. To add on to that, Group Captain, can you tell on the same subject, what capabilities do civil MRO players need to develop to serve defense clients effectively?
To a certain extent, I agree with my co-panelists, but I have some practical and difference of opinion. First thing, it is not that the number is less. Like, take a case of AN-32, we have 100 plus aircraft. Take a case of helicopter, Mi-17, we have few hundred aircraft. Knowingly, I know the number, but I am not telling, but few hundred. So you can imagine it is not less. Secondly, last 10 years, Government of India vigorously outsourcing your maintenance and MRO activity to civil private players, and that to Make in India project. For a specific case for AN-32 pass, this is the third cycle. Each cycle consists of 3 years, have been outsourced to private Indian players, and it has been successfully done. It was not full MRO. The Indian Air Force started with your part outsourcing, and now in few cases even full outsourcing. Similarly, past 2 years, there are many things which is still both helicopters, which runs in hundreds, few hundreds I told, and double the number aero engine for Mi-17 aircraft is being offered to private Indian players. And is rightly said, it is both plant in plant as well as standalone. Plant in plant because the capital investment in these for MRO activity is huge. That is why where Indian Air Force or Defense Forces are already that facility, they are asking to do it in plant in plant. But in few cases, they are even offering it standalone.
Okay.
Now coming to what they have suggested, already Government of India has applied it. Take a case of C295. Now the present order is 60 plus, and I am very confident in very near future it will run in hundreds. Because as of now it is AVRO replacement. It will be also given to for AN32 which runs in 100 or a similar or kind of aircraft. And in this whole MRO facility will be done by your Tatas. Similarly, in the case of LCA, already the task has been assigned to L&T. Similarly, a small company like us, Admile Aviation Private Limited, we are operating for past 5 years, and very few aggregates, say around 20, we are doing a turnover of 20 CR every year. So I feel there is an opportunity. At the same time, there are some dots which need to be linked. As far as certification issue is concerned, civil aviation, everybody knows it is DGCA, whereas a similar setup is already there for defense sector, that is your DGAQA and RCMA, where design is concerned, or that is similar. The problem lies that many a time we are quite a bookish and we don't apply ourselves practical approach. But within the country, both in defense sector as well as in civil sector, lot of talent pool, skill set and infrastructure is available. But what we need is more flexibility as far as certifications and other things are concerned.
But as you said that it has been already allocated to Tatas and L&T and all. So where do other players will have?
No, what I want to say, this was the new generation aircraft, and therefore from the very beginning, like people were suggesting when they were gone for procurement, at that stage itself the MRO was considered. Like in the case of L&T, it was an open bid, and all these are open bid.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
now also you take, there are in midterm upgrade, both in N32 aircraft or Mi-17 series, the avionics part is upgraded, and there are many items which is common to civil, which are your Honeywell product or Rockwell product. But yes, the requirement is very clear as far as anything, whether it is a civil aviation or in military aviation, you have to have OEM backing or the designer, that is your Semilac or DGCA or
Right.
DGQA, whatever is applicable.
Right.
Yes, in that case, it is not very cost effective, or the certification takes years together. That issue is there, but I am quite confident in over a period of time it will mature.
Okay, thanks Group Captain. Sunil ji, to add on to this same question, I will ask you, what are the major challenges civil MRO companies face when trying to serve defense? Because you have worked in HOC and you are also handling some other PATI aircrafts and all.
Synergies will have to be worked out. Time has come. The number of aircrafts that are in India, be it in civil, be it in defense, are not adding up dramatically. Over the next 2 years, as we are aware of the obvious space time, a lot of the airlines moments come where we sit with the OEMs. First, I would like to say that we need to respect the intellectual property rights of the OEMs. They have spent time, energy, and money to develop their product. Having said that, we also request the OEMs to please collaborate with the Indian MROs so that the work can be done within India. I would just like to take one step ahead of our government of India that is set Make in India. I request the OEMs to also think about service in India. It's going to be challenging, as everybody has said, but the HOS project, the PFI project that I'm working with Nikhilji has actually opened the doors, and I think we are practical enough to surpass any hurdles. Working together is only going to benefit the OEMs, the MROs, the airlines. Having said that, there is another aspect to this, and that is sharing of the infrastructure that is available both in defense as well as in the MROs in India. I would like to speak for AIESL since I am aware they are practically there every corner of India, and we can live up to the expectations of the we are already doing it. We would like to further collaborate and move ahead. So I think that's the way forward. That's the way forward. A lot of trainings, a lot of manpower. We already have a lot of manpower, skilled manpower, which is need of the hour. And if servicing can be done within India, a lot of time in transportation, sending it, bringing it back, everything can be done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, we got very nice answers here. But where challenges are there, opportunities are also there. So we have to explore the opportunities and go ahead with it. That is the way. As you said, manpower can be built in 2-3 years. It's not a big deal.
I would also take the opportunity to request going to have tomorrow aligned with any one of us. It can become a one-stop shop.
Right there. So on opportunities and challenges, my next question will be, how can civil MRO providers effectively navigate the regulatory and compliance frameworks associated with defense contracts? And do you think Indian civil MRO is ready and capable to undertake the heavy maintenance of defense aircraft, equipment and components? I will again ask Boeing representative, Shri Nikhilji.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for that question. And I'll piggyback on what Group Captain Patel brought out. It's a different regulatory landscape that governs defense or military MROs, primarily under the offices of the DGAQA and similar. And it is, I think, creditworthy that the DGAQA has now in place a broad framework within which to qualify defense MROs in India. It was not the case a few years back. Now there are specific and very detailed guidelines under which defense MRO agencies can be qualified to provide the ASMI certification to be able to service aircraft in country. However, availability of guidelines is only the starting point. It still takes a lot to put in place the capabilities, the infrastructure, and the skills to be able to provide that service, and that has to be balanced against the volume. So there is volume in it, sir. If you've got hundreds of aircraft, it definitely is an easier business case to follow through. When the volumes are less, it becomes that much more challenging unless supported by the user because of the benefits of self-reliance that it brings to the country. So it has to be a balance between volume and the investment required to support such infrastructure. If you look at MRO for the defense forces, again, it's a philosophically, all of it was managed in-house, again to provide the flexibility, operational control to ensure operational readiness, what I mentioned earlier. If that philosophy were to change, and we see that changing, then there is a definite opportunity for Indian MRO agencies stepping up to take on at least the heavy checks or the depot level maintenance of the defense forces, which would free up their manpower to operational tasks and take on these projects. It will take a lot more because now it means setting up. It's not that you can sit in your facility where they already have infrastructure set up and expect the forces to send the aircraft to you. It may involve going to where they are at various locations around the country to provide this service. So there is an opportunity there. The component level maintenance is another aspect. Again, Boeing as an aircraft OEM will support, but it also takes a village to make that happen. All the system manufacturers, system OEMs, subsystem and component OEMs have IP involved, which will need to be appropriately shared with the Indian industry that will enable such maintenance to happen in the country. So there are opportunities, there are challenges. We need to figure out where our focus should be and take it from there. Like in the case of PAI, we did realize that there is a significant opportunity due to commonality, due to the infrastructure already being there with various industry partners in the country. And we have already progressed to a huge extent, unlike anywhere else in the world. PAIs globally are supported by Boeing for the most part, with the exception of India, where there is a lot of industry participation in the support of sustainment of these aircraft. We welcome the chance to the opportunity to work with any other industry partners in support of not just the PAI, but the various other platforms that we have in the country, the C-17, the Apache Aviation.
Yeah, thank you. But before moving on to Rajiv, just one more question to you. Does Boeing Defense has any plan to partner with civil MROs in India?
Plans are always there. It is our stated goal that we will be looking to regionalize and localize to the extent possible in support of our sustainment programs for both fixed wing as well as rotorcraft fleets in India. PAI is the most mature, like I just mentioned, but we are working towards seeing what we can do for the rotorcraft as well.
Thanks. So, Rajiv ji.
If I may just add to what he just said.
Yeah, please.
See, as far as the platforms that are, say a commercial aircraft or a business jet, I think India has been doing that for a while, to the point on the PAIs or the VIP fleet, on the ERJs. That we have been doing. I mean, it has been some time that we have been doing that. The real challenge now is which are not based on these commercial and the business jets. Though we have the technical manpower, but they are not, the certification, the regulatory approval that is required to carry on the work for the other type of aircraft. That is where we are facing challenges. And I'm sure over a period when this regulatory framework is opened up to have fungibility between both the regulatory certifications, I think we will be able to address that problem to the extent.
Right, thanks. Your take on this, please.
Definitely, there are a lot of opportunity and quite a few has been discussed. At the same time, there are challenges, and in aviation field and specific to our country, this challenge will remain there. Because while procurement, we have both your ex-USSR fleet, which is also fairly large, you can say 60% plus, and 40% Western. To subdivide this 60% itself, all these fleets are OEM based. So the technology has to be from OEM. Even the regulatory or certifying agency, their first requirement will be that. Now coming to Western side, even for the Boeing or for the aero engine pattern Whitley, GE, the technology remains different. One cannot do other's job. So this challenge will remain there, but at the same time, slowly, lot of things are coming up and solutions are also coming up. Where I find the practical problem is that individually you take a government agency or defense organization or private player, we are exceptional. But when it comes to collaboration and actual sharing our knowledge or our infrastructure, it is not happening. It is easier said than till the thing boiled down to that level, because the people who have come and who have seen the shop floor, and once you are in corporate office, there is lot of difference.
Yeah.
So this practical thing has to be bridged.
Okay. Thank you. So, you want to say, or I will just add, because he said, no, we will start from Sunil sir this time. What he was talking, you want to say, you add it to that question. So, next question we will just, was what he mentioned, that technology integration and innovation. So, we will add on to this question, and in what ways can civil MROs bring cutting edge innovations? Example, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, etc. And is there a significant gap in the skill sets between civil and defense MRO operations, and how can we bridge it?
Yeah. So first of all, just going back to the regulatory issues that are different, we need to understand, and we are all aware, that defense aircrafts are operated for a particular reason, and the passenger and cargo aircraft are operated for transport of passenger and cargo. Now these are two different sectors, and that is where the regulatory authorities differ in a few things. I think the simplest and easiest way for a civil MRO is to accept the requirements and change themselves to deliver what is required by the customer. Customer is the king. I think we can sit around, have a few things which can be organized, but I think the best way to go forward and go forward fast is to accept their requirements, be execute, get the 911 charges is required for pay tax. They have these requirements which is based on experience, time and practicality, and we all need to adhere to it. It's because of the safety of the aircraft and the people flying it, be it the Air Force guys, the Navy guys, or commercial passengers. Having said that, I'll come to the second part of the question, innovations. Yes, innovations will be there going ahead. AI presently I think is in too nascent stage, but it's taking developed strides to go ahead. 3D printing, see, these are things that will have to be acceptable to the regulatory authorities and the OEMs. I'm aware of one of our customers had made about 30 odd cabin interior items from 3D, and they're pretty good, I will not deny it. But it needs to pass the regulatory framework. So we need to start at the basics, involve all the participants, be it regulatory, the airlines, the MROs. I'm sure we can come out with solutions on this. This is going to be, this can be a game changer going ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Sunilji. Moving on to Nikhil sir once again. How can we trust and security concerns, how can trust and security concerns be addressed when involving private MROs in sensitive defense operations?
I'm not sure I understood the question, because trust and security concerns are always things that can be ensured through proper process control and diligence. It is not that anyone is excluded. You just need to go through the right levels of clearances. I just want to go back to the technology side. I think we talked about, and whenever we say technology in aerospace, the first two words that come up are AI and 3D printing. Unfortunately, the AI part is still in its very nascent stages. There was a lot of hype about generative AI. It is there on many of our phones. It is there to generate images and the like, but it has not been put to real use. Generative AI. AI has been around and AI has been put to use, but as a business tool, generative AI is still to be tested, tried and validated.
Yeah, it will take some time.
Aerospace is one of the most stringent industries and it will take, I think, that much more time. 3D printing, we are making advances, we are taking steps, but that is at the design stage, which because any 3D printed component that goes on an aircraft will need to go through qualifications and airworthiness approvals. It can't be tackled from a repair and overall perspective. It needs to be looked at from a design perspective in the first place. So, but I do think going forward, innovative processes, tools like digital twins, etc., predictive maintenance and health monitoring, those are the key focus areas from a sustainment standpoint that will drive this industry.
But whether predictive maintenance will be cost efficient, that is the question.
It all depends on scale and the volume.
Yeah, because preventive maintenance is being carried out as of now on all aircrafts.
Yes. So applying AI,
Boeing is coming with predictive maintenance also.
Boeing always is developing in this area. Like I said, from a sustainment standpoint, these are the focus areas even for Boeing. AI and 3D printing, I just want to make sure these are technologies that are emerging, but to apply it to MRO might be a little premature.
Yeah, because first you have to apply it to OEM first, then it can come down to MRO. Yeah, Rajiv ji,
To the question that you asked on the security part, I would like to say that we have been, as a private player, we have been doing even the head of state's aircraft maintenance. So that has happened at the Hosur facility. Whatever, to the point that he was, whatever regulatory clearances are required for that, the intelligence, the closed VIP cordon, all that is taken care. But it is not that the private player has not done such sensitive aircraft maintenance. And even if we talk of, say, the 3 BRDs where the Mi-17 that he was talking of happens, there is already a proposal where they are open to a plant-in-plant operation, or maybe, outsourcing the entire thing to a private player. Maybe because of economies of scale, where you just have 10 aircraft a year sort of, inventory available for private player, the economics are not working. But I'm not very sure if the security or sensitive nature of the equipment is concerned. I think we have gone past by that.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe I am odd man out. Whatever, as far as security is concerned, already civil defense is giving support to defense here. It is more of a physical security and our mindset block. Because I don't find any security reason as far as maintenance is concerned, whether you are doing baseline or...
because data will be available to each and every staff maybe.
That already defense forces has their own ways and means to check that what to give for outsourcing and what not to give for outsourcing. So those kind of code will not be given. Now coming to AI, if you say, if we are honest as an engineer, AI is still at your OEM level when he's designing another thing. As far as maintenance is concerned, as of now, the way we are operating, it is still have a very limited scope. As far as your 3D printing and other thing is concerned, at least with lot of confidence, and actually I can say, at least in Indian Air Force is using in huge way, and not now, for past 20 years. To give example, because most of us are from aviation background, we know it is mandatory and non-mandatory spare. Whether it is a Russian fleet or it is a Western fleet, 95% of the mandatory spares are indigenized and available within the country, and it is extensively used. As far as non-mandatory and critical item is concerned, yes, it is true, the volume is very less and types are too many and economic doesn't work. But if we take out from our mindset the cost part of it, all solutions are available within India, whether it is a Western materials or your ex-USSR material, there are your Indian or the substitutes are available and it is being used. Another class C item I will tell you, rubber item. There are 14 or 15 types of Russian origin rubber item, and not only the seals are being indigenized, even the raw material has been indigenized, and past 20-25 years, Indian Air Force is using it. I have not worked in Western side, therefore I will not have that much of knowledge. Plus the Western fleet, Indian had a few in numbers, and therefore how much indigenization has gone or available to civil partner, I am not very sure. But definitely it must be around 30% plus.
So just going back to your question on security clearance, though, there is a issue there. So while, like Rajiv mentioned, we are working with civilian MRO agencies on very classified aircraft like the head of state aircraft, there still is a certain ambiguity, and therefore it's either data can be shared or cannot be shared, and wherever there's a doubt, it cannot be shared. More mature countries, and when I say mature, who are used to working with civilian defense contractors on an ongoing basis to support their defense platforms, there is a clear methodology of providing a security clearance and a classification for the defense contractors' employees, wherein you can share a greater degree of data on an as required basis. Obviously, there are checks and balances, and employees need to go through those clearances and have certain restrictions as a result of those clearances. But that is something that we will have to grow into. We need to work with the Ministry of Defense as well as the Government of India in general to put in place a framework for security clearance of civilian defense contractors to be able to work on programs and platforms of increasing classified nature.
Yeah, thanks. From that we get the question whether what is the situation around the world, like the civil MRO?
So there is, like I said, in the US, in UK, in Europe, in Australia, there is a method of classifying employees of defense civilian contractors, where certain selected employees are cleared for that access to that level of data. And it is something that we will have to put in place as we increasingly change the user's philosophy of outsourcing a greater degree of maintenance tasks.
Yeah, thanks. So now we are running short of time, so we will first go to audience questions. In the meantime, you can prepare your final take on this, the topic. So any questions from the audience now? Yeah, please.
This is Sangeeta Saxena, Editor, Aviation and Defense Universe. I wanted to understand, my question is directed to Group Captain Bandhopadhyay, that with his company doing AN and IL both, and with Ukraine in a Russia and Ukraine war going on, and most of the supply was coming from Ukraine, how have you been able to manage these supply disruptions? And also, by what percentage has it improved on the Indian supply chain development?
Firstly, like what Honorable Minister told, time has come for us. We are the biggest market, and therefore all OEM has to bow down to us. And whatever is happening in your Russia-Ukraine, in fact, that is the opportunity, because their business things are shrinking, which earlier they were quite conservative, or now they are ready to part that kind of a technology, or they are ready to come. Earlier, all the things had to go to OEM, whereas nowadays with government policy Make in India, it is the Indian company which has the leverage, and they are only can apply. And that is why we are not very forthcoming and admitting. You name the company, they have opened Boeing India or Thales India, or names are different, and it is coming. And as the market will grow, and the technology and the will come, and we have no problem. But yes, the regulatory requirement will be there until we ourselves will become a manufacturer or the OEM. the dependence on OEM will remain there, and progressively it is getting reduced, and the most part of your maintenance activity which calls for supply chain spare requirement are coming within the India.
Yeah, thank you. Any more questions?
My name is C.S. Tomar, the President, MRO Association. So my question is to Mr. Nikhil. Is there any process in Boeing wherein you can approve like this components produced through 3D printing technology?
So you're saying approve components through 3D technology?
Yes, correct. Like some of the especially out of production aircraft and some structural parts.
Yes.
If the organizations like here in India they want to manufacture through 3D technology, what is the process for getting approval from OEM like Boeing products?
So I don't know the full process details, but it would need to go to because I'm assuming you're talking about Boeing aircraft which are FAA certified.
Yes.
So any component change, and there's a significant change in processing itself, will require to go through the FAA certification as a whole. So it's a complicated effort. It can be done if there are specific use cases, especially for out of production parts and for out of production aircraft, that can be taken up. We have an engineering team in Bangalore. We can get you in touch with them and we can look at the use case specifically. But it needs the original approval where the airworthiness approval was got from, that agency will have to certify the aircraft. It can't be done at the DGC level because the original certification was done in the US.
So my question is that will it go through Boeing office or it has to go to direct FAA?
No, it has to go through the OEM because the OEM has got the certification from FAA, who's the certificator. So it has to be initiated by the OEM and then it can be taken up.
And you have some dedicated people in your Boeing, Bangalore office?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, but we are running out of time, but we have to sum up the finals. So just like TV debates, I will say 20 minutes each, 20 seconds each, 20 seconds each for you to sum up.
So thank you again. Thanks very much, Mr. Sharath. Thank you for this invite. It's been a pleasure to be here. I'm looking forward to continue working with AIESL, not just in MRO, but as we look at modernization, upgrade programs for the aircraft in India. We are actively seeking to work with our Indian industry partners in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to conclude by saying that there has to be a partnership between defense and civil. Let's start by sharing infrastructure, sharing trained manpower. I am sure that will bridge the gap. It's going to be good for the OEMs, I'm repeating myself, good for the airlines, and good for the MRO industry as such. Let's join hands, and apart from Make in India, let's have it as Service in India also. Thank you.
Yeah, just to sum up, as Adani Defense Aerospace being into civil as well as defense MRO ecosystem, we look forward to play, having a formidable play working together with the government, the military, as well as the OEMs going forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think things are already happening. And what I feel individually as an organization or as an individual, we are exceptional. What need is to collaborate and actually happen as a team. Thing has to move from boardroom or DCA to soft floor level because there is nothing which is not available within India.
Thank you. So much of insights provided by our all esteemed panelists. Thank you all once again. Now we can truly believe that future is secured for civil MROs with expansion in defense aircraft and components, equipments, etc. Knowing that civil aviation is always on growth trajectory and added on defense work, good times lie ahead. Thank you all. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much to all our esteemed panelists. This has been indeed such a fruitful session. And now on behalf of everyone present here, I'd like to invite Mr. G. Sridhar, Managing Director of CFM Aircraft Engine Support South Asia Private Limited. Sir, would you please join us up on stage? And I request Mr. G. Sridhar to kindly present mementos to all our esteemed panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to kindly join in with a nice warm round of applause. So we have our first memento going out to Mr. Nikhil Joshi, Managing Director, Boeing Defense India. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much, sir, for your insights and inputs. And our memento to Mr. Sunil Sahani, Project Head, AIESL. Let's give him a nice big round of applause. Thank you so very much, sir, for bringing light to a lot of discussion. And a warmer round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We all enjoyed this discussion so much. Memento to Mr. Rajiv Tadad, General Manager, Adani Defense. Let's give him a nice warm round of applause. Thank you so very much, sir, for bringing in your views and opinions to this panel. And the memento to Group Captain A.G. Bandyopadhyay, BSM retired. Let's give him a nice warm round of applause. Thank you so very much, sir, for all the discussions and your insights in this panel. And finally, a memento to Mr. Mukul Ringe, General Manager, AIESL, for moderating this absolutely fabulous discussion and keeping us all engaged. Let's give him a nice warm round of applause. And now I invite Mr. G. Sridhar to kindly join all our panelists up in front of the stage for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been indeed such a fruitful discussion, and we are elated that each and every one of you joined in and made it interactive with your questions. Thank you very much indeed, all of our panelists, once again for this absolutely fabulous session. And ladies and gentlemen, keeping the momentum going and keeping the ensuing discussions in force. We're looking forward to all of you now joining us immediately on our next power panel discussion. Once again, a round of applause as we thank all our panelists here for their time, their insights, their opinions, and this wonderful discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set and we are now ready to dive right away into yet another very interesting topic that we are all looking forward to participate through. And the discussion that will now follow is on the subject of airline domestic MRO partnerships, drivers of sustainable business. Ladies and gentlemen, I am about to invite all our esteemed panelists, and once again I do request each and every one of you to join in with a nice warm round of applause as they come up on stage. To moderate this panel, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to invite up on stage the CEO of AIESL, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sharad Agarwal. Let's give him a nice warm round of applause. Welcome, sir. And Shri Sharad Agarwal will now welcome all our esteemed panelists who are joining in. I'd like to take the pleasure of inviting up on stage Advisor to the Managing Director, Air India Express, Mr. Anil Jain. Let's give him a nice warm round of applause and welcome him up on stage. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a warmer round of applause would sound better right here on stage. Up next, I'd like to take the pleasure of inviting Ms. Ashmita Sethi, President and Country Head, Pratt & Whitney. Let's give a nice warm round of applause and welcome her up on stage. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. I'd like to take the pleasure of inviting Captain Gulab Singh Tambar, Founder and Chairman, Sarthi Airways. Let's give him a nice warm round of applause and welcome him up on stage. Thank you for joining us, sir. We'd like to welcome Mr. Ram Babu, CEO, Alliance Air. Let's give him a nice warm round of applause and welcome him up on stage. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And finally, last but not least, let's welcome Sri R.S. Thakur, Executive Director, AIESL. Thank you so very much, sir, for being a part of this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a power-packed panel here, and we're looking forward to very engaging discussion. So with that, I hand over to our moderator, Shri Sharad Agarwal, sir. Please do take this forward.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Partnership between the airlines and the MRO. And airlines and aircraft, it's something like an individual. What is an individual without a contact with a hospital and a group of doctors? It's something like that. An MRO provides critical services to an airlines, not only to ensure the continuing airworthiness, but also the emergency support in case of an unforeseen situation, an AOG situation, a structure damage, an engine failure, an unscheduled component replacement, and everything wherever, whatever is required to keep an aircraft running and flying. Whatever, the interest of the airlines always remains in ensuring that the aircraft flies. Whenever there is a situation, airlines would like to have an MRO, which is just a phone call away to come and maybe handle the aircraft so that it just flies off. First of all, let me invite the industry veteran, Mr. Anil Jain, sir. As in airlines, what are your takes? What do you demand from an MRO? What will be your preferred MRO? Who can, and what are the virtues you will be looking forward to create someone who is your preferred MRO?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much, Sharad and his entire team for inviting me as a panelist. And this is, I think, by default, so he has called me for this panel discussion. Thank you very much. And as regards to your questions on the expectations, rather I'll say, from any MRO. So preferred MRO, it's highly subjective. Preferred MRO is the one MRO which gives good services, like as far as the quality is concerned, as far as the timelines are concerned. So as an airline, definitely everyone is looking for that whenever the aircraft goes to the hangar, whatever is committed, no doubt there may be some unscheduled work. So it should come out from the hangar in time, whether one has to put in extra man-hour or whatever processes have to be evolved to make that the aircraft comes out from the hangar in time. That's most important because there are so many commercial aspects and the planning which everyone expects. And second is the quality. That, like I remember the old days, our mentors are Mr. S.C. Gupta and Mr. M.C. Gupta, whom we have learned so much about the quality, about the timelines, about the so many things rather, which we adopted in our life, and we have reached to this level now, and having so strong logistics and everything. So that is what is the expectations. Like once the aircraft goes in the hangar, first and foremost, like you have to assess the aircraft, like of its own. It's not like to be specified by the customer. See what is the history of the aircraft. You have to see the background. As line engineer, we used to see even 1 month record before going to the aircraft. So such type of things are very important, which in my opinion, let me be very frank on it, it's lagging at the moment. The things just it goes, the work is done, and maybe after coming out from the hangar, there are defects on the aircraft. And ultimately, once it's an extended maintenance time in line maintenance, it becomes an issue. So these things are very important for the MRO, which everyone looks for, like because it's all statistics.
Like if the defects are coming, definitely it's not desired after base maintenance or whatever. So that's what is important, that the history of the aircraft has to be seen by any base engineer, at least 1.5 month record. And the actions, proactive action has to be taken, whether it's called out or not, because any customer has given all the power to the maintenance environment. Once it goes to the hangar, they have got all the power in their hand to assess the aircraft and suggest that some extra work has to be done. So, so I don't comment what is the preferred MRO because it's a challenging time. So whosoever gives better services, that becomes the preferred MRO. Definitely, I am from AIESL MRO environment. The way we used to work under the leadership of Mr. S.C. Gupta or M.C. Gupta at that time. So it was really fantastic, and all such cares used to be taken. That's what I like to say. Okay. Nothing further. Yeah, thank you.
So very important virtue you've seen is to prepare yourself for the aircraft and go beyond whatever is being called during the maintenance, so as to identify more defects and to ensure that the aircraft flies trouble-free beyond that. Mr. Ram Babu, who is right now running a small airlines, essentially serving the Udan sectors, providing vital support for the country. The challenges, what are the challenges you face? See, a big airlines with maybe a Boeing 737 or A320, there are hundreds and hundreds of them flying in India, and there are a lot of MROs who are willing to support. However, for a small airlines like yours, which the number of aircraft in the country is very, very limited, and maybe the facilities available in the country as far as the, not only the aircraft maintenance, but the engine maintenance and the component maintenance are virtually not there. What are the major challenges you are facing, and what will be your expectation from the MRO industry for that?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Shri Sharad Agarwalji and our ED, Mr. Thakur, for having given an opportunity to be present here and share my views on the very important topic called Airline Domestic MRO Partnerships, Drivers of Sustainable Business. First of all, I would like to say, I represent Alliance as a CEO, one of the regional carriers, and I'm sure everybody in this room would know what is Alliance. It was the regional feeder service carrier to the then Air India. Air India had very perfect plan to business strategy. I love this song, a very famous Hindi song, ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में. Regional Airlines Alliance Air was Tal for that wonderful river and the ocean of Air India. Now, only Nadi and the ocean got disinvested, leaving Tal aside. Impossible to sustain without the partnership of MRO. Second corollary I would like to tell Mr. Sharad, the business strategy of the then Air India was have MRO engineering facilities within airline itself. There is no concept of third party handling, providing MRO services. It started then, for 7 decades it sustained. Then it thought fit, when the bells were ringing for disinvestment, to have a third-party service called AI Engineering Services, MRO business, to self-sustain itself. So it had the model of owning the MRO services to making it a separate division to provision third-party handling services to its own airlines. So from there, if you see, the predicament of Alliance today is it got separated from the feeder service position to own airline MRO services to stand its own. To me, ladies and gentlemen, the answer is very clear. For an airline like regional carrier like Alliance Air, it is no growth, no sustenance without a valuable partnership of wonderful MROs in this country. First answer is that. Secondly, I would borrow the statement from Honorable Minister. 14% of the MRO business is in India, 86% is outside India. The most latent, potent talent of engineers, perhaps in the world, the highest exported of technical skill talent to the whole world is India. And India exports its requirements of services to neighboring countries, UAE, Singapore, and Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, to name a few, to neighboring countries. And I'm no exception. To me, I think Alliance, as a CEO, I've been handling the additional charge besides being a CEO of AI Airport Services Limited, a ground handling arm. I could get the depths of this company. We are literally 95% dependent on OEMs. Our engine overhaul, 100% exported. Our space, 100%. Our component repairs, literally exported, are taken from people outside abroad, excepting line maintenance and the to extent of base maintenance. So to me, an MRO is capable of crippling an airline if we do not have a sustainable partnership with MRO. Especially, I'll take one more minute of your time, Sharad, with 800 aircraft are in India right away, out of which about 200 aircraft are grounded due to certain issues which I don't need to tell out this August gathering. With the limited aircraft that are flying, with 1,700 more aircraft coming, I will translate into figures. As we talk today, 4,000 flights take off every day in India, as we talk today. With 500 odd or 600 odd aircraft, if 1,700 more aircraft come, you can imagine the number of flights that are going to take off. With this, to me, it's very, very important, inevitable, to have a sustainable partnership MRO, and there we have a wonderful opportunity for all airlines. To me, one confession is an airline is fully dependent upon a capable MROs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram Babu. That's in a way a pain for a small airlines not having an aircraft, not flying an aircraft which is in abundance in the country. Now let me come down to the third airlines, Captain Gulab Singh Tanwar, a person who is having a fleet of small aircraft, maybe one of a type, but serving a customer who is ultimately demanding, the customer who wants the aircraft right away in perfect condition. How do you meet these challenges? What are you looking for? What are your pain points when it comes to getting your aircraft serviced? Let us see, Ajay.
Aircraft serviced.
Yeah.
Yeah. Namaskar. First of all, thanks a lot to Sharad Agarwal Saab and Thakur Saab to having me here for this panel discussion, because I come from the world of general aviation, which is less known, lesser talked about, and least concerned in the world of aviation. Whenever we talk, or a general people talk about aviation, they talk and think about an airliner. No one talks and thinks about the general aviation, their pain, their pleasure, and their problems. So thanks a lot once again. We have much lesser number of the aircrafts available in our country. If you compare with the airline number of aircrafts operating for the airline, we are lesser than the half. And in future, I think our percentage will further drop, as it's a matter of happiness where airlines are buying more and more aircrafts, and we are all aware of it that more than 1,700 aircraft are being ordered for the airlines. But at the same time, civil aviation industry is also growing well, growing fast. people are understanding the importance of it, because we are available where something is required immediately, whether it is a medical ambulance or some kind of emergency or some urgency, and the people who really want to have the tight schedule and they need to plan it as per their own schedule, and they cannot depend upon the services of the airlines. Also to the places where the airlines don't operate. Somebody wants to fly in an interior area or a deep desert and a deep forest where, and of course, as our country is growing and the more number of airports are coming up, we can fly, we have a capability to go in the far areas of the Rajasthan or the northeast or the down south. We can take you people everywhere. But along with that, the challenge of the maintenance of the aircraft, which is coming up, how to maintain the aircraft, how to get all the services available. And we have lesser number of aircraft, so less number of MROs are there. There are two situations: either every operator should have their own MRO, which becomes very, very expensive. For lesser number, like we as a company, we are having one Falcon, we are having one Super King Air, we are having one Bell helicopter, we are having one Augusta helicopter, so all different kind of machines we have. So we are forced to have either our own maintenance setup or to hand it over to some MRO companies, like which are the number of MROs are available. And the bigger MROs are more concerned about the airline and to service the airlines, not to the small operators like us. Also, we face a problem. Some of the aircraft which are based in Delhi forced to fly down either to Nagpur or to Mumbai for the maintenance, which becomes very, very expensive and time consuming. So my point of view is, in time to come, I request you, the all bigger MROs, to concern about the general aviation and think about us and start providing facility, because we are also growing, we are getting more and more aircrafts, and with the passage of time, we need more centers, closer centers from where we are operating. So if we, all of you can think of, start serving the small operators also, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, well, Captain Gulab, one thing I can assure you, even if airlines hold 5,000 aircraft, the relevance of general aviation cannot be forgotten. Whatever it may be, there will always be a person who needs a flight right away to go from point A to point B. I'll just give you my own example. Between two of my centers, that is Trivandrum and Nagpur, in case I have to take a commercial flight, it's going to take 12 hours.
Right, sir. That's the importance of general aviation. But general aviation has not come up to the level where it should be in the country. That's what my request to all the stakeholders, to think about it and support us.
Okay. So let me just turn to my MRO friend, a person with 35 years experience in the aircraft maintenance. Mr. Thakur, on one side, there is a fleet of, let us say, 1,000 aircraft of a similar type. Second is a fleet owned by scheduled airlines, but total less than 100. And third, a general aviation, where maybe there may be 2 or 3 aircraft of that type in the country. And you are required to support the varying demand of the industry. First of all, how would you like to proceed in that direction? Second, do you foresee any major challenges in that?
Thank you, sir. So now, to answer this question, we will have to, get into a bit of complexity of aircraft maintenance. First of all, we'll have to segment the scheduled airlines and the number of aircrafts which are in order. So, as managers who are running the airline, for them the most important thing is what is the cost of maintenance for their fleet. That's number one. And number two, how reliable is the service of that airline? Because if the service is not reliable, it affects the brand of the airline, right? And I'll come back to the scheduled airline. I'll jump on to the market segment that Captain Gulab Singh ji just mentioned about NSOP. If you compare the number of aircraft in India under NSOP, it's very small. It's very small if you consider the markets like Far East, whether you talk about Singapore or you talk about US. The number of aircrafts in general aviation is huge. So, as a MRO player, one challenge which I see is if you do not have maintenance facility, the cost of maintenance of that aircraft or rather viability of that aircraft goes down. Of course, there could be other factors, but I'll leave it to the airline managers to handle that. I'll just focus on the maintenance of that aircraft. And secondly, as he said, that the reach of general aviation companies is far and wide. Though AIESL is approved for line maintenance facilities for 105 stations, which is a huge number, we are approved by DGCA. But if I include general aviation, I am sure he can point out a lot of stations where AIESL is not present. And second thing is, it's a different market segment. So we will have to price the services differently. We cannot have a price for general aviation on the same yardstick that we have for scheduled airlines. However, moving forward, if we can assure them or give them confidence that we can take care of your maintenance needs at the right price point, I think that would be great. Now, coming back to the scheduled maintenance, and please permit me to take a few more minutes. When we segment scheduled maintenance, one of the area which is very expensive for the airline and very important, that is engine MRO. Now, engine MRO requires skilled manpower. Those people have to be highly skilled and experienced. And AIESL has 3 engine maintenance shops which can test, and all of them have a test cell attached to it. We can test engines up to 150,000 pound force. And I would not say that these assets are AIESL's assets. I would actually say these are national assets because AIESL remains a government-owned company and these are national assets. So I see no reason why such an important segment of engine maintenance, airlines would have to explore MROs outside India. And there are a couple of reasons. I mean, when we talk about quality, the best MROs abroad have approvals where they meet the international standards, global standards, which thankfully in aviation are very clearly defined. So IASA 145 approved engine shop anywhere in the world will have the same basic standards which they would be complying. So that should be a good enough factor for the airlines to have confidence that if they are giving their engine to a IASA DGCA FAA approved facility, they would have a product which will be reliable and the standard of workmanship would be excellent. I would come back to base maintenance. Now, base maintenance, there are a lot of aircrafts in order, and the airlines are exploring different models of financing, sale and leaseback. So, Government of India has already come out with the initiative of the gift city because there was a demand from airlines that we no longer purchase aircrafts. We have to take aircrafts on sale and leaseback, and there are no leasing companies within the country. So the government has come out with the gift city. So now you have a gift city where you can have a similar service what you used to get earlier in Ireland or any other place. Right, so the taxation part and the financing part is taken care of. And I would also like to share that we are not talking only about leasing aircraft. It also includes leasing engines, right? So now these initiatives have already come about. It's only time for the stakeholders within the country to collaborate, because collaboration is the name of the game. I would not like any MRO and AIESL in particular to come out with a rigid stand that we are the oldest MRO, we have all those things. No. I mean, we do take pride in our history, but we are absolutely open to collaborate and meet the needs of the Indian aviation ecosystem. So we would like to hear what is expected by various stakeholders, and there is no reason why those needs cannot be addressed within the country.
Okay, so need to collaborate. I think there lies the key for the MRO industry. Need to collaborate with the OEMs and also with the airlines, so as to provide a complete support and to get the complete support from an OEM. And then only the MRO industry can survive. And Rambabu, in a way, he has also given a bad news for you. Somewhere your services will be priced, which will be in between the large airlines and the non-scheduled operator. Your your engineering costs will be somewhere in between the two. Well, let me come down to the OEM, the industry expert, a person who has seen the world, who has worked with different airlines, different OEMs, and perhaps knows what lies in the industry in India and abroad. Ashmita, let me come to you.
Thank you, Sharad.
Globally, how is the partnership between an MRO and an airlines and perhaps an OEM? And do you think that India is going towards the same direction, or is there something missing in India?
Thank you, Sharad, and thank you, Mr. Thakur, for giving me this opportunity to come and talk about it, and my esteemed panelists here. I do want to say that I am transitioning from Pratt & Whitney this month, but as you said, Sharad, having worked with Rolls-Royce, having worked with Boeing, having worked with Pratt & Whitney, at this stage, I can understand the pain points and can understand the inflection point we are at this moment, and share my views. So there's no denying the fact that today, what was not so before historically, today we have an engine, and I'll make a distinction here. I'm talking more about the engine MRO versus the aircraft MRO. The engine order book right now is very strong. We're looking at 1,200 aircraft, which means India will need to do MRO on 2,400 engines in the coming years. India will generate a demand, continuous demand for the next 20 or so years for OEMs, for MRO providers, for airlines, because of the volumes that are promised. 700 aircraft over and above that already exist within India. So again, we're coming to a number of 1,700. Number two, the growth potential is confirmed, and therefore when you say, how do we build a sustained aviation horizon, it's important to note that we are well on our way to success there. India is also a very critical market in the eyes of all OEMs and airlines across the world because of the same thing. So therefore, that's the third positive point. Then when we go further, at the moment, the government has been very supportive. We've been talking to the government for the past 5 years, and now we've been able to achieve what we call a reduction on GST and on custom duties on import of MRO engine parts into India from 28 to 5%, which also under the transfer pricing mechanism is actually 0%. Further, the convergence between defense MRO and civil MRO is something we have been rooting for individually and collectively as an industry. And today, the minister mentioned that we are looking at that as a clear-cut solution for bringing in MRO into India. So that said, I go back to what Mr. Thakur said. The name of the game is collaboration. How do we go ahead and what makes for a successful MRO? Strategic location, for example, AIESL has that. It is located in India, which has the potential to become a hub internationally. And within India, I would say a facility in Delhi, a facility in Mumbai, and a facility in Nagpur, nothing could be better. You know, that is very important to have when we are looking at turnaround times, etc. It is very important to have a MRO strategically located. Then I'll just give you an example of Pratt & Whitney. Pratt & Whitney has 20 narrow-body MROs across the world and 50, MRO shops, which include general aviation and others across the world. And it's a very effective network that services all kinds of aircraft across the world, but each facility is specific to a family of aircraft. So that is important. We need to focus because the expertise has to be compartmentalized somewhat when we talk. Highly skilled labor, again, India has all of that. And a strong OEM partnership is what we need. One of the mandates that came out in the defense procurement policy, and I'm going to talk about that, the current CFM shop that is being set up in Hyderabad actually is in support of a defense MRO. So there's a collaboration there. Similarly, if OEMs are making defense sales into India and they are willing to invest in a commercial MRO, it's counted as a credit and it is an investment into India and is counted under the military sale also. So that is one key factor, for attracting OEMs here. Now these are, of course, very collective policies across MOCA, across MOD, etc., but important to note as we go forward. Deep-seated, deep pockets, lots of capital needed in an engine MRO versus an aircraft MRO. It's as simple as, if you have a car and you want to wash it, clean it, paint it, etc., you'd go to anybody, any MRO. But when it comes to an engine MRO, it's very important. We have the FAA senior representative, Mr. Daniel Jacobs, sitting here, and he will emphasize that unless an MRO, an engine MRO, is certified, qualified, its shop has to be DGCA, FAA, DGCA qualified and certified. That's very important. Also, the entire skilled workforce has to be completely certified. Otherwise, they cannot even touch a wrench to the engine. It is not allowed because of the safety regulations and the high demand of safety that this industry requires. So an engine MRO is highly, highly subject to scrutiny and consistent inspections and regulations and has to perform to those world standards as we go forward. So now, what are the OEMs thinking right now? What are the airlines thinking right now? If we had more airline people in this, in this audience, we'd like to, after this, hear their inputs as to why the airlines do send their airplanes out of India. And what is it that needs to be done in India? Because each one of them is going to save on turnaround times, is going to save on shipment costs, which is 40 to 50 to 60 million, as you would tell us, when an engine goes out of the country and has to come back. So airlines would only be at an advantage in terms of cost, in terms of operations, in terms of controlling their supply chains out of India. If these things were to be done in India, versus sending this 85% of the business out of India, as you know, my colleague here, Mr. Ram Babu said. So airlines are a very, very important part of this collaboration. The airline contracts with the OEM at the sale, at the point of time when the engine is sold to the airline as to what maintenance model and schedule it is going to follow. So that is the timing that the MRO provider needs to come in and say, this is going to be done in India. Therefore, that collaboration part is hugely necessary. Number two, sale and leaseback model you're talking about. Therefore, the lessor also becomes an important partner here. You know, we're talking about the airlines, we're talking about the OEM, we are talking about the, now also here, the lessor. And of course, the government as we go forward. Right now, what is happening across the airlines are concentrating on managing their operations. OEMs are trying to manage the supply chain, which got impacted very negatively during the COVID. So now the airlines and the OEMs are concentrated and focusing only on supply chain management and airline operations. I think you know, somebody can be contrary and say, right now the focus is not MRO. They just want to leave it to the subject matter experts, the OEMs, and just leave it to them and not looking at MRO. So this has to be brought to our notices that when we go forward, we have to look at all of that. That said, I think finally, I come to the same point, the timing is now. This year, 2025, will be very important as companies look at setting their new schedules when the lessor activity happens, new leasing terms are set. That is the time we need to all collaborate and make these things happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashmita. So now you have brought in another angle. It's not just a triangle, it's actually quadrilateral. Airlines, MRO, OEM, and also the leasing company. Between four of them, they form the four sides of the quadrilateral. And until the quadrilateral remains of the correct size, each relationship properly defined, the quadrilateral will keep on getting totally out of hands. Thanks for bringing that. Now let me go back to Mr. Anjajan. You have been in the industry for almost 50 years now. You have seen those days when airlines used to be virtually self-sufficient as far as engineering needs are concerned, having their own engineering department for providing A to Z support to, and airlines not having any engineering department and depending on different MROs for complete MRO need, to an airlines which is now aspiring to have its own in-house MRO and maybe reduce or maybe totally do away with the dependence on an outside MRO. How has your journey been in the last 50 years?
Can you repeat?
Yeah, it's something simple. Good old days, the airlines used to be self-sufficient, do everything in-house. Number two, another extreme came when airlines was there without having any engineering department whatsoever and complete support being outsourced, to the same airlines now going back towards having an in-house MRO which will do maybe 70-80% of the job for itself. How has your journey been? Let's be quick.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Sharad, for this question. So just to elaborate on that, when we were 100% self-reliant, like on AIESL MRO, definitely the philosophy was different. So in the sense, if now we are going for our own MRO, so it's like a start. I will say it's a start. It's like at the maybe at the line maintenance level or whatever, but not at the base maintenance. So as an MRO in real sense, which I could understand that It's the base activities that becomes very, very important. So since we have got various MROs in India, which are supporting all through, in my opinion, as I always say, that there is no competition now. Basically, there is no competition. As such, there is scarcity of MROs in India. And definitely, as various panelists told, that we are that Indian various airlines in India, they are sending their aircraft outside. It's not that they intend to, because now slots is an issue. So much of work within India of various MROs that if the slots are available, they are the happiest to do it within India. No doubt economics comes in between, that it has to be competitive. So that's why various RFPs processes may be followed, and whoever gives the best services and the slot, it's accepted. So that's what I have seen lately. So there is no competition, there is no threat to any MRO. So it's all has to be seen in totality. Provide the best of services, provide best of economics, competitives, and timelines, turnaround time. So these things are the key. So it's not that we are resorting to our own MRO. Definitely that is an effort, but it's at the line maintenance level at the moment. And it's a continuous progress, and which can support many airlines within the country. So that's what I think, and looks to be right in my perception. So there is no competition. So all MROs are good in India, and definitely all the airlines strive to not to send any aircraft or engines outside. And regarding one more thing I would like to touch regarding this engines MRO in AISL, 3 big MROs. So just to share my work with Air India Express, I have never sent my 7B engine outside. So it was so a great sport at AISL MRO Engine Show Mumbai, and it was all the engines were done at a very competitive and good rates. Actually, this was under a sort of review also, that how come our engine maintenance cost was so low during our 7B engines maintenance. So just to put my views in place, definitely not even a single engine I have sent outside during my tenure with Air India Express. But lately now the various philosophies have come. I like to touch up regarding this SLB model also, sale and leaseback of engines. It's not, there are many variables. We cannot generalize this. Now SLB may be good if we may be retiring our fleet. So there are various models, actually, various requirements of the airline, and there are multiple variables to make a decisions. Ultimately, it comes to economics. Whatever is the best economics to take a decision, that comes in the picture. So I think I have answered your question.
Thank you. And even though I had some more questions for the panelists, but then rather than me doing the job, I leave it to the audience. So please feel free to ask some questions to the panelists. Anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see your hand there.
Yeah, Ravinder sir, Mr. Jain. Sir, a simple question is there. Seeing this situation, how the things are developing in India, do we have the qualified manpower available? Maybe in near future or right now also, and in near future also?
Yes, to answer your question, I think there is one more session in the afternoon in which I will be there as one of the panel member. I think it can be answered well in that. That's a very important aspect, no doubt.
Yeah.
The manpower definitely is a challenge, but
It's definitely a concern.
But different MROs and airlines are coming up with a solution, and maybe in 3-4 years from now, that may not be a challenge.
Sharon, maybe I disagree with you.
Yeah,
There are a lot of, we'll discuss it later, okay?
Good afternoon. This is Sangeeta Saxena, Editor, Aviation and Defense Universe. My question is to Captain Tawar. Sir, in general aviation, where fractional ownership is a model, does fractional ownership become an impediment to MRO activity? Does it prove to be a hindrance? My question is to Captain Tawar, because he is from general aviation. So,
You're talking about the fractional ownership.
Yes, so is it an impediment to MRO activity? Does it become a hindrance to MRO activity?
I don't have much of idea about it, ma'am. So, but Mr. Thakur can answer on this.
Right. See, fractional ownership is also a type of business model, right?
Yeah.
But we have to see that the regulation, DGCA, has long time back differentiated between the operator and the owner. So in fractional ownership, it's the ownership which is being split, right? So it has to be, depending on the regulation, they will not permit responsibility to be assigned where it cannot be done uniquely.
Okay, I think there's no more questions from the audience and we are anyway running out of time. So since, yeah, okay, Tomar Saab, just quickly, very quickly, sir. Very quickly, sir.
So question is to Ms. Smita. What I'm saying that in spite of your engine being more fuel efficient on the current generation aircraft, why is the Indian operators are exiting your product? Maybe it is not because of your lack of MRO and lack of strategic vision on part of Pratt & Whitney that before selling your product to country, make sure that you establish an MRO so that you can support them, and then even if your product is going to refinement, but your support is there, because that is question, and your competitor is already doing it into that. So that is question to Ms. Smita.
So I won't answer on behalf of Pratt & Whitney, but what you said was not correct. Nobody is exiting, that is not a correct statement. But yes, having an MRO in country, I think it's largely between the airline and the lessor and the OEM, and it's a joint decision as to where the engine goes for MRO. Because the Pratt & Whitney network is hugely competent and hugely effective across the world. So it is not the distance, it is where you have the capability, where you have the turnaround time, and where you have the expertise, and where you have the tooling and technology adoption, which is another thing which is at the top to make it a world-class MRO. So those are the factors that decide as to where an engine goes. It is not just the distance, that's a very small.
In fact, let me just say that I really do not think what came first. I think the engines come first and MROs come much later, typically 5 to 8 years later. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. You see, let me also explain there. You don't need to overhaul an engine the day you buy an engine. It is at least 5 years away before it will come to a maturity of an overhaul. So you don't set up shop before, you set up shop much later when you are coming close to the life cycle of the engine, where it is reaching that maturity for overhaul. Currently on defense engines, which are not used so regularly, for 10 years, 15 years, they don't even need MRO. In commercial, you need it much faster.
So thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. Just one second, sir.
Sir, we have a question. Can we keep this offline, sir? We are
running out of time. In fact, I've been told to vacate the stage for the next panel. So over to you, sir.
Thank you so very much, sir. Sorry, sir, unfortunately, due to paucity of time, we would like to accommodate for the next panel as well, and we also have the forthcoming lunch. So I do request for those of you who have any more questions, please do consult with our esteemed panelists offline, and I'm sure they'll be very glad to answer those queries. For now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we've all had a very fulfilling interactive session. Let's give all our esteemed panelists a nice big round of applause. And I take the pleasure of inviting Mr. S.C. Gupta, industry veteran architect of airline engineering and fleet growth, to kindly join us up on stage. Thank you, sir, for joining. Let's have a big round of applause for Mr. S.C. Gupta as I request Mr. Gupta to present mementos and tokens of appreciation to all our esteemed panelists, starting with Ms. Ashmita Sethi, President and Country Head, Pratt & Whitney. Let's have a big round of applause. former president and country head at Pratt & Whitney. Ma'am, if you would please come up in front. Thank you so much. And a nice warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Let's have a token of appreciation to Shri Anil Jain, Advisor to Managing Director of Air India Express. A nice, good, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much, sir. Let's have a token of appreciation to Captain Gulab Singh Tamar, Founder and Chairman, Sarthi Airways. Do join in with a nice warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Let's have a token of appreciation to Shri Ram Babu, CEO, Alliance Air. Thank you so very much, sir, for all your inputs. And a token of appreciation to Shri R.S. Thakur, Executive Director, AIESL. Thank you so very much, sir, for all the inputs. Thank you so much. And finally, a token of appreciation to Shri Sharad Agarwal, CEO, AIESL, for this fabulous panel discussion moderated. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I now invite Mr. S.C. Gupta and our esteemed panelists to kindly step up in front of the stage for a group photograph together. Thank you each and every one of you for your very invaluable, precious insights, opinions, and this fabulous discussion that we had. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I apologize on behalf of the panel that due to paucity of time, we could not take any more questions on this forum, but I'm sure each and every one of you will be able to approach our esteemed panelists offline during the breaks that we have and have all your queries, questions resolved and answered. Thank you once again to all our esteemed panelists. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to move into our next panel discussion. We have requested our moderator and our panelists to keep it short, concise and crisp so that we all can enrich ourselves in the shortest time and of course also be in time for lunch and have the most of the day's agenda. So ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with the power session on component MRO, challenges and the road ahead. And to moderate this panel discussion, we have amongst us Mr. Avinash Dhanurkar, General Manager, AIESL. Let's welcome him with a nice warm round of applause. Welcome, sir. And Mr. Avinash will now welcome all our esteemed panelists as they join us up on stage. We have joining us Sri H.R. Jagannath, Prompt MRO CEO and Managing Director. Let's welcome him with a nice warm round of applause. I'd like to request Mr. Jagannath to kindly join us up on stage. Once again, we have Sri H.R. Jagannath, Prompt MRO CEO and Managing Director. Thank you so very much, sir, for joining us. Yes. We'd like to welcome Sri T. Suresh, General Manager, AIESL. Welcome, sir. Please do join us. Ladies and gentlemen, please do join in with a nice round of applause. Thank you so much. I'd like to welcome Sri Babu Kerai, Program Director for SIAEC. Let's welcome him with a nice warm round of applause. Thank you so very much for joining us, sir. And finally, let's welcome Sri Pulak Sen, Founder, MRO Association of India. Thank you so very much, sir, for joining us. Once again, we have amongst us Mr. Pulak Sen, Founder, MRO Association of India, joining us up on stage. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our esteemed panel up on stage ready for competent MRO challenges on the road ahead. I'd like to hand over to our moderator, Mr. Avinash Dhanurkar, sir. Please do take this discussion forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all for this interesting panel discussion, important panel discussion organized by AIESL. And the topic of this is component MRO challenges and the road ahead. I know there is a paucity of time and we have to like break for the lunch, so we'll try to keep it as interesting and short as possible. I'll introduce you the panelists over here, like distinguished panelists. I'll start with Mr. Babu Karai. He's a seasoned expert in MRO operations and component management. And as far as Mr. Babu Karai is concerned, he's an aviation professional with previous roles held in Rolls-Royce, GV Aviation. He has set up Tram Asia. He's VP Base Maintenance of Singapore Airlines Engineering. He's currently Program Director for Singapore Airlines Engineering and he's managing the Air India A320 PBS program. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
I go to Mr. Jagannath. He has more than 40 years of experience in MROs. His leadership in aviation engineering and maintenance. His experience spans aircraft maintenance, quality management, regulatory compliance, and strategic project execution. He has seen wide-body aircraft. He was CEO of AIESL, and he has done lots of involved in VVIP aircraft modification and international maintenance setup. He has been very much involved in EASA, FAA certification, and I welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Then I go to Mr. Pulak Sen. He's an industry expert. He's a veteran. He's got more than, I think, 45 years of experience. He is very much associated with the MRO Association of India. He has interacted with government on various panels. He has been, always been pushing the agenda of MROs and all the aviation related, particularly Indian MROs. And he has been veteran in the industry, doesn't need much of recognition. Welcome,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Yeah. I'll start set the agenda for this particular meeting. Component MRO, we know engine MRO, there has been lots of progress which has been made in engine MROs. Line maintenance, major maintenance, obviously there has been lots of progress. Component MRO, maybe because of some certain inherent things which are associated with component MRO. Lots of components, lots of OEMs. There have been, problems at various levels, issues at various levels. But the best part about it is still Indian MRO particularly is still sustaining and showing its presence. And as the minister has already expressed his views and the push for the Atmanirbhar Bharat and Made in India, Make in India, definitely it's a good opportunity. And I think there is a field for everybody. There is a field for OEMs, there is a field for the foreign MROs, Indian MROs, airlines. Everybody has a space and very important role to play. So I think it's time to put some questions to the panelists. I'll start with Mr. Babu Karai. My question is as a foreign MRO, you have seen your own take as far as the MRO ecosystem in India is concerned. You know, as a foreign MRO, there are so many Indian MROs also existing here. So how do you see your existence and your entry and any challenges you have faced? At the same time, how you see that this particular ecosystem to grow in future?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for allowing me to participate in this event. So what used to happen in the past is airlines, in particular like Air India, they used to manage their own component MRO activity, okay? So they were responsible for managing. However, what's happened over the last 10, 15 years is these airlines now have provided the component MRO to PBH providers, okay? So you have the likes of Indigo, Air India, Akasa Air. They have given this to PBH providers. So the PBH providers are responsible for the MRO activities. And the reason why the airlines have done this is because then they can focus on carrying passengers, because that's their main activity. And they can put the pressure on the PBH provider to make sure that they meet their service level agreements, okay? So that's where we've shifted in the power play. So any MRO that wants to grow or develop in India, there are, in my view, there are 3 buckets. But first, you have to convince the PBH provider that please bring work to me and don't send it overseas. Okay? Now, the 3 buckets, the first bucket are labeled the buckets A, B, C. So bucket A is where you do simple things like escape slides, oxygen bottles, fire bottles, and things like this. These are easy to do, but there's a lot of people in India who already do these, and it's a highly competitive environment. The advantage here is high volume, but the dollar is low, okay? And India has very good shops, 7, 8 shops that do this, including AIESL. That's category A. Category B is items such as pneumatics, hydraulic, and fuel systems, okay? Now, in order to enter that field, AIESL are well into that field, but in order for others to enter that field, you have to convince the DGCA that you have the necessary approvals, the training, and all the rest of it. Because the OEMs will be very difficult to convince the OEMs to move here in that particular field. They'll say, well, why don't you just send it overseas to me, to USA or wherever they are? Okay, it's very difficult for them to convince them. So the way to grow that field is you have to convince the DGCA that you have the necessary training, approvals, etc. So you can partner with one of the companies in US or Europe, a third-party MRO, and do a JV with them, right? I mean, there are lots of companies in US who would love to come to India and do a JV whereby they bring their FAA YASA certification, the tooling, manual access, and you can develop that. So that is what I call bucket B, and that brings in medium-sized revenue. So you've moved up one more league, okay? Then the final league, category C, is where you get into very complex components, okay? Now, here, the volume is low, but the dollar value is extremely high. People like Honeywell, when we send items overseas to Honeywell, you know, an item can cost up to $250,000 to $300,000 to overhaul. But in order to convince the OEM to come here, once you've convinced the PBH provider, the issue you have is volume, okay? Because you have to convince the Honeywell, for example, you have to convince them to come to India. But if you're only getting 5 removals per year, they will say, it's not worth it. So you have to approach all the airlines in Air India, Indigo, and all of them and say, look, I will be able to do this, and I'll be able to give you a cost-effective solution. And once you convince them, then you can go to the likes of the larger OEMs. See, with the larger OEMs, you do need their approvals, manuals, complexity. I'm talking about things like avionics, fuel systems, and things like that, very complex items. So they're the three buckets that I have. But by doing in India, you save on GST, you save on shipping costs, and TAT, which is very important. So that's my perspective on the growth of India. If anybody wants to develop capability in India and grow, the growth is phenomenal. The area is there, but these are the 3 buckets that you have to go into.
Very well put in, sir. You touched the very right point about the joint ventures or maybe, carrying out, as you said, that there are certain repairs, certain tasks which, because of the volume constraint, maybe the OEMs may not be very interested in doing it in India. But we have an infrastructure of many MROs in India who have these capabilities. So can you just like, as a small this thing, like how do you look forward to that particular thing? Doing like, you know, taking the help of the local partners and how you want to take it forward? Any initiative has been taken in, because government has been giving so many options and giving so many impetus for this particular Make in India thing. So maybe your take on this.
So what you have to do, first of all, is to convince the PBH provider that, please overhaul your component in India. I have a shop, or I'm going to develop a shop, and it'll save you on GST, shipping, and TAT, and it's made in India. I manage the A320 PBH program for Air India currently. It's around 110 aircraft. And my goal is to look for MROs in India that can service us. Because again, the shipping, TAT, and also growth in India. So I think the other MROs, for example, AIESL is a good example, and other MROs, you need to go and talk to the likes of KLM Air France, Lufthansa, and even Boeing, and convince them and say to them, look, I'd like to do these 3 part numbers here, and if that's the case, then the OEM cannot do anything, because once you get the approval, these are the people who route the items to you. So that's the way forward.
Excellent, sir. I'd like to put my next question to Mr. Jagannath. Mr. Jagannath has seen it all, right from the scratch, like, you know, when engineering used to be part of airline, and now the new ecosystem wherein now we have MROs. He has seen the interaction with OEM, the challenges, everything. Sir, you can tell us your journey as far as this growth of particularly the component MRO is concerned.
Okay, thank you for all the praise given to me. Yes, I could say I've seen it all. I was with Air India when Air India did everything in-house. And then I took over AIESL. By the time the ecosystem had changed, and as you rightly pointed out, most of the other airlines started going for PBH, except Air India was still trying to depend on the infrastructure we had. But the OEM stopped supporting us. And we found it very difficult to get the CMMs. The reason is, they said you are an MRO, and we give the CMMs only to the airline. So we had to depend on the airline to get the CMMs. And even when we got the CMMs, they did not give us this support for the software, the documentation, the service bulletin, and so many other things. Meantime, the focus of the airline was to fly from point A to point B and not waste their time on these component issues. So they just floated tenders for a PBH. When AIESL wanted to participate in the PBH, we had to have a capability of at least 500 components before we could participate, which we did not have. Meantime, giants in Europe like Lufthansa, Technic, Air France, KLM, they had enough capability, and Turkish MRO, all these people applied for the PBH and won the tender. So the airline was very happy. We have outsourced all our maintenance. We don't have any more headaches. But the unfortunate part is none of the airlines thought we are killing the MRO industry in India, and we are going to be totally dependent on some outside party. That thought never crossed the mind of the airlines, because they are focusing on their business, which is to fly from point A to point B. The end result is today we are in a very sorry state where OEMs do not supply us with any CMM. When the MRO approaches the OEM, they say, sorry, don't approach us, you go to the airline. Airlines are not interested in the OEM part and other maintenance angle because they've already done the PBH part of it. So now the MRO industry, especially the component part of it, is struggling like anything. And I don't think unless, as gentleman pointed out, we can convince the big MROs who are already having the PBH to outsource their job in India because of the GST and other benefits. But then we have been continuously focusing on this with the government, and the government has reduced the GST part, they reduced the tax part, they reduced everything, so much so it doesn't make any sense for an outside service provider to outsource their business in India. What is the benefit they are going to get? So the ecosystem has totally changed, the concept has totally changed. The regulations which we have in place do not permit us to do the servicing for the components because most of the aircrafts are on lease. So even if DGCA permits us, okay, you can do the maintenance, we will give you approval. Let's say they say that. And we have the capability to do that. But still, what we maintain and give it to the airline will not be acceptable by the lessor. Lessor will say, we want EASA or FAA certification. And FAA and EASA certification will say, where is your OEM support? So it is a vicious circle by which the Indian component industry or MRO has lost its capability to sustain. And one more issue which I faced was, we had capabilities, but since the business from the airline was not coming to us, there is a rule called 6/24. The last 6 months, in the last 2 years, minimum 6 months you have to certify a component. Since the components were not coming to us, we lost that capability also. Slowly, we lost the capability to do most of the components. Meantime, those components which were easily available like wheels, brakes, as he pointed out, the fire extinguisher, the oxygen system, tremendous competition in our country, where for wheels itself, I know there are more than 7 to 8 MROs. And I remember if Air India, as AIESL, we could produce a wheel for rupees 10,000. The outside competition was able to produce a wheel for 1,500 rupees. Just imagine. Now you will say the quality may be different, all that you can talk. But the end result was we were out of competition because of the So finally, unless the outside MROs think that there is some benefit in coming to us and getting the jobs done here, I don't find much scope for our MRO industry to come up.
Very well put, sir. But as we know, airline wants to reduce the cost. They want TAT. So maybe as Mr. Babu has suggested that, getting into some kind of close partnership with the local MRO, that will be the in thing. Mr. Sen has done lots of interaction with the government as far as the taxation and other parts are concerned. He has been continuously pursuing these particular things with the government, and he himself is right from the beginning involved in all the MRO activities. So I'd like to know how far we have progressed in this particular matter as far as the government levies and all taxation structure in India is concerned.
The taxation has changed. GST has been brought down to 5%. Recently, the Honorable Minister himself has brought down the IGST to 5%. We have both the level playing field for IGST and GST. Having said so, the volume of business for MRO is not that much so that we can take the benefit out of it. Coming to what Mr. Jagannath said, I know the days when one of the OEMs came to you for TCAS, and they were not willing to set up a facility in a Nagpur facility, but they wanted to send it to Singapore. You remember those days?
You are right, it was not only TCAS, it was weather radar, it was, list of at least 12 avionics components, which we were doing in-house, which we could have easily done it. But the OEM said, no, we want it all to be sent outside, and we don't want to support it.
So, coming back to cooperation with the OEM, there have been companies in India, MRO companies. In fact, Air India Engineering has done some, cooperation with Pratt & Whitney. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. Pratt & Whitney, you had done some little cooperation for MRO.
Please repeat the question, sir.
You had some cooperation with Pratt & Whitney for MRO? Yes.
Yes, we had See, actually, not only with Pratt & Whitney, we also had with GE.
GE,
We were the
yes.
GE branded shop in Nagpur for CFM 90,
Yeah, I know.
G90 engines,
Yeah.
and CFM 7B and
Correct.
5B engines. And also the old Boeing,
Yeah.
plus Pratt & Whitney engines. We had a cooperation with them.
Yeah.
But all our engines were shifted to GE, so it was not, we could not do much about it.
Coming back to Avinash, your this thing, the government of India, not from today, from 2015 onwards, have been having successive talks with OEMs, be it engine, be it airframe, be it system providers. They have been stressing the need for having joint venture with Indian MROs and developing. We have not developed into world-class MRO, I am sorry to say, sitting in Air India Engineering, but we have to learn from quite a lot through processes and other things. And the government has been telling the OEMs to form tie-up. So I think it is a little time that is taken. Within 5 years, I think some good OEMs would have tie-up with Indian MROs. And having said so, you know the CFM factory that has come up, Ashmita was also saying, that will come up in 2026. Some of the engines will be, LEAP engines will be, MRO will be done there, but it is not enough for the number of engines that are coming in. So I think there should be some private party to undertake those engines as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Very well said. So what we can say, like there is a government which is supporting all the ecosystem in India for components. There are international MROs which are ready to participate, have some kind of alliance partnership with the local MRO. As Mr. Jagannath has already said, very rightly pointed out about the issues with the OEM. There are certain issues where, like, definitely it is, MRO is facing lots of issues as far as those challenges are concerned. I'll go to Mr. Suresh. He is originally basically from component shop, and he has been involved almost more than 30 years experience with the component shop, and he has been instrumental in, he was very closely associated with the, because there is a classic example with AISL, wherein landing gear shop is concerned. So it's a very classic example which can be studied very nicely, and that particular this thing can always be implemented to the other components, wherein very successfully a landing gear shop has been set up for all the 737 components and E320, whichever, like, because 787, 777s were not allowed. So, but it has been running very well, in a very proper manner, in a very systematic way, and we have been slowly expanding it to FAA and EASA, other agencies. So I'd like to know from Mr. Suresh, like how it started and what were the hurdles, basic hurdles, what you face in that? Any basic issues, what you face in this particular venture?
Yeah, thank you, Avinash. Before I answer that question, I would like to add on to Jagannath sir's earlier view on OEM integration, vertical integration. It's not always that all the components will go into the OEMs for overall. There are times the components which are huge in size, like, fan tiers, fan thrust reversers, and translating cowls. When such components are sent to OEMs, MROs like, Spirit Aero or Collins Aerospace, the time consumed for transportation as well as the cost involved in the transportation and logistics is quite high. So we should leverage such kind of job to take up in-house, that is within India. So we can diversify our business into, that specialized services instead of focusing on small items like actuators and the oxygen bottles or small items. Similarly, Redome is another challenge which is, not many OEM shops are around the globe. Of course, it is there, but again, the transportation. It is a very delicate items, packaging and transportation. And another thing is we can do it in a fractional cost. The same way landing gear, we have, just now you told me, we have been overhauling landing gears of, the legacy aircrafts, 747-200, then -400s earlier. Then 737, we have complete overhaul of the complete Air India Express fleet was one cycle has already completed. Now the second cycle is going to start. Similarly, we have set up this 320 landing gear successfully. The best part to do the overalls in-house is the price. We can definitely give a good competition to OEMs. So that way, it's not that we are going to lose the business. There is definitely hope. We can leverage on specialized jobs which can be done within our MRO in India.
Thank you, Suresh. I'd like to go to Mr. Babu for a short time. Like the supply chain issue, what we face from the MRO, like, getting any support from MRO as far as the spares are concerned, as well as you said about there is some literature issue, whatever like, documentation you need from the MRO. Is there any way, because as Mr. Suresh has very rightly suggested, that there are so many things we can do on our own, something which is not specified in the manual. Of course, you have to take lots of effort, but that is something which is your specialty. That is what specialty, if you have that technical know-how, that experience, definitely you have a huge potential to do. So is there any, like, you definitely must be facing similar kind of issues with the OEM. So do you suggest anything like how, of course, definitely we cannot do away with the OEM thing, but are there any regulatory things in which we can have certain, certain way we can, try to keep it to minimum, this interaction, not other interaction, but, this particular getting this in the minimum of time so that, TAT is, and the cost is involved, so, something like that. We'll keep it very short.
So basically, Singapore Airlines engineering company, our goal is to increase the MRO footprint in India. I cannot comment for the other PBH providers in the Indian environment, but we definitely want to increase the footprint here. In fact, what we have started to do is we've approached AISL and said to them, look, you cannot repair this item because the OEM has removed the repair portion. We've come across this, but at least you can test it. You have the test equipment. So we send it to them, they clean and test. If it fails test, we ship it to Singapore, to the OEM. But if it passes test, we do it here. So we're looking for all kinds of innovative ways to overcome the hurdles that we face on airframe components. So I think that there are ways forward, but the OEMs obviously becoming more and more difficult. But you have to look at working closely and trying to overcome the hurdles. But our goal is to increase the footprint in India and to grow the MRO business in India. Our goal is not to send things to Singapore, ideally. Yes.
Definitely, sir. Thank you so much. I think we have touched most of the points in this discussion, a little short of time. I'll just throw the discussion open to the audience. We can take a couple of questions if somebody wants to ask something. Gentleman at the back.
Hello. I'm from AIESL. My question is directed to Mr. Babu Kesri. Sir, as you very well said that for NFF facilities, you are looking after, you're looking for AIESL as a company to do initial testing in India. If the component doesn't fail, then they can do the testing and very well do maintenance in India. In case the component found an FF at the outside, so then it's okay. But to reduce the cost for the shipment and to do the cost analysis of the component which are being sent outside, so you can leverage the facilities of AIESL in India. So what is your call on that?
Could you little bit You're talking about doing something, like
I-
you said, some part
Yeah,
testing can be done in India.
I said like he said when component initial testing is being done in India, so and it is found that no fault is found. So it can very well test it in other facilities in-house. Rather than sending a component directly to the outside of India, it will increase the cost and also give advantage to the indigenous MROs in India.
Okay, I understand the question now. I understand the question. The reason why we do test only and no repair, because the OEMs are becoming very smart now. So what they do is when they give you the CMM, they allow you to test. But after test, they have removed from the CMM the repair portion. So you cannot repair. AIESL, we have come across 4 or 5 components that I've sent to AIESL where they said, sir, we cannot repair, but we can test for you. So the OEMs have started to reduce the content in the CMM because they want you to send it to them. So that is why I said that we are testing only and not repairing, because there is no repair portion. It's been removed. Yeah.
Sir, one question from my side.
We can take one more question.
Yeah.
I think ma'am raised her hand first, so if possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the final question on this forum.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Sangeeta Saxena, editor, Aviation and Defense Universe. I wanted to understand, sir, and my question is to anyone who would like to answer, that inventory holding costs are how much of a problem to you in component MRO, and how many of MROs which are representing even here have the just-in-time ordering for their financial gains?
Once the PBH is signed by the airline with a service provider, they specify what is something called the base stock, and they give access to the airline to the vast components they have placed all over the world. So the base stock is what you are referring to here. So the base stock are those items which are no-go items. The aircraft will become AOG. So those items are stocked in India, for which we pay anywhere between 0.7 to 1% of the value of the stock placed in India. So if you are placing, you can understand what I'm trying to say. So let us say hydraulic pump is no-go in that particular aircraft. They will place a hydraulic pump. The value of the hydraulic pump, the rental to be paid by the airline will be about 0.7 to 1% of that.
Thanks to the audience to be patient. So to sum up the panel discussion, what I feel that all the players in the available ecosystem, they all have a scope. International MROs, OEMs, the Indian MROs, airline, everybody wants to reduce the cost. They want to reduce the TAT. But there is a level playing field, government in support. So there is a conducive environment, and definitely I think this can be taken forward another 5 years. Definitely we can see a sea change as far as the component MROs are concerned. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, each and every one of you, our esteemed panelists. Thank you. I'd now like to take the pleasure of inviting Shri Rajiv Tatir, General Manager, Adani Defense. Sir, if you would please join us up on stage. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And I'd request Shri Rajiv to hand over tokens of appreciation, mementos, to all our esteemed panelists on behalf of each and every one of us. So firstly, to Shri H.R. Jagannath, let's have a nice warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, please come up and come, sir. Thank you so very much, sir, for your insights. To Shri T. Suresh, thank you so very much, sir. Let's have a nice warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you so much, sir, for your insights, views. To Shri Babu Kerai, thank you so very much, sir. To Shri Pulak Sen, thank you so very much, sir.
And finally, to our moderator, Sri Avinash Dhanurkar. Thank you so very much, sir, for putting together a fabulous panel. Let's have a nice warm round of applause. And I'd like to invite Sri Rajiv to kindly join our esteemed panelists for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our morning session, or the first half of the day. We understand that each and every one of you present here through your interactions have gained a lot of knowledge, and of course, while that may have satiated some of your appetite for knowledge and the knowledge sharing that we had here, I'm sure you've also worked out a nice good appetite literally for lunch. So this is the perfect time. It is 2:15 on my watch. And ladies and gentlemen, we break for 45 minutes. We have lunch right through till 3 p.m. And we urge you and request you to kindly be back in this hall at 3 p.m. We have 2 more panel discussions post that. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more panel discussions post 3 p.m. and we're looking forward to all of you being a part of those discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to share information that this event is being telecast live on YouTube. Do inform your peers and your colleagues to keep up with this event live on YouTube. This is being telecast live, all the panel discussions, and of course this can be watched once again on repeat on YouTube. So please do ensure that you convey this to your peers who could not be physically present here. Enjoy your lunch, bon appetit, and see you back in this room at 3 p.m. Thank you very much.
Welcome to AI Engineering Services Limited, India's leading name in aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul. With decades of legacy, cutting-edge infrastructure, and a team of highly skilled professionals, AIESL keeps the nation flying high with unmatched precision and reliability. From line maintenance to heavy checks, from engine overhauls to component repairs, we ensure every aircraft that leaves our hangars is airworthy, efficient, and ready for the skies. Powered by excellence, driven by innovation, AIESL is the trusted partner for safe and seamless aviation. At the heart of AI Engineering Services Limited is our robust base maintenance capability, where precision meets experience to ensure aircraft safety and performance. We operate a network of advanced hangars strategically located across India. Delhi, 2 hangars dedicated to narrow-body aircraft. Kolkata, 3 hangars, including 1 wide-body and 2 narrow-body bays. Nagpur, 2 hangars specialized in wide-body maintenance. Hyderabad, 1 wide-body hangar. Trivandrum, 2 hangars for narrow-body aircraft. Mumbai, 3 hangars equipped for wide-body aircraft. Each facility is a hub of high-end engineering, manned by experts and built to handle comprehensive maintenance operations. Our base maintenance teams perform a wide range of critical tasks, including detailed structural inspections, major component replacements, cabin refurbishment and upgrades, landing gear overhaul, engine and APU change, system testing and troubleshooting, heavy checks including C&D checks. Supporting these operations are state-of-the-art facilities capable of composite repairs, structural maintenance, aircraft painting, and an extensive range of backshop capabilities. AIESL supports a diverse fleet of both civil and defense aircraft, including Airbus A320 family, Boeing 737, 777, and 787 series, ATR aircraft, and military platforms like Boeing 737-200, B777, and the A320 family. Across every runway, every terminal, and every gate, AI Engineering Services Limited is there, ensuring aircraft are ready for takeoff, on time and every time.
Ladies and gentlemen, those of you still present here in the hall, we have a request that we kindly head towards the lunch buffet, because we would be commencing our post-lunch discussions at 3 p.m. sharp. So we'd like you to make the most of the 45 minutes that you have. please do ensure that you have your lunch right now so that we can come back into this hall at 3 p.m. sharp, as we will then have our fourth panel discussion on workforce challenges, bridging the skill gap and attracting talent to the aviation MRO sector. Once again, this discussion commences at 3 p.m. sharp. So we do request you, kindly conclude your lunch by 3 p.m. Thank you.
And with on-call support available around the clock, airlines can count on us to deliver peace of mind, anytime, anywhere, fast, reliable. Everywhere you fly, AIESL line maintenance keeps your fleet in motion. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we don't just maintain engines, we power excellence. With a reputation built on precision, reliability, and innovation, AIESL delivers industry-leading engine repair, overhaul, and testing solutions to support global aviation. Engine overhauls are carried out at 3 major locations: Delhi, Mumbai, and Nagpur, each equipped to handle a wide range of engine types for both narrow and wide-body aircraft. We proudly service CFM56 5B series, CFM56 7B series, GE 9100 series, Gen X 1B series, PW 4000 series. We provide comprehensive borescope inspections, enabling accurate diagnostics without disassembly, saving both time and cost. And for long-term reliability, our preservation and storage services ensure engines remain in optimal condition while out of service. Our engine test houses located in Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Nagpur are built for precision. Equipped with automatic data acquisition systems, they deliver real-time analytics and performance monitoring. Each test cell is capable of handling engines producing up to 100,000 pounds of thrust. Delhi, testing CFM56 5B, Mumbai, CFM56 7B and PW 4000, Nagpur, GNX 1B and GE 90-100 series. With unmatched capability, advanced testing infrastructure, and a commitment to excellence, AIESL powers the engines that keep aviation moving. AIESL boasts comprehensive APU overhaul capabilities, supporting a diverse range of auxiliary power units across narrow and wide-body aircraft, including PW901A, Honeywell 331-500, Honeywell 1319A, Honeywell 189-1319B, PSHS 5000 Boeing 787. Our APU overhaul process is methodical and precise, performed by experienced technicians and guided by OEM standards. It includes complete disassembly and cleaning, detailed inspection using advanced tools, repairs and replacement of line replaceable units, precision balancing and borescope inspections, final assembly and functional testing. Every overhauled unit is validated at our dedicated APU test facility in Kolkata, where advanced diagnostics ensure that performance, reliability, and safety exceed global standards. Whether for narrow-body workhorses or long-haul wide bodies, AIESL provides complete APU support, keeping your aircraft powered, comfortable, and on schedule. Every aircraft is a masterpiece of engineering, and at its core are the critical components that keep it flying safely and efficiently. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we specialize in the repair and overhaul of vital aircraft components to ensure flawless performance from nose to tail. Our specialized component repair facilities include avionics, electrical, instrumentation, accessory, and the ATEC test bench, offering extensive in-house capability to test, repair, and certify a wide range of components across multiple aircraft platforms. AIESL provides complete wheel and brake overhaul services, as well as escape slide overhaul, delivering precision repairs, rigorous testing, and guaranteed safety, ensuring your aircraft stops as confidently as it flies. From electronics to hydraulics, wheels to wings, AIESL keeps every component of your aircraft in top form. Landing gear, once the unsung hero of every safe arrival at AI Engineering Services Limited. Our expertise in landing gear repair and overhaul ensures the strength, reliability, and precision your fleet depends on every single touchdown. Located in Mumbai, our state-of-the-art landing gear facility is DGCA and FAA approved, designed to deliver world-class overhauls for both civil and defense platforms. With over 200 landing gear overhauls successfully completed, AIESL has earned a reputation for quality, speed, and technical excellence. Our in-house capability covers critical hydraulic components, including actuators, shimmy dampers, and other precision hydraulic parts, backed by expert technicians and cutting-edge test systems. Our test facility boasts 10,000 PSI static pressure capability and a flow rate of up to 45 US gallons per minute at 4,000 PSI, ensuring each unit meets and exceeds rigorous performance standards. The cabin is where passengers spend their journey, and at AI Engineering Services Limited, we ensure that experience is safe, modern, and exceptional through our comprehensive cabin modification and rectification services. AIESL's MTO is a DGCA and EASA approved training organization operating under CAR 147 standards at our facilities in Delhi, Mumbai, Thiruvananthapuram, and Kolkata, setting the gold standard in aviation maintenance education. Our training center offers type rating courses for a wide range of aircraft, including Airbus A318, A319, A320, A321, Boeing 737, B4747, B777, and B787, ATR 4272221A. These programs are delivered by industry-experienced instructors, combining classroom learning with live aircraft exposure. Our maintenance training organization also provides customized programs for a wide range of aviation stakeholders, including Air India Limited, Air India Express, Air India Regional, Civil Aviation Department of the Government of India, Indian Air Force and Indian Navy, AME training schools, vendors, and various state and central government organizations. With decades of hands-on experience and regulatory excellence, AIESL's maintenance training organization is fueling the future of aviation, one skilled professional at a time. At AIESL, achievements are not just milestones. They're proof of our relentless pursuit of engineering excellence and global trust. In 2025, AIESL was proud to receive the prestigious Excellence in MRO Engineering Award at MRO XPO 2025, honoring our unmatched capabilities, forward-thinking innovation, and unwavering commitment to world-class aircraft maintenance. Our strategic partnership with Kuwait Airways continues to soar higher, with the arrival of yet another Boeing 777 at our Nagpur facility, reaffirming our reputation for delivering dependable, long-haul, wide-body maintenance solutions. And when the skies needed us most, AIESL stepped up, restoring 7 XGO First aircraft back to service for multiple lessors, including ICBC, CCB, JSA, and ACG. Our engineering teams worked tirelessly to return each aircraft to peak operational performance, ready to fly once again, breaking barriers, soaring high. AIESL salutes the incredible women in aviation who continue to push boundaries, defy gravity, and redefine the skies. At AIESL, we don't just celebrate women, we empower them. From the hangars to the runways, they achieve results. Here's to the women who keep aviation flying high. Whether in the cockpit, on the tarmac, or behind the scenes, your contributions fuel the future of flight. AIESL and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited have partnered to carry out indigenous MRO activities for civil aircraft engines across the Asia region. The MOU, signed during Aero India 2025, strengthens civil defense cooperation in line with the Government of India's vision. This collaboration supports the Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India initiatives, aiming to establish India as a global MRO hub. AIESL welcomed the Aviation MRO Trade Delegation from the United Kingdom to its New Delhi headquarters to explore potential collaborations. AIESL's top management shared insights on the Indian MRO sector's challenges and opportunities, while highlighting AIESL's capabilities and strengths. AIESL launched the Open House Initiative to encourage employees to share ideas, feedback, and suggestions directly with leadership. This platform has strengthened collaboration, sparked innovation, and enhanced employee engagement across all departments. Through this initiative, AIESL reaffirms its commitment to empowering in its people and driving continuous improvements. In a landmark move, AIESL hosted its first ever interactive session with media delegates, showcasing its future plans and engaging in open two-way dialogue. This milestone reflects AIESL's growing confidence and commitment to leading aviation maintenance with transparency and excellence. These achievements represent our past, define our present, and shape our future as we continue powering aviation with engineering excellence. With global certifications, trusted partnerships, and unmatched expertise, AIESL is your complete MRO partner. From engines to avionics, airframes to interiors, and talent to training, we deliver world-class service with Indian precision. A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed airline partners. Your trust and collaboration take us to new heights. Welcome to AI Engineering Services Limited, India's leading name in aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul. With decades of legacy, cutting-edge infrastructure, and a team of highly skilled professionals, AIESL keeps the nation flying high with unmatched precision and reliability. From line maintenance to heavy checks, from engine overhauls to component repairs, we ensure every aircraft that leaves our hangars is airworthy, efficient, and ready for the skies. Powered by excellence, driven by innovation, AIESL is the trusted partner for safe and seamless aviation. At the heart of AI Engineering Services Limited is our robust base maintenance capability, where precision meets experience to ensure aircraft safety and performance. We operate a network of advanced hangars strategically located across India. Delhi, 2 hangars dedicated to narrow-body aircraft. Kolkata, 3 hangars, including 1 wide-body and 2 narrow-body bays. Nagpur, 2 hangars specialized in wide-body maintenance. Hyderabad, 1 wide-body hangar. Trivandrum, 2 hangars for narrow-body aircraft. Mumbai, 3 hangars equipped for wide-body aircraft. Each facility is a hub of high-end engineering, manned by experts and built to handle comprehensive maintenance operations. Our base maintenance teams perform a wide range of critical tasks, including detailed structural inspections, major component replacements, cabin refurbishment and upgrades, landing gear overhaul, engine and APU change, system testing and troubleshooting, heavy checks including C&D checks. Supporting these operations are state-of-the-art facilities capable of composite repairs, structural maintenance, aircraft painting, and an extensive range of backshop capabilities. AIESL supports a diverse fleet of both civil and defense aircraft, including Airbus A320 family, Boeing 737, 777, and 787 series, ATR aircraft, and military platforms like Boeing 737-200, B777, and the A320 family. Across every runway, every terminal, and every gate, AI Engineering Services Limited is there, ensuring aircraft are ready for takeoff, on time and every time. With a presence at 105 stations across India, AIESL operates one of the country's largest line maintenance networks, covering all major airports and regional hubs. Day or night, our certified teams are on the ground performing essential line maintenance tasks, including transit checks, routine daily and weekly inspections, defect rectification, component replacements, pre-flight and post-flight inspections. In critical situations, AIESL provides rapid aircraft on-ground support, mobilizing skilled engineers and equipment to restore aircraft to service quickly and safely. Our engineering assistance is always on standby, ensuring operational reliability with expert troubleshooting and technical resolutions. And with on-call support available around the clock, airlines can count on us to deliver peace of mind, anytime, anywhere, fast, reliable. Everywhere you fly, AIESL line maintenance keeps your fleet in motion. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we don't just maintain engines, we power excellence. With a reputation built on precision, reliability, and innovation, AIESL delivers industry-leading engine repair, overhaul, and testing solutions to support global aviation. Engine overhauls are carried out at 3 major locations: Delhi, Mumbai, and Nagpur, each equipped to handle a wide range of engine types for both narrow and wide-body aircraft. We proudly service CFM56 5B series, CFM56 7B series, GE 9100 series, Gen X 1B series, PW 4000 series. We provide comprehensive borescope inspections, enabling accurate diagnostics without disassembly, saving both time and cost. And for long-term reliability, our preservation and storage services ensure engines remain in optimal condition while out of service. Our engine test houses located in Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Nagpur are built for precision. Equipped with automatic data acquisition systems, they deliver real-time analytics and performance monitoring. Each test cell is capable of handling engines producing up to 100,000 pounds of thrust. Delhi, testing CFM56 5B, Mumbai, CFM56 7B and PW 4000, Nagpur, GNX 1B and GE 90-100 series. With unmatched capability, advanced testing infrastructure, and a commitment to excellence, AIESL powers the engines that keep aviation moving. AIESL boasts comprehensive APU overhaul capabilities, supporting a diverse range of auxiliary power units across narrow and wide-body aircraft, including PW901A, Honeywell 331-500, Honeywell 1319A, Honeywell 189-1319B, PSHS 5000 Boeing 787. Our APU overhaul process is methodical and precise, performed by experienced technicians and guided by OEM standards. It includes complete disassembly and cleaning, detailed inspection using advanced tools, repairs and replacement of line replaceable units, precision balancing and borescope inspections, final assembly and functional testing. Every overhauled unit is validated at our dedicated APU test facility in Kolkata, where advanced diagnostics ensure that performance, reliability, and safety exceed global standards. Whether for narrow-body workhorses or long-haul wide bodies, AIESL provides complete APU support, keeping your aircraft powered, comfortable, and on schedule. Every aircraft is a masterpiece of engineering, and at its core are the critical components that keep it flying safely and efficiently. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we specialize in the repair and overhaul of vital aircraft components to ensure flawless performance from nose to tail. Our specialized component repair facilities include avionics, electrical, instrumentation, accessory, and the ATEC test bench, offering extensive in-house capability to test, repair, and certify a wide range of components across multiple aircraft platforms. AIESL provides complete wheel and brake overhaul services, as well as escape slide overhaul, delivering precision repairs, rigorous testing, and guaranteed safety, ensuring your aircraft stops as confidently as it flies. From electronics to hydraulics, wheels to wings, AIESL keeps every component of your aircraft in top form. Landing gear, once the unsung hero of every safe arrival at AI Engineering Services Limited. Our expertise in landing gear repair and overhaul ensures the strength, reliability, and precision your fleet depends on every single touchdown. Located in Mumbai, our state-of-the-art landing gear facility is DGCA and FAA approved. designed to deliver world-class overhauls for both civil and defense platforms. With over 200 landing gear overhauls successfully completed, AIESL has earned a reputation for quality, speed, and technical excellence. Our in-house capability covers critical hydraulic components, including actuators, shimmy dampers, and other precision hydraulic parts, backed by expert technicians and cutting-edge test systems. Our test facility boasts 10,000 PSI static pressure capability and a flow rate of up to 45 US gallons per minute at 4,000 PSI, ensuring each unit meets and exceeds rigorous performance standards. The cabin is where passengers spend their journey, and at AI Engineering Services Limited, we ensure that experience is safe, modern, and exceptional through our comprehensive cabin modification and rectification services. AIESL's MTO is a DGCA and EASA approved training organization operating under CAR 147 standards at our facilities in Delhi, Mumbai, Thiruvananthapuram, and Kolkata, setting the gold standard in aviation maintenance education. Our training center offers type rating courses for a wide range of aircraft, including Airbus A318, A319, A320, A321, Boeing 737, B4747, B777, and B787, ATR 427221A. These programs are delivered by industry-experienced instructors, combining classroom learning with live aircraft exposure. Our maintenance training organization also provides customized programs for a wide range of aviation stakeholders, including Air India Limited, Air India Express, Air India Regional, Civil Aviation Department of the Government of India, Indian Air Force and Indian Navy, AME training schools, vendors, and various state and central government organizations. With decades of hands-on experience and regulatory excellence, AIESL's maintenance training organization is fueling the future of aviation, one skilled professional at a time. At AIESL, achievements are not just milestones. They're proof of our relentless pursuit of engineering excellence and global trust. In 2025, AIESL was proud to receive the prestigious Excellence in MRO Engineering Award at MRO XPO 2025, honoring our unmatched capabilities, forward-thinking innovation, and unwavering commitment to world-class aircraft maintenance. Our strategic partnership with Kuwait Airways continues to soar higher, with the arrival of yet another Boeing 777 at our Nagpur facility, reaffirming our reputation for delivering dependable, long-haul, wide-body maintenance solutions. And when the skies needed us most, AIESL stepped up, restoring 7 XGO first aircraft back to service for multiple lessors, including ICBC, CCB, JSA, and ACG. Our engineering teams worked tirelessly to return each aircraft to peak operational performance, ready to fly once again, breaking barriers, soaring high. AIESL salutes the incredible women in aviation who continue to push boundaries, defy gravity, and redefine the skies. At AIESL, we don't just celebrate women, we empower them. From the hangars to the runways, they achieve results. Here's to the women who keep aviation flying high. Whether in the cockpit, on the tarmac, or behind the scenes, your contributions fuel the future of flight. AIESL and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited have partnered to carry out indigenous MRO activities for civil aircraft engines across the Asia region. The MOU, signed during Aero India 2025, strengthens civil defense cooperation in line with the Government of India's vision. This collaboration supports the Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India initiatives, aiming to establish India as a global MRO hub. AIESL welcomed the Aviation MRO Trade Delegation from the United Kingdom to its New Delhi headquarters to explore potential collaborations. AIESL's top management shared insights on the Indian MRO sector's challenges and opportunities, while highlighting AIESL's capabilities and strengths. AIESL launched the Open House Initiative to encourage employees to share ideas, feedback, and suggestions directly with leadership. This platform has strengthened collaboration, sparked innovation, and enhanced employee engagement across all departments. Through this initiative, AIESL reaffirms its commitment to empowering its people and driving continuous improvements. In a landmark move, AIESL hosted its first ever interactive session with media delegates, showcasing its future plans and engaging in open two-way dialogue. This milestone reflects AIESL's growing confidence and commitment to leading aviation maintenance with transparency and excellence. These achievements represent our past, define our present, and shape our future as we continue powering aviation with engineering excellence. With global certifications, trusted partnerships, and unmatched expertise, AIESL is your complete MRO partner. From engines to avionics, airframes to interiors, and talent to training, we deliver world-class service with Indian precision. A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed airline partners. Your trust and collaboration take us to new heights. Welcome to AI Engineering Services Limited, India's leading name in aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul. With decades of legacy, cutting-edge infrastructure, and a team of highly skilled professionals, AIESL keeps the nation flying high with unmatched precision and reliability. From line maintenance to heavy checks, from engine overhauls to component repairs, we ensure every aircraft that leaves our hangars is airworthy, efficient, and ready for the skies. Powered by excellence, driven by innovation, AIESL is the trusted partner for safe and seamless aviation. At the heart of AI Engineering Services Limited is our robust base maintenance capability, where precision meets experience to ensure aircraft safety and performance. We operate a network of advanced hangars strategically located across India. Delhi, 2 hangars dedicated to narrow-body aircraft. Kolkata, 3 hangars, including 1 wide-body and 2 narrow-body bays. Nagpur, 2 hangars specialized in wide-body maintenance. Hyderabad, 1 wide-body hangar. Trivandrum, 2 hangars for narrow-body aircraft. Mumbai, 3 hangars equipped for wide-body aircraft. Each facility is a hub of high-end engineering, manned by experts and built to handle comprehensive maintenance operations. Our base maintenance teams perform a wide range of critical tasks, including detailed structural inspections, major component replacements, cabin refurbishment and upgrades, landing gear overhaul, engine and APU change, system testing and troubleshooting, heavy checks including C&D checks. Supporting these operations are state-of-the-art facilities capable of composite repairs, structural maintenance, aircraft painting, and an extensive range of backshop capabilities. AIESL supports a diverse fleet of both civil and defense aircraft, including Airbus A320 family, Boeing 737, 777, and 787 series, ATR aircraft, and military platforms like Boeing 737-200, B777, and the A320 family. Across every runway, every terminal, and every gate, AI Engineering Services Limited is there, ensuring aircraft are ready for takeoff, on time and every time. With a presence at 105 stations across India, AIESL operates one of the country's largest line maintenance networks, covering all major airports and regional hubs. Day or night, our certified teams are on the ground performing essential line maintenance tasks, including transit checks, routine daily and weekly inspections, defect rectification, component replacements, pre-flight and post-flight inspections. In critical situations, AIESL provides rapid aircraft on-ground support, mobilizing skilled engineers and equipment to restore aircraft to service quickly and safely. Our engineering assistance is always on standby, ensuring operational reliability with expert troubleshooting and technical resolutions. And with on-call support available around the clock, airlines can count on us to deliver peace of mind, anytime, anywhere, fast, reliable. Everywhere you fly, AIESL line maintenance keeps your fleet in motion. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we don't just maintain engines, we power excellence. With a reputation built on precision, reliability, and innovation, AIESL delivers industry-leading engine repair, overhaul, and testing solutions to support global aviation. Engine overhauls are carried out at 3 major locations: Delhi, Mumbai, and Nagpur, each equipped to handle a wide range of engine types for both narrow and wide-body aircraft. We proudly service CFM56 5B series, CFM 56-7B series, GE 9100 series, Gen X 1B series, PW 4000 series. We provide comprehensive borescope inspections, enabling accurate diagnostics without disassembly, saving both time and cost. And for long-term reliability, our preservation and storage services ensure engines remain in optimal condition while out of service. Our engine test houses located in Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Nagpur are built for precision. Equipped with automatic data acquisition systems, they deliver real-time analytics and performance monitoring. Each test cell is capable of handling engines producing up to 100,000 pounds of thrust. Delhi, testing CFM 56-5B, Mumbai, CFM 56-7B and PW 4000, Nagpur, GNX 1B and GE 90-100 series. With unmatched capability, advanced testing infrastructure, and a commitment to excellence, AIESL powers the engines that keep aviation moving. AIESL boasts comprehensive APU overhaul capabilities, supporting a diverse range of auxiliary power units across narrow and wide-body aircraft, including PW901A, Honeywell 331-500, Honeywell 1319A, Honeywell 189-1319B, PSHS 5000 Boeing 787. Our APU overhaul process is methodical and precise, performed by experienced technicians and guided by OEM standards. It includes complete disassembly and cleaning, detailed inspection using advanced tools, repairs and replacement of line replaceable units, precision balancing and borescope inspections, final assembly and functional testing. Every overhauled unit is validated at our dedicated APU test facility in Kolkata, where advanced diagnostics ensure that performance, reliability, and safety exceed global standards. Whether for narrow-body workhorses or long-haul wide bodies, AIESL provides complete APU support, keeping your aircraft powered, comfortable, and on schedule. Every aircraft is a masterpiece of engineering, and at its core are the critical components that keep it flying safely and efficiently. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we specialize in the repair and overhaul of vital aircraft components to ensure flawless performance from nose to tail. Our specialized component repair facilities include avionics, electrical, instrumentation, accessory, and the ATEC test bench, offering extensive in-house capability to test, repair, and certify a wide range of components across multiple aircraft platforms. AIESL provides complete wheel and brake overhaul services, as well as escape slide overhaul, delivering precision repairs, rigorous testing, and guaranteed safety, ensuring your aircraft stops as confidently as it flies. From electronics to hydraulics, wheels to wings, AIESL keeps every component of your aircraft in top form. Landing gear, once the unsung hero of every safe arrival at AI Engineering Services Limited. Our expertise in landing gear repair and overhaul ensures the strength, reliability, and precision your fleet depends on every single touchdown. Located in Mumbai, our state-of-the-art landing gear facility is DGCA and FAA approved, designed to deliver world-class overhauls for both civil and defense platforms. With over 200 landing gear overhauls successfully completed, AIESL has earned a reputation for quality, speed, and technical excellence. Our in-house capability covers critical hydraulic components, including actuators, shimmy dampers, and other precision hydraulic parts, backed by expert technicians and cutting-edge test systems. Our test facility boasts 10,000 PSI static pressure capability and a flow rate of up to 45 US gallons per minute at 4,000 PSI, ensuring each unit meets and exceeds rigorous performance standards. The cabin is where passengers spend their journey, and at AI Engineering Services Limited, we ensure that experience is safe, modern, and exceptional through our comprehensive cabin modification and rectification services. AIESL's MTO is a DGCA and EASA approved training organization operating under CAR 147 standards at our facilities in Delhi, Mumbai, Thiruvananthapuram, and Kolkata, setting the gold standard in aviation maintenance education. Our training center offers type rating courses for a wide range of aircraft, including Airbus A318, A319, A320, A321, Boeing 737, B4747, B777, and B787, ATR 427221A. These programs are delivered by industry-experienced instructors, combining classroom learning with live aircraft exposure. Our maintenance training organization also provides customized programs for a wide range of aviation stakeholders, including Air India Limited, Air India Express, Air India Regional, Civil Aviation Department of the Government of India, Indian Air Force and Indian Navy, AME training schools, vendors, and various state and central government organizations. With decades of hands-on experience and regulatory excellence, AIESL's maintenance training organization is fueling the future of aviation, one skilled professional at a time. At AIESL, achievements are not just milestones. They're proof of our relentless pursuit of engineering excellence and global trust. In 2025, AIESL was proud to receive the prestigious Excellence in MRO Engineering Award at MRO Expo 2025, honoring our unmatched capabilities, forward-thinking innovation, and unwavering commitment to world-class aircraft maintenance. Our strategic partnership with Kuwait Airways continues to soar higher, with the arrival of yet another Boeing 777 at our Nagpur facility, reaffirming our reputation for delivering dependable, long-haul, wide-body maintenance solutions. And when the skies needed us most, AIESL stepped up, restoring 7 Exco First aircraft back to service for multiple lessors, including ICBC, CCB, JSA, and ACG. Our engineering teams worked tirelessly to return each aircraft to peak operational performance, ready to fly once again, breaking barriers, soaring high. AIESL salutes the incredible women in aviation who continue to push boundaries, defy gravity, and redefine the skies. At AIESL, we don't just celebrate women, we empower them. From the hangars to the runways, they achieve results. Here's to the women who keep aviation flying high. Whether in the cockpit, on the tarmac, or behind the scenes, your contributions fuel the future of flight. AIESL and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited have partnered to carry out indigenous MRO activities for civil aircraft engines across the Asia region. The MOU, signed during Aero India 2025, strengthens civil defense cooperation in line with the Government of India's vision. This collaboration supports the Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India initiatives, aiming to establish India as a global MRO hub. AIESL welcomed the Aviation MRO Trade Delegation from the United Kingdom to its New Delhi headquarters to explore potential collaborations. AIESL's top management shared insights on the Indian MRO sector's challenges and opportunities, while highlighting AIESL's capabilities and strengths. AIESL launched the Open House Initiative to encourage employees to share ideas, feedback, and suggestions directly with leadership. This platform has strengthened collaboration, sparked innovation, and enhanced employee engagement across all departments. Through this initiative, AIESL reaffirms its commitment to empowering in its people and driving continuous improvements. In a landmark move, AIESL hosted its first ever interactive session with media delegates, showcasing its future plans and engaging in open two-way dialogue. This milestone reflects AIESL's growing confidence and commitment to leading aviation maintenance with transparency and excellence. These achievements represent our past, define our present, and shape our future as we continue powering aviation with engineering excellence. With global certifications, trusted partnerships, and unmatched expertise, AIESL is your complete MRO partner. From engines to avionics, airframes to interiors, and talent to training, we deliver world-class service with Indian precision. A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed airline partners. Your trust and collaboration take us to new heights. Welcome to AI Engineering Services Limited, India's leading name in aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul. With decades of legacy, cutting-edge infrastructure, and a team of highly skilled professionals, AIESL keeps the nation flying high with unmatched precision and reliability. From line maintenance to heavy checks, from engine overhauls to component repairs, we ensure every aircraft that leaves our hangars is airworthy, efficient, and ready for the skies. Powered by excellence, driven by innovation, AIESL is the trusted partner for safe and seamless aviation. At the heart of AI Engineering Services Limited is our robust base maintenance capability, where precision meets experience to ensure aircraft safety and performance. We operate a network of advanced hangars strategically located across India. Delhi, 2 hangars dedicated to narrow-body aircraft. Kolkata, 3 hangars, including 1 wide-body and 2 narrow-body bays. Nagpur, 2 hangars specialized in wide-body maintenance. Hyderabad, 1 wide-body hangar. Trivandrum, 2 hangars for narrow-body aircraft. Mumbai, 3 hangars equipped for wide-body aircraft. Each facility is a hub of high-end engineering, manned by experts and built to handle comprehensive maintenance operations. Our base maintenance teams perform a wide range of critical tasks, including detailed structural inspections, major component replacements, cabin refurbishment and upgrades, landing gear overhaul, engine and APU change, system testing and troubleshooting, heavy checks including C&D checks. Supporting these operations are state-of-the-art facilities capable of composite repairs, structural maintenance, aircraft painting, and an extensive range of backshop capabilities. AIESL supports a diverse fleet of both civil and defense aircraft, including Airbus A320 family, Boeing 737, 777, and 787 series, ATR aircraft, and military platforms.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you in the room right now, thank you so very much for concluding lunch and being here on time. We very much appreciate it. And we'd like to request all our esteemed guests who are outside this hall, please do join us so that we can commence with a post-lunch panel discussion. We are already a half hour behind the agenda schedule, and we'd like to catch up so that all of you can get the most of this day's agenda. Once again, to all our guests, our attendees outside the room, we request you to kindly join us right away so that we can commence with our post-lunch panel discussions.
Routine daily and weekly inspections, defect rectification, component replacements, pre-flight and post-flight inspections. In critical situations, AIESL provides rapid aircraft on-ground support, mobilizing skilled engineers and equipment to restore aircraft to service quickly and safely. Our engineering assistance is always on standby, ensuring operational reliability with expert troubleshooting and technical resolutions. And with on-call support available around the clock, airlines can count on us to deliver peace of mind, anytime, anywhere, fast, reliable, Everywhere you fly, AIESL, line maintenance, keeps your fleet in motion. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we don't just maintain engines, we power excellence. With a reputation built on precision, reliability, and innovation, AIESL delivers industry-leading engine repair, overhaul, and testing solutions to support global aviation. Engine overhauls are carried out at 3 major locations: Delhi, Mumbai, and Nagpur, each equipped to handle a wide range of engine types for both narrow and wide-body aircraft. We proudly service CFM56 5B series, CFM56 7B series, GE 9100 series, Gen X 1B series, PW 4000 series. We provide comprehensive borescope inspections, enabling accurate diagnostics without disassembly, saving both time and cost. And for long-term reliability, our preservation and storage services ensure engines remain in optimal condition while out of service. Our engine test houses located in Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Nagpur are built for precision. Equipped with automatic data acquisition systems, they deliver real-time analytics and performance monitoring. Each test cell is capable of handling engines producing up to 100,000 pounds of thrust. Delhi, testing CFM56 5B, Mumbai, CFM56 7B and PW 4000, Nagpur, GNX 1B and GE 90-100 series. With unmatched capability, advanced testing infrastructure, and a commitment to excellence, AIESL powers the engines that keep aviation moving. AIESL boasts comprehensive APU overhaul capabilities, supporting a diverse range of auxiliary power units across narrow and wide-body aircraft, including PW901A, Honeywell 331-500, Honeywell 1319A, Honeywell 189-1319B, PSHS 5000 Boeing 787. Our APU overhaul process is methodical and precise, performed by experienced technicians and guided by OEM standards. It includes complete disassembly and cleaning, detailed inspection using advanced tools, repairs and replacement of line replaceable units, precision balancing and borescope inspections, final assembly and functional testing. Every overhauled unit is validated at our dedicated APU test facility in Kolkata, where advanced diagnostics ensure that performance, reliability, and safety exceed global standards. Whether for narrow-body workhorses or long-haul wide bodies, AIESL provides complete APU support, keeping your aircraft powered, comfortable, and on schedule. Every aircraft is a masterpiece of engineering, and at its core are the critical components that keep it flying safely and efficiently. At AI Engineering Services Limited, we specialize in the repair and overhaul of vital aircraft components to ensure flawless performance from nose to tail. Our specialized component repair facilities include avionics, electrical, instrumentation, accessory, and the ATEC test bench, offering extensive in-house capability to test, repair, and certify a wide range of components across multiple aircraft platforms. AIESL provides complete wheel and brake overhaul services, as well as escape slide overhaul, delivering precision repairs, rigorous testing, and guaranteed safety, ensuring your aircraft stops as confidently as it flies. From electronics to hydraulics, wheels to wings, AIESL keeps every component of your aircraft in top form. Landing gear, the unsung hero of every safe arrival at AI Engineering Services Limited. Our expertise in landing gear repair and overhaul ensures the strength, reliability, and precision your fleet depends on every single touchdown. Located in Mumbai, our state-of-the-art landing gear facility is DGCA and FAA approved, designed to deliver world-class overhauls for both civil and defense platforms. With over 200 landing gear overhauls successfully completed, AIESL has earned a reputation for quality, speed, and technical excellence.
May I request for our esteemed panelists for workforce challenges, bridging the skill gap and attracting talent to the aviation MRO sector panel discussion to kindly join us in the front row here once again, all our esteemed panelists for the forthcoming panel discussion on workforce challenges, bridging the skill gap and attracting talent to the aviation MRO sector. Kindly join us in the front row. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence in just a few minutes. We request you, please make yourselves comfortable. Take your seats. Thank you very much. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, all of you who have come back from your lunch on time. We will be commencing our panel discussion in just a short while from now. Till then, I hope everybody's had a nice, good lunch. I hope my hurry did not end up having you compromising on your lunch. And now that you had a hefty lunch, the next challenge is that the post-lunch session might be a little difficult for our panelists to keep all of your attention span going for the next half hour each of those panel discussions. So we're looking forward to your cooperation at the same as well. So please make sure that while we are seated comfortably, there is no complacency, because that leads to lethargy, and eventually that will lead to all of us finding a way to close our eyelids and meditate, if I may use that word. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to get those gray cells flowing. Why don't we do a little fun quiz now that we have a good crowd here? And this is completely out of the box, out of syllabus, and let's have a little fun with everybody here. Firstly, of course, interacting with all of you. I hope it's been a very pleasant experience for all. I hope it's been very beneficial. Sir, would you like to say something?
Let me suggest you a way to keep ourselves, all of us awake, is to get some tea, coffee served right here.
Very interesting. I will definitely take that into note, and we'll make sure that we have some tea and coffee being served here as well as soon as we can. We'd also like to tease our little gray cells and get thoughts flowing, because that's a great way to keep up. I think that's what I would love to do. In the meanwhile, for all of you who are here, thank you so very much for being back in time after lunch. I know it's quite a challenge, considering we had a very, very cut-to-cut agenda, and everything was very tight, but you are still here. So I have some very nice, interesting questions to ask. Once again, lateral thinking, very out of the box, out of the syllabus. But I'd like you to scratch your gray cells, and anybody who can answer first, well, you get a nice full house of applause. So my first question goes like this. Well, there is something in the world that the moment you take its name, it does not exist. What is it? And ma'am said it right. Let's have a round of applause, everybody. Silence. The moment you take the name, it does not exist. Wow, that is fabulous, ma'am. That was very quick. All right, now for the rest of you, let's see which one of you gets fast at this. So the next question goes like this. Well, I am something. When you buy me or you obtain me, I am black. When you use me, I am red. And when you discard me, I am white. What am I? Anybody think? So when you get me, or when you obtain me, or when you... he got the right answer. So when you buy me, I'm black. When you use me, I'm red. And when you discard me, I'm white. And the answer is coal. Let's have a round of applause for sir right here. Come on, everybody. Oh, that is fantastic. Okay, let's try another one, okay? I travel all over the world, and yet I exist in a corner. What am I? That is fantastic. Huge round of applause for sir right there. A postage stamp. Wow, that is fabulous. Okay, let's try something. Let's try something a little different now. Okay, so we'll get a little literal. I am a place in India, and to literally understand what place I am, you have to understand me in two languages, in English and in Hindi, because it's half in English, half in Hindi. It's when I leave, it is in English. When I come back, it is in Hindi. Which place am I? Somebody said it. Somebody, and yes, that is right. It is Goa. Kya baat hai. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Wow, okay, I'm tickling your gray cells right now and getting a lot of nice answers. That is feeling very good. Finance, why don't you join us? Please come take a seat. Come, please. We would like to have you all sit right up in front over here. All right, thank you so much. Well, nice that we have everybody paying attention, and that's really so good because our panelists will be very pleasantly surprised to get a full house once again, and to all our friends who are outside once again. Please, may I request you, do join us because we are ready to commence with a post-lunch panel discussion. We have two panel discussions that we will start with, and like we did in the morning, we are looking forward to all of your participation, and that will be very, very encouraging and very, very healthy. So once again, friends, I'd like to run you through the agenda. We have a first panel discussion on workforce challenges, bridging the skill gap and attracting talent to the aviation MRO sector. And the next panel discussion as India as a global MRO hub, opportunities, challenges, and the road ahead. So once again, I request for our panelists who are here in this room to kindly join us in the front row as we are looking forward to getting started right away. Thank you once again, friends. For those of you who have just joined us, we are commencing in just a couple of minutes from now. Thank you once again for being here in this room. I would like to page for Mr. G. Sridhar, Managing Director of CFM Aircraft Engine Support South Asia Private Limited. Sir, if you are here, please do join us in front, on the front row. I'd also like to invite Dr. S.K. Bansal, Senior Vice President, SpiceJet. Sir, if you are here, please do join us on the front row. I'd also like to invite Mr. Deepak Nagpal, DGM AIESL. Sir, please do join us in the front row. Once again, requesting for Mr. G. Sridhar. Yes, thank you, sir. Dr. S.K. Bansal, sir, if you are here, please do join us in the front row. And Mr. Deepak Nagpal, sir, if you are here, please. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you each and every one of you for your patience as we are now ready to commence with our first post-lunch panel discussion, Workforce Challenges Bridging the Skill Gap and Attracting Talent to the Aviation MRO Sector. We're looking forward to some very engaging discussions here, and each and every one of you are also invited to be a part of the discussion, for which I would like to request those of you who are right at the back of the hall, if you would like to come up in front, we're offering a free upgrade right now. No extra charges. Just take a seat closest to the stage, whichever you prefer. So once again, friends, please do avail of this opportunity. Come up in front so that you can take a seat closer. You can be a part of the discussions more actively. And with that, I'd like to take the pleasure of inviting our esteemed panelists up on stage. Please do get your hands together and let's have a warm round of applause as I invite a moderator for this session. General Manager at AIESH. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Alok Agarwal. Let's have a nice warm round of applause. Once again, General Manager, AIESL. Thank you so very much, sir. And Mr. Agarwal will now welcome our panelists as they join us up on stage. We have amongst us Mr. G. Sridhar, Managing Director of CFM Aircraft Engine Support South Asia Private Limited. I'd like to request Mr. Sridhar to kindly join us. A nice warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us once again on stage, sir. I'd like to invite Mr. Anil Jain, Advisor to Managing Director of Air India Express, once again to join us up on stage. Let's have a nice warm round of applause. Thank you for joining us, sir. I'd like to invite Dr. S.K. Bansal, Senior Vice President, SpiceJet, to join us on stage. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. Let's have a nice round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like to invite Mr. Deepak Nagpal, DGM AIESL. Sir, please do join us up on stage. Thank you so very much. And now that we have our panelists up on stage, we are looking forward to a half hour of wholehearted discussions here. I leave it to Mr. Alok Agarwal to kindly take the session forward, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's a tough session for me, keeping everyone awake after the lunch. So, good afternoon once again, and welcome you all at this Aviation Horizon event organized by AIESL. Today, let's discuss the topic, workforce challenges, how to bridge the gap, and attracting talent to the aviation MRO sector. So as per the NITI Aayog report, we are going to double the business in MRO sector. Our Honorable Minister also told in the morning that we are going to touch $4 billion today in 2031. So as we expand rapidly in the aviation MRO sector, are we really geared up in terms of the people? We have the skill set to take this growth onwards. So we have our panelists today here. They don't need any introduction. They are all industry veterans. And just to add on this, I have something written for them. Mr. Anil Kumar Jain, who is advisor to MD Air India Express Limited. He has more than 45 years of aviation experience, having worked in Air India, AIESL, for almost 25 years. After that, he joined Chief of Engineering Air India Express in January 15. Having served for Chief of Engineering for 7 years, he was Vice President Engineering Air India Express from 22 to 25, and currently he is advisor to MD Air India Express since February 25. Okay, Dr. S.K. Bansal. He is an aviation professional with more than 35 years of experience, having worked in AISL in the time of Indian Airlines. And since 2007, he has been working with Indigo. And now he is with SpiceJet as Senior Vice President. We have Mr. G. Sridhar with us, who was also with Indian Airlines. And after that, he joined as Managing Director of CFM, currently with CFM Training School in Hyderabad. Mr. Deepak Nagpal is a colleague of mine and still working with AISL as DGM, AIESL. So thank you very much, sir, for joining this panel. So let's dive in the topic of today. Let's start with the real picture. What are we falling short in terms of skills? Sir, Mr. Anil Jain. So are we falling short of engineers, technicians, mechanics, planners?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And just to start with this session in the afternoon. So regarding this question of Alok, short of engineers or mechanics or whatever. So mainstay, as everyone knows, is the engineers. Now, skill of an engineer is required for meeting the requirement as on date. So at the moment, I'll say yes, there is shortage, definite shortage of skilled engineers in the market. Yes. So all the airlines are struggling because as we discussed in the earlier sessions, like quality and consistency and meeting the timelines or the turnaround times, meeting the timelines along with the quality, definitely a highly skilled engineer is required, especially for major defect rectifications or on some challenge on the aircraft. So that makes a lot of difference. There is no, the experience is invaluable, I'll say, because a decision at that point of time is, it's in the hand of engineer. So whatever decisions he is taking, that makes a lot of difference to maintain the timelines, along with, no doubt, rectification of the defect or the compliance, whatever is required. and that too meeting all the regulatory requirements to align with all the regulations. So that becomes a challenge at that point of time, and if the engineer is handling the aircraft at that point of time is not skilled enough to take better decisions, so it makes a mess of the things. And we have seen with our experience over the past, the things are getting messed up. If there are some AOG situations or any major defects or such type of things. So now to get those skilled engineer or the experienced engineer in India at the moment, definitely it's a big challenge. So there is a lot of attrition, lot of things people are running around, and due to various reasons, because they see their chunk of the things, like if how much salaries they are getting, how much recognized they are in their organizations, whether the immediate manager concerned is really acknowledging them as doing good. So all those factors come in, and a lot of attrition due to that also. So yes, with this exponential growth in India, it's a big challenge at the moment to get the skilled engineers. That's what I like to put in. Yeah.
So we have the shortage of engineers, but Dr. Bansal, can you throw some light in this era of startup, fintech, and global giants coming up? Are we, as a youth of India, really choosing this as a choice of career in aviation?
Hi, Alok. Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking me to this panel. I feel so happy, and I always say, coming back home when I come back to meet my old friends from AISL. Our beloved boss is sitting here, Mr. Gupta. We all of us has worked under him, learned from him. He has mentored us, my colleagues, my seniors, all sitting here. So when we think of the shortage today, we go back when we joined Indian Airlines in late 70s or 80s. That was the time when aviation from Indian Airlines or Air India was, inducting high technology aircraft, so-called turbojets, 737s, A300s, 747s. And the government came up with a graduate engineer trainee program. So that year on year, graduate engineers were inducted. And those are the graduate engineers today. They are controlling the total aviation industry in India. But when the private airlines started coming in, suddenly they started taking engineers from left and right. There was a shortage of engineers. But still, we were able to come up the good talent coming from flying schools or private AME training schools or the colleges. But the moment this IT boom came in, then we started losing those graduates coming to aviation. Because, getting a license, it takes 3 to 4 years. Those 3 to 4 years, engineers were just struggling. And when they started comparing themselves with their own friends, batchmates, peers in IT sector, they were getting hefty salaries. So everybody started jumping. So it's not only in India, I think it's a global problem. Aviation people are not getting attracted. So we need to have to come up with some innovative solution so that the graduates starts coming in back into aviation. Maybe we need to speak to regulator how to give a this module clearance, whether they can do it during their BTech courses. They can align, universities can align their curriculum as per the DGCA. There is a lot of work to be done. Today, the problem is all these AME schools, whatever talent they're producing, their sole motive is get the modules clear, teach them how to do airline maintenance. All these boys, they come out, they only know तेल भरो, पानी भरो, tire pressure check करो, और उठा दे कलो. So the quality of their engineers has really diminished. So we, as an airline, or even the MROs, we are suffering from the candidates, youngsters who can come up and take up the strategy part of it, or business part of it, planners, camo, quality. It's all missing. So that's why I'm of the firm opinion that we need to really do some work on this. How can we produce engineers, quality engineers in a very short span?
Thanks, sir. It seems there is some brand perception for MRO business also missing, and people are shifting towards the IT sector for the need of salary. Do you think that we need?
Yes, of course, of course. They start comparing with their peer group, with their own batchmates. That's why this period of 2-3 years to get the license, then you become at par, with the all private airlines coming in, focus was on cost-effective solutions. The engineers, so-called training engineers, they are available 10,000 rupees. Till 3 years or 4 years, he gets his license, he is into that bare minimum slot. So that's where the engineers, we lose them. So somebody goes for MBA, somebody goes into IT section, IT sector, and we lose them.
So is the regulations that require a lot of rigorous training before any engineer can be put on the job?
Basically, we need to have a look. Yes, you can't say the training part can be ignored. It is the time period which needs to be seen how best we can make use of it. I remember Indian Air Force used to recruit people from after second year of BTech. For those 2 years, they were given the stipend, but they were given the capsule. The moment he completes his BTech, he's ready to go into that environment. Something similar can be done for aviation industry, that he can create his computer number after 10+2. Then after 2 years, some airlines can go and recruit those people, give the training capsules, tell them how to clear the modules. He spends 2 years in the college, then you bring in maybe 6 months or 1 year training in the airline, then that he is ready to take on as an engineer.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Sridhar sir, since now we are talking about the training, you have been with CFM training for last 10 years. So what do you see are our training institutes and training schools capable to produce a job-ready engineer? Is the engineer being produced during these training schools? Can be immediately put on the shop floor?
Good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon, R.S. Thakur and S.C. Gupta ji, and to you, Alok, and to all the guests who have gathered here. I think we should get our concepts very clear that whether the AME training schools or the graduate engineers who are coming in, whether they can be put in on the shop floor straight away. If you're asking me straight away if it's going to be a person who's going to, if you're restricting yourself for certification, then the answer is no. If you are going to ask him to perform the role of a mechanic, then with programs that exist in the airlines, by giving him training and task training, he can be utilized for task training. As of now, if you see with Boeing projections and Airbus projections similarly worldwide, you will need 6 lakh technical personnel, which includes certifying staff and technicians by 2040. And as we had discussed in the morning, the minister wants the MRO business to go up to 50% by the time 2030 comes. By the time a guy comes out of the AME training school and he is inducted into an airline. The regulations as of now require that he complete a certain level of task training after he is given a B1 level training on the particular aircraft. So if he has to complete that task training, and if we have to go ahead and meet the targets set by the minister, then we need revolutionary steps to mitigate the shortfall that we are facing today. If there's a shortfall today, there's going to be a huge shortfall 4 years down the line. I will address it in two ways. One is that we need to make extensive use of augmented reality, where the DGCA tasks, for example, which are required to be completed on-job training in a airline industry or in an MRO, can be accelerated by using AR. Lufthansa now uses it as mixed reality. So the person concerned can use these techniques to perform those tasks in a virtual environment. We need to, and there are data analytics available to log the number of times that he's actually performing the task in a virtual manner. So you can decrease the time period that's required for completing these task trainings from, let's say, a year to maybe 3 or 4 months. So your pace of producing people for certifying, if our aim is only for certifying, can be decreased. Insofar as our training institute is concerned, since you specifically asked me that, I would like to tell you that we are not making projections for 2030. We are making projections for 2035 and 2040. We are looking, we know, we have estimates of what the requirement would be. We have our own estimates. We have estimates based on what Boeing and Airbus are projecting for the market in and around Southeast Asia. We are projecting plans for increasing the capacity of our center. We are looking at the latest techniques that exist in the market in terms of AR, using AI to give a better quality of training. And hopefully, if everything falls into place, because if you start now, a 10+2 guy will possibly be ready for just the initial phase in 2030. So in other words, 2030 is already on us. So we have to go further down from 2030 to 2035, 2040 to be able to do that. And I would like to give the Malaysian example in this regard. There needs to be a lot of support from the industry and the government to be able to mitigate this shortage. The Malaysian government has, in Malaysia, there is a scheme known as MIGHT, M-I-G-H-T, where it says Malaysia, I stands for industry, government, growth for high technology. So MIGHT interfaces with the Malaysian Aerospace Council. And just as we were discussing, where do we tap people from? This MIGHT goes to schools and encourages students to take STEM programs, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, brings in an awareness of aviation, brings in an awareness and inculcates passion in people to come in for aviation. And that is why they have been, to a very large extent, been able to mitigate the shortfall that's there in that part of the world. That's why some of the EASA MROs kicked off very early in Malaysia. So we need in India a very huge government to industry cooperation and the AME training schools to be able to mitigate the shortage.
So you mentioned that a lot of on-the-job training is required before the person can be put in the shop floor after the training. Do you think there is a need to collaborate with the hangars, or during the training there is a collaboration between hangars and the academies to make it faster?
I don't know how academia will be able to help in this, but I know of one AME training school in Hyderabad, which has a direct link with the MRO that exists to it. In fact, it has been set up by the same company, where there is a lot of interaction between students who are participating in that. In fact, a hangar-like environment has been created in the AME school. The company has invested very heavily in setting up boards and test rigs and test equipment to give an on-field experience to the trainees, and they have direct access to the MRO. So that's the way forward. That's the way forward, but it requires a tremendous investment, and I think the industry along with the government needs to invest. We need to give we need to give scholarships to students to encourage them to come into this field. Otherwise, this is a very difficult field where you have to work night shifts. You can be called a grease monkey. You can be called, you can go home with dirty clothes. You're operating in shifts. You're operating in the graveyard shift. So there have been cases where people have not, when they have gone to work, the children are asleep, and they come back from work, the children are asleep. So to motivate people and to create a passion in them, you need to, I think the government and the industry needs to go to school from the 9th class. Because at the stage of 10th class, if people have come out, they have already made their decision whether to write an exam, go in for engineering or go in for medicine. And then what is left out of that, who doesn't get into admission in any of these colleges, if they are the ones who are going to come, then we certainly can have issues in the time that they take to qualify. So I think we need to go to schools just as MITE does in Malaysia.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned it right, because work environment, field intensive and high responsibility is one of the sector which really puts, and that's the job of Nagpal. Mr. Nagpal, can you tell me how do you retain the people?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to, continue with what Mr. Sridhan said. A student of 9th class, we cannot ask him to study aerodynamics. He probably will not understand. My point is, why don't we increase the number of MTOs? We have 50 MTOs at this moment. We have to understand the demand and supply. We have to understand demand and supply. The supply is very less. 50 MTOs in India. China, we have 500 MTOs. So 50 MTOs with a capacity of 150 students per year, we are, taking out 7,000 or 8,000 engineers. And that too, after 2 years, they are going to be trained and licensed, and after modular exams, they are put on the job. So my point is, increase the number of MTOs rather than going back down to 9th class and asking those people to study aerodynamics. Coming back to your question, sir. Sir, we have to understand the figures. What is attrition? How much is the attrition of AMEs? How much is the attrition of technicians? So it is globally, it is 8 to 10%. But in India, it goes up to 25%. And why it is? Because we have less salary. A service engineer, when we hire, it is he has a CTC of 25,000 rupees per month. And whereas in Middle East, it has 4 times, it is 100,000. Similarly, AME, we are hiring him 45,000, then we are giving him courses also. We are asking him to study in the in our company. He get trained, he just left, he just leave, and this all is a gambit. So the point which I wanted to make is that with the attrition, we have to increase the input. With input, we have to increase the number of MTOs. AIESL has 4 different MTOs. Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Trivandrum. Trivandrum is ESA approved MTO. We have globally certified MTOs as well. So we are, but there is less number of people who are coming to us. So retaining them, like Mr. Bansal said, there has to be AI-driven courses. We can do drone inspection. I was talking to Mr. Gopinath about it. We can do digital transformation. We have to innovate somehow. We have to think out of the box how we can retain them. We cannot increase their salary without doing any work. So we can retain them by ensuring They are learning, they are doing metaverse, like Mr. Sridharan said. We have trainings of that sort. They do not have to go to the airport to get the engine, to see the engine. They can see it through metaverse. They can see what kind of predictive maintenance can be done through AI. Retaining them is also dependent upon how culturally we are, treating them. So we have to understand them, what, fresher come with a lot of innovative ideas. We have to talk about those ideas. We have to try to implement. We have to give them some kind of empowerment. So this way we can retain the talent.
And what about upgrading the skills of the talent that you already have?
So that is a continuous process. In aviation, if we do not upgrade their skills, they're bound to be losing the job. So upgrading skill requires OEM support. OEM here has to give us hand-holding. We cannot just, like Mr. Sridharan is giving us PLBM course. Now, this PLBM course is primarily for line maintenance. Now, we go to him and we ask him that, we will pay you and you give us PLBM and BSI course. Now, this course can be driven, through train the trainer program can be given to us, and we train our people. So those kind of initiatives we have to take, and OEM also have to, understand that this is now the need of an hour. We have to move about it.
Yeah, thank you. So it seems there is a shortage, there are training requirements, and we need to push our youth to choose aviation sector as a career of choice. There is a need to upgrade the skills. So my few questions to all of you, what is that we are going to innovate on to cater to these requirements? Dr. Bansal, please.
See, today we need to identify how to create an environment to attract the younger generation to come to aviation. The generation, which is the late Gen Z, so call it, they're so impatient. They want quick results. Nobody can wait for 3 years to be an engineer after spending 4 years in the college. So today is the time of Zomatos, Blinkits, tuck, tuck, everything comes. So that's the impatience we have in the younger generation to bring those young generation into aviation. We must give them surety. If you are doing this, you will get a job here. So let's say Indigo, why they are not shortage of pilots? Because we have created a pipeline. We need to create a pipeline for these young generations with handsome salaries, commitment that you do this, you will get this particular job and you will be paid so much. That's all, according to me, that's the only way to go about it.
Sir, Mr. Sridhar, please.
Regarding?
Anything you want to put in innovation into these trainings and...
First of all, I would like to just clarify a point to Nagpal. I did not say that class 9 students should study aerodynamics. I just said that they should be given an exposure to, aviation, not necessarily by aerodynamics, by bringing them on to visits to MROs, by bringing them on to visits to the airplane side. So that this is what the Malaysian government has done through the MITE program. They have used school children, they have motivated school children. That's the limited purpose of my talk, saying that school children should be exposed. That's the limited purpose. Secondly, what was the question? I think the way to go forward is augmented reality. It involves a tremendous investment. AME training schools and MROs will need to go into augmented reality. They will need to use artificial intelligence. For example, you will need to be able to reduce the time taken to complete the regulatory tasks that have been specified. You will also use augmented reality and artificial intelligence subsequently when you actually maintain aircraft, because it's a huge asset to enable you. It will tell you if you need to locate a component which you are not familiar with, then AI and AR will enable you through your tablet and take you directly to the component and will give you the correct procedure with to enable you to remove that particular component in the shortest possible time. So if you need, that's the way forward. It will also tell you whether for a particular snag, this is the particular component that needs to be replaced. It will help you in predictive analysis for snag rectification using all the data analytics techniques that you have. So I think the way forward is AR, mixed, Lufthansa uses mixed reality. They use a mixture of AR and AI, so that when he's actually going to the component, when he's actually using AR, which gives him a 3D projection of what the 3D perspective of what the situation is, and when he's actually replacing that particular component, he is getting a proper feedback. So they are using, and he's on headsets. So there is a voiceover for him to tell him that no, this is not the way to do it, that is another way to do it. This is not the component that you are looking for. So I think it's a mixed reality which we have to look forward in the times to come.
So if you permit me, because time is running out, can we take some questions from the audience?
I'm from Ramco System. Now, coming to the shortage of manpower, we have a big pool of trained manpower in the MRO coming out from the Indian Air Force every year. Yes, they don't have the CAR certification or DGCA certification, but they are highly motivated. They are young in age. They are maybe around 40 years of age. They go to the other sectors like banking, police, even HAL is absorbing them. A lot of them are joining MROs in UAE, Qatar, I know all these places, but not in India. Like we have a pipeline of pilots coming to Indigo, Spice and all that. A lot of ex-Indian Air Force pilots are flying there. That process is streamlined, but why not for the technicians? We have been trying it for the last 15 years. It's not working. Somebody has to take a call. They are disciplined manpower, young in age. They won't desert you. They will stick there for life. You need to really think of this. Maybe this is a suggestion more than a question. Thank you.
He said it's a suggestion more than a question. Suggestion well taken, sir.
But nothing is happening on that side.
Yeah, okay, that's a good suggestion and need to be worked on.
I'm sorry I have to rush back to my office. Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to be with you guys.
Sir, can you take a question from me? One question. The last one.
I'll take it offline.
Sir, I don't want it from you. I want it from the gentleman over here. So what happens, the most biggest body you have for training, NSDC, has an Aviation and Aerospace Council, which is absolutely redundant because the industry has not supported it. I'm talking about the technicians who can get trained there, who are at a level, I'm not talking of engineers, I'm talking of technicians who are 10th pass, 12th pass, and they are working there. So what are the plans you have to utilize that council and have mid-term, mid-service courses or entry-level courses for technicians? They're all to be affiliated with NSDC. NSDC says that the council is absolutely redundant.
Is it for me?
I think it should be for one of the Indian representatives. You are representing CFM. It makes sense.
To be honest with you, I represent AIESL, not the entire MRO fraternity. So AIESL, for the moment, we are looking for entire customer base. We are looking for more workload to come. As soon as more workload will come, we will hire people. And then probably we will go to, the association and ask for more technicians. But for the moment, yes, there is a no-no. Thank you.
And let's wind up. Thank you all the panelists for this insights given on the subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. I request you to kindly stay back on stage. I invite Sri Ram Babu, the CEO of Alliance Air. Thank you so very much for joining us, sir. And I request Sri Ram Babu, sir, to kindly present tokens of appreciation to all our esteemed panelists. And starting with Mr. G. Sridhar. Thank you, sir, for all your insights. Let's have a nice warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much, sir. Mr. Anil Jain. Let's have a warm round of applause. Thank you so very much, sir. Unfortunately, Dr. S.K. Bansal had to leave. He had a very urgent call, but we'd like to invite Mr. Deepak Nagpal, sir, please to step forward. Let's have a nice warm round of applause. And finally, to the moderator of this fabulous session, Mr. Alok Agarwal. Thank you so very much, sir, for this wonderful session that we've had. Let's have a nice warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd invite all of you to come forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we conclude the panel discussion of workforce challenges, bridging the skill gap and attracting talent to the aviation MRO sector. Thank you, each and every one of you, our esteemed panelists. And with this, we are ready to move into our next and our final panel discussion for today. India as a global MRO hub, opportunities, challenges, and the road ahead. So without any further ado, I'd like to invite all our esteemed panelists up on stage. I'd start by inviting our moderator, Mr. Rabindranath Singh Thakur, AIESL. Sir, please join us up on stage. Let's give him a nice warm round of applause, please. So Mr. Thakur is back again on stage, sir. Thank you so very much. And I invite our esteemed panelists, Mr. S.C. Gupta, industry veteran, architect of airline engineering and fleet build. Thank you so very much for joining us once again on stage, sir. Nice warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. I'd like to invite Mr. C.S. Tomar from Tomar Aviation Services Private Limited. Let's give him a nice warm round of applause and welcome him. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Once again, I'd like to invite Mr. Palak Singh, founder, MRO Association of India. Once again, I'd like to invite Mr. Palak Singh, founder, MRO Association of India. He was here, I believe. Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. Please to join us on stage. Thank you so very much. And finally, I'd like to welcome Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, tax partner of Simeon. Thank you so very much, sir, for joining us. A little warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have chai served in this room very soon. Thank you so much. And with that, to commence on the discussion of India as a global MRO hub, opportunities, challenges, and the road ahead, I would like to invite Mr. Aras Thakur, sir, to kindly take the session forward.
It's nice to be back here, you know, and the topic of today's panel discussion is India as a global MRO hub, opportunities, challenges, and the road ahead. But before we start the session, can I request people who are distributed, please feel free to come forward because we are going to talk about MRO, which is more socialist than anything else. So please join us so that you can come forward and be, you know, and I really appreciate with so many people waiting till the last session, because generally last session, this particular topic, MRO used to be the first or second topic of the panel discussion because it used to be topical and of maximum interest. But in this conference, this is the last topic of discussion, and I'm really so happy to see so many people present here. And the reason is, once you are in MRO, you stay in MRO. Even if you get options, you don't feel like, leaving this work, because people in MRO are so passionate about doing the work that they don't leave. And that's the reason why we have on our panel Shri S.C. Gupta ji, who has been introduced earlier and acknowledged as, being a mentor for not only the youngsters, those who are here, but also very senior people in the industry. Welcome, sir. And we also have equally distinguished panelists along with him. So now let's start the discussion. And we are going to talk purely from the MRO perspective and leaving the airline and rest of the stakeholders away. So the first question, sir, is for you, that what do you think is the current state of the Indian MRO system?
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? So just to give the perspective, data indicates that total MRO business generated world over in the year 24 was to the tune of $90 to $100 billion. So that is the magnitude of MRO work, and this includes like airframe maintenance, component maintenance, engine maintenance, and line maintenance for various airlines world over. Out of this, the quantum of work which is being generated in India is estimated to be $2 to $2.5 billion per year. And as the Honorable Minister said in the morning, that out of the work which gets generated within India, today the status of MRO infrastructure in the country is at a stage that we are able to do just about 14% of that within the country, and 86% has to be outsourced. So it's a huge magnitude of the work which is going outside India. So the first effort should be that let's develop our ecosystem, internal ecosystem, and as again the Honorable Minister has said to various stakeholders, that let's put efforts in the direction that in next 5 years that 14% will become 50%. Now we have to really see that are we taking adequate steps to move to that direction? If not, what needs to be expedited? What needs to be sort of encouraged? What is it the government is sort of already done for this? What is more expected from the government to accelerate this process? And also here I like to indicate, when I gave you the total statistics, that a small country like Singapore does, out of that 100 billion, 10 billion worth of MRO work. So here for us is a template which is existing in a small country, Singapore. The least we can do, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Least we can do and study what is it that Singapore has done over the years, why we can't do that in India, why we have not been able to do that so far, and again I say what we need to do so that we are able to catch up, and the target which is set, we should be there 5 years from now. So these shall be my opening remarks.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. And I really appreciate the perspective of, the numbers that he has shared of $10 billion out of $100 billion that they do within the country. So, Thomas Saab, what I would like you to do is to very frankly and candidly express your views that what are the challenges that you face when you have to, unwillingly send work abroad rather than getting it, serviced or repaired in India.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for giving the opportunity to share views from this platform. So, none of these users in India, with the airlines or this thing, none of them have any inclination to let things go out of country, but it is become a compulsion. So, I mean, that's how they do. So, currently and initially, all the big players, none of them was there. They have seen this as industry. They were all doing business, maybe steel, maybe cement, maybe cars, maybe trucks. This was not on their radar because the volume of business per annum was very, very small as compared to rest of the business. But as now aviation is growing and the number of aircraft growing and there's enough queue of aircraft to be delivered, so this business is now taking sort of like attraction or coming on their radar, and that's how the slowly landscape is changing. If you see in airframe business, we are almost like become independent with some aircraft coming into country, some aircraft going out of country. But if you see in overall in 1 year, I think we have a good capacity to handle the airframe checks. Coming to the second segment, which is sort of like the components. Components, it has not come to that level. There are a lot of entry barrier, but as these big players are coming and they will go for tie-up with Airbus production line is coming there. In very next few years, 1 or 2 years, all these big players will have the tie-up with this thing, and that's how that second set of MRO business will come to country. Third one is your engine, which is the largest in terms of the volume. And we have seen that one OEM is already established MRO, which should be working in very shortly. And I'm sure that 2 other important MROs, whether it is Pratt or Rolls-Royce, also sort of become. So through JVs, through the large organization, which has deep pockets to either buy the technology, compete, do whatever required. But with that, in sort of in a few years now, things will change, and those sort of high technology MRO business will also come to India. That's what sort of my perspective.
All right, thank you, sir. For engine MRO, yes, you have underlined the fact that engine OEMs are already, having plans of coming to India. One has already set up. So that's a big chunk and important cost factor that's being taken care of. However, the point that I would like among the audience, people who are dealing with the components should take note that there's a lot of scope for the OEMs to collaborate and partner with MROs in India, because component segment itself is of huge value, and with so many aircrafts on order, that business is really very lucrative for OEMs as well as for the MROs. So now coming to Pulak Senji, with the huge experience that you have, I would like to ask you a question that 2030, the projected size of Indian MRO is $4 billion. We are all very happy to have the compounded annual growth rate of 8.9%. But another fact is 4 billion out of what? It's 4 billion out of 130 billion, right? So as Sir said, it's 10 billion out of 100 for Singapore today. And what we are talking about is 4 billion out of 130 in 2030. So these numbers are actually won't give us solace. So what can be done so that the business of MRO industry in 2030 is not 4, but multiple times of 4?
Thank you very much, Thakur. I'll go a little back. In 2011, when we formed the association, the volume that we had is less than 1 million, sir. Right? Less than 1 million. Today you're at 1.4 billion. So I don't see why we should not reach 4 billion in 2030. So many years to go. And the number of aircraft that are entering the Indian service are around 1,700 now. They will go up to 2,000 and odd. Today, 800 aircraft are flying in India. So it will definitely reach 4 billion, but I am hopeful that it will go up beyond 4 billion. Having said so, there are foreign MROs who are tying up with Indian companies. For example, I have an information from India, Invest India, that Turkish Technique had started a journey with SpiceJet Technique to have a stake and open up an MRO here. Because they are the bigger MROs who are taking away our business offshore. SR Technique is one of them who wants to have partners here. KLM Air France has partnered with Max Aerospace and they are doing good job. So slowly foreign MROs are finding Indian partners, and rightly so, so that our kitty grows. As we talk, 120 crores is going out of the country to foreign MROs. That we have to arrest, and we will arrest it very soon. I hope I have answered your question.
Right, right. You'll have to excuse me for actually not appreciating the fact that MRO Association has done a commendable job. I should have done that before asking you that question. However, before we move on to the next panelist, what I'm actually looking for is how we can increase the amount of MRO business in India so that we are not talking of 4 billion in 2030, but a much higher figure, 6 or 8 billion. For example, the base maintenance work, whatever is going out, what are the factors which can facilitate getting it done in India? And another thing which I am aware that you have attended the panel of component manufacturing within the country, because that's a huge business which nobody talks about, because those are OEM controlled, and neither do we have any power to negotiate the price or the cost of the component.
I'll give you an example. China has been buying aircraft from all the manufacturers, be it McDonnell, be it Boeing, be it Airbus, and there is an organization in China called CAAC, who does the negotiation with all the OEMs. Then they put down their terms that you will have to open so-and-so facility here. Our government is not doing it. And the government has to play in this role to make our industry. If Prime Minister's dream child is MRO, we have got a young minister who looks forward to growth of MRO. I think it's a government initiative. I was privy to some meetings where an OEM was told, why don't you open a facility here? Why don't you authorize a seat belt manufacturer from Kerala to do it? The country had said that we have done 100 tests and he has failed. And the secretary at that time said, you have done 100 tests and that man failed, but you have doing only 10 tests for a Brazilian company. Why is this so? So it has to come from the government to put pressure. I am not saying that we should go the Chinese way, but in fact, the government is making effort to bring in OEMs to play with us. Safran is one example that has come up. There are many others who will come. But this will grow at a very slow pace, in my opinion. It can't be 4 to 6 and 8.
Thank you, sir. Right.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to the next panelist, Mr. Saurabh Agrawal, who happens to be a taxation expert. He's a partner from E&Y. So, sir, we would like to know that the taxation structure, what all benefits do the MROs have which they can invoke so that the cost of maintenance can be rationalized?
You know, it's an important point, Thakur Sahab, which you have raised. When we look at today, as far as India is concerned, last 5 years, it has been talked about Make in India policies which have been coming across in the form of various production-linked incentive schemes, then the semiconductor program, and then the green hydrogen program. But I think when it comes to MRO, which is a budding industry, which we do understand is a requirement as well, not a specific program has come from the central government so far at least. But when we look at, and you know, even on the state government side, many of the states have still not started offering SOPs over there. But when we look at states like Karnataka, Andhra, Telangana, Gujarat, they have recently started offering SOPs to the tune of around 20% capital subsidy with respect to whatever investment which you are doing. They are returning it back. Then even the land cost, there is a concession which is being offered. On the taxation side, you know, it was like age-old time, there was an issue that when a foreign aviation company or a foreign airline company used to get the repairs undertaken from India, the tax which was paid in the form of a GST or customs was a cost for them. I would say thanks to Vanda Agarwal at that time, the economic advisor, and thereafter Piyush Ji, they kept on pushing along with the MRO associations and then thereafter the FIA guys. They all kept on pushing, and finally the change came in where the place of supply was changed to be the contractual service recipient. So if a foreign airline is placing the repair order, at least now it qualifies as export. At the same time, you know, it's important to understand few changes which government have done. They recently, in maybe last budget or last to last budget, they have changed the importation time from 6 months to 1 year, and then from 1 year to 3 years, wherein you can export the product from here. So those are some changes which government is doing, but saying so these are not enough. Because if you want to really attract a foreign MRO into the country, I was talking about semiconductor, there is around a 75% capital subsidy which is being offered, 50% by central government, 25 to 40% by the state government to attract the foreign MRO or foreign semicon player to establish a shop over here. Even the green hydrogen programs, around 35 to 40% is being offered. In electronics, if you see ECMS or so called as EMS, they are offering 100% to 300%. So I think somewhere there is the need of the hour wherein we start pushing around, coming up with a scheme which is similar to those announced by Minister of Electronics to promote or get some subsidies around which can maybe people are looking 4 years down the line to come up with the MRO. These schemes actually give them a push to right now come up and set up shops with the Indian players.
Thank you. So now I'll come back to Laksenji. This is regarding component maintenance. There's been talk of right to repair within the country. Could you please have some views on that?
Components are largely owned by the companies. They believe in power by the hour. Even if an Indian OEM tries to manufacture, he will not be able to sell it in India. So these have to be negotiated with the OEMs. See, all the fasteners and other things are made in Bangalore. We are manufacturing everything. They are being sold to, Boeing and Airbus and other OEMs buy it and they store it in Singapore, and when you require it, you have to get it from them. You are not going to get it in INR, you are going to get it in USD. You are losing money, you are losing time. It can come from Bangalore to Delhi, but it takes more time to come from Singapore to Delhi. So these, I think the government has to look at component manufacturing, and it will be, our engineering is not bad. It is as good as, maybe the process has to be adopted, but we can produce better product or at par product in India, and that is why the cost will come down.
Right. Thank you, sir. In fact, right to repair is one area where all the MROs are actually trying to get it implemented by the government, which essentially would mean that whatever restrictions OEMs have for not sharing the maintenance data, that's going to be taken care of. So now I would move on to the next part of the questions. I would like all of you to tell 2 points out of your wish list that you would expect from the Indian MROs 5 years down the line. 2 points what you would like the MROs in India to do in next 5 years.
So as earlier panel discussion, Mr. Anil Jain had mentioned that what is expected from a good MRO, or what an airline who has to sort of give work to an MRO, what are the expectations of that airline? The expectations of the airline is that the output should be a quality output, it should be done in a timely manner, and most importantly, it should be done in a cost-effective manner. So I can share with my years of experience in Indigo that whenever we have to float an RFP, we were dismayed that the proposals which we got from Indian MROs were priced at a higher level than what the proposals we got from MROs outside the country. My friend Ashok Gopinath is sitting here. They started the MRO and sort of we had number of discussions with them. And I said that, by the way, Ashok, this is the price I am getting outside India. He says, I just can't believe it. So this is something Indian MROs have to reflect. And according to me, why our cost structure is high is that when we are building our MRO, we try to build it in much larger scale than the likely work which is likely to come. As a result, we have already incurred big expenditure, and then later on, to sort of return on that, the costing becomes more. And the promoters say, but the work has to be done at this price level. So this is a constant challenge which I have seen Indian MROs struggle with. So this is something that right from the beginning, when MRO is conceived, that cost should be back of their mind. They should have a sense of cost which is being charged at other MROs outside India. And they have to, I mean, everybody says labor in India is cheap. If the labor in India is cheap, productivity is good, then why is cost high? So we have to answer these questions. As recently as a couple of months back, I was passionately being in Indigo, trying to see that we give our work to AISL. I had discussions with Charatji, and with sort of lot of discussions, finally they were able to give a proposal which was competitive. So, I mean, that has to happen as a first instance, because, as I said, one element is cost. Airline business, they will like to get the work done at a most optimum cost. Quality being equal, turnaround time being equal. So this cost focus has to be the focus.
Right. Thank you, sir. And that point is very well taken by AIESL and our fellow MROs who are present here, that if the Indian MRO has to compete globally, it has to offer a service that is globally competitive priced. And as far as the quality is concerned, we have to maintain the quality, and that in a way gets implemented by virtue of the EASA, FAA and DGCA approvals. Now I'll move on to Tomaji. Sir, your 2 points that you would like to have.
So as I said that, like, Ms. Guptaji is already covered into that, but yes, there is a lack of scalability. Because when you go, like, especially in the D-check, why we are not able to do D-check and return, lease return check? Because we don't have the ecosystem. If you go to like a neighboring country, Singapore, this thing, okay, the MRO is fixing the aircraft, and this thing, they will remove seats, somebody else will overhaul, put it back, remove all galleys, send somewhere else, bring it back, put it there. So you can deliver, you can make the aircraft everything together for a next operation, next operator and a lease return. So there is a lack of that scalability and ecosystem in our system which we need to improve. And secondly, of course, like in quality, as said that yes, it has to meet the customer quality because the aircraft will go to maybe ES operator, maybe somewhere else. So we have to make sure that our standards remain high.
Thank you, sir. And in fact, the second point was the easy one for the MRO industry of ensuring that the standards that we deliver are, compliant with the international regulators. And the first point of scalability is a very interesting point that we need to ponder over, because the moment you try to optimize the cost by focusing on limited business, as sir had said, Guptaji, that you need not have a huge expanse of your capability list. You should have capability of the components which the airline needs. And on the other hand, there is a requirement of scalability, that in case there is a need of capability to be enhanced, so that would also entail cost. So that's the balance which the MROs will have to do. Now I'll move on to next panelist.
Sir, I agree with both of them. The other thing that we lack is skilled manpower. We are losing manpower to the West, and there are talents who have gone, who have not returned. So we must get back the talent. We will require around 42 to 50,000 engineers in the coming days, and there is no replacement of experienced engineers who can be brought back. And that is an area that we should look after for growth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's a very important point. And I'm sure this particular aspect has been taken note by the MROs, because AIESL already has approved type training institutes, and we also have programs where we skill technical manpower at all levels. And GMR also has come up with the academy, but the number that he has mentioned is much, much higher than what these institutes are probably capable of. We'll have to look into that. Now let's move on to the last panelist, sir. Yeah.
So 2 points from my end. I think geopolitically a lot of changes are happening across the world. And we are seeing tariffs being put in by US. Multi-bilateral agreements will start happening between India, US, India, EU, India, UK. One of the reason, and of course we do have industry veterans with us, one of the reason which is time and again come in is that somewhere the OEMs have been able to put in such standards which is leading to a, which is leading to a bottleneck for the India's growth story in terms of component manufacturing or even the MRO. I think it's a high time when these bilaterals are being negotiated with US and Europe, which is primary one, because these are the key OEMs which are there, and these countries are actually eager to look into a different supply chain other than relying on multiple other countries. Many a times it is felt that EASA comes up with some standards and say that the certification given by DGCA will not be accepted in those cases. Somewhere, and it's great that we have Pulak Saab with us, who is leading the MRO Association. If we can push the Indian government, it's an appropriate time wherein we make that push to get those particular things changed as a part of the bilateral agreements. So that's point number one. Point number two, which I'll highlight, because again the point which was coming from some of our panelists was that we suffer a cost disadvantage. One of the key reasons for the cost disadvantage between foreign MRO and Indian MRO has been the working capital which is getting stuck on accounts of goods and services tax. Still, the Indian MRO industry is suffering from an inverted duty GST, wherein the refunds are not coming to the extent of services, or even if the refunds are coming, those are taking 6 months to 1 year timeline to get the refund from the Indian government, which is leading to a blockage of the working capital. If that can be changed and we have a flat rate of 5% on all maintenance parts and we get the refunds in a time-bound manner, that will help at least reduce the working capital, which in turn will reduce the cost of MRO services to the airlines.
Thank you, sir. And the point essentially that he has underlined is, it's not only your efficiency of production, it's the financial efficiency which is equally important. Thank you so much for your views. Now I'll open the floor for the questions. Sure, ma'am.
Hi, this is Sangeeta Saxena, Editor, Aviation and Defense Universe. So my question is to Mr. Tomar, who's also the President, MRO Association of India. Sir, my question to you is that, MROs, I'm not talking of AIESL, the other ones, have been complaining one very major factor with the association, I don't know how much it's taken ahead. You have a component which goes out, you have a part which is going out to a foreign country or to the original OEM for repair maintenance. It goes out of the country with a number. And then when it comes back after repair, there's another number. Now suddenly the number which is gone out with is a second-hand product. When it comes back with a new brand, it gets charged, the duty gets doubled absolutely. So what is the association doing for this problem, sir?
Hello. Yeah, I think that issue is resolved because in maybe 5-6 months earlier, they are now charging like component A is going serial number A, coming is serial number B. They are only charging on the repair cost.
सर तो ऐसी चीज मीडिया को बता दिया करिए सर, अच्छा लगता है सुन के.
Just one question to our MRO founder and then the association. Just like to take a parallel, as an Indian, I would like to put across passport seva kendras. Once upon a time, passport issuance was only with government. When it opened passport seva kendras, see the result. Second, I'm so sorry to give this example. I have to give this. Apologies to the audience. Once upon a time, you want to have imported liquor, you have to travel abroad, buy the liquor only in duty-free shop. Government of Haryana told us how to make imported liquor available in Haryana, and today the beneficiaries, the cost price that imported liquor is sold in L1 shops in Haryana so cheap, the beneficiary is OEM, liquor manufacturer. Earlier it was restricted only to duty free and it is available freely in Haryana. The beneficiary is OEM and all the people who are distributing. So point to both of you is, if OEM keeps only to those MROs, do not pass on the CMM and other things what Mr. Gupta has said, and in the morning Mr. Jagannathan has said, MROs, whatever we do, whatever government gives SOPs, whatever financial efficiency you may have, unless this monopoly of not giving to a country who is a market leader in buying and a third fastest domestic growing market, if we do not have the strength to get those diluted or come back to MRO, I don't think we have a future. Can you comment on this?
So, Mr. Rambabu, thank you very much for this question. This issue has been discussed at a minister level because if in US there is a president's ruling that every equipment flying in Europe, the manufacturer has to share the technology of maintaining that equipment by that particular user. There is also in last few months a ruling has come by Ministry of Commerce here, right to repair, somebody was talking about it. We are also talking of the same issue that since we are the user of the equipment, you have to force the manufacturer to share the technology to repair the equipment here. They were little less, but that item is on the radar to continue to take up with the ministry and give a push, because similar thing has happened in China. They just force it into that, okay? So we say if China can force, and we as a large country with the largest order book must go that route if this is not happening. As an outcome of this thing is happening, some of the OEMs now start building this thing, like Thales is building an MRO into Gurgaon. CFM has planned there, Honeywell is making shop, blah, 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 into happening. But they are still owned by those foreign country because under FDI, 100% FDI rule, so money will go out of country. So that thrust is on at that level that sometimes you have to buy the bullet and you have to say, this is what I need. So we are trying to work with them and try to encourage that take that bold decision.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions, or we can just wind up this session? Because we are past the scheduled time, right? Okay. This one is working.
Sir, what Mr. Tomar sir said is that has been our MRO Association's plea to the government from day one, and I am very happy that Tomar Saab, being the new president, he has just taken over last year, and he is leading the MRO Association today, and he is carrying on all the demands that we have gathered. We have practically, sir, we have done everything, the GST and IGST and other things, the royalties also. This was one thing that we have flagged to the government, and I'm sure the government is going to look at it. Thank you.
So just as a sort of like interest since you raised this issue, we are still working with them because all the countries within our 5 hours radius, whether it's Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, okay, Philippines, there the duty is 0%. So why to have 5%, even 5% duty into that? 2 months before, they have amended a circular where it says all aircraft part, irrespective of any chapter, will have 5% duty. Otherwise, they will say tire 100%, okay, oil 200%, okay, so those things happen. So it is a continuous journey. It is getting attention at ministry level, and we see that now things are little moving, but we have to continue to do this thing because we want to go for next step is 0% duty. Some countries like in Indonesia, they have constituted government big consulting group, EY or PwC, that you do analysis that if we have to become next MRO exporter, what things we have to do, whether it is a PLI, whether this. So hopefully next month there is another meeting, next round of meeting with minister with the similar analysis, and we continue to pursue those things to make sure that as India we become a MRO exporter, not the importer.
As I said in the beginning, that the MRO fraternity is very passionate, and I'm sure that it was evident in this session, So I would like to thank all the panelists. Thank you so much for taking out time, and it was really a very insightful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, each and every one of you. And now I'd like to take the pleasure of inviting up on stage from SIA Engineering Company, Willin NG, Senior Vice President Projects. Once again, I'd like to invite Willin NG, Senior Vice President Projects at SIA Engineering Company. Yes, sir, please do join us, sir. And I'd like to request, sir, to kindly present mementos to our esteemed panelists. Thank you, sir. So we have the tokens of appreciation, mementos being brought forward. Firstly, I'd like to request Shri S.C. Gupta, sir, please do step forward and accept this token of appreciation. On behalf of everyone here, let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much, sir. Up next, I'd like to request Shri C.S. Tomar. Shri C.S. Tomar, sir. Thank you so very much for being here and sharing your insights with us.
Thank you so very much once again, sir. Up next, Shri Pulak Sen, sir. Thank you so very much for your contributions to this discussion. Thank you once again. And finally, last but not least, Shri Saurabh Agarwal, sir. Please do step forward. Thank you so very much for your contributions to this discussion. And finally, to Shri R.S. Thakur, sir, for moderating this absolutely fabulous discussion. Thank you so very much, sir. And I'd like to invite you, sir, along with all our esteemed panelists, to please step forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude with our final power panel discussion session. And please do give each of our panelists once again a big, big round of applause. Yes, indeed. Thank you so very much. As you've seen it, ladies and gentlemen, we've had 5 fantastic discussions here, and each and every one of you, through your interactions and engagement, questions and queries have made it very, very fulfilling and interactive as well. Thank you, Mr. Villaneci. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what we offer you is an opportunity to interact with all our representatives at AIESL to have many more of your queries, your questions resolved. Maybe some of you would like to get into a discussion. This is a great opportunity and a platform to do the same. So for those of you at the far end of the hall, now I request you, if you can kindly step forward, as we are now about to commence with an open house session. And in this session, each and every one of you will be given the opportunity to interact with various representatives, dignitaries, speakers, panelists who have been with us here from AIESL and discuss key takeaways. So please do step forward and take a seat closest to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, as I take the pleasure now to invite up on stage, and please do join me with a nice round of applause as I welcome them. Most of them have been up on the stage and will join us once again. Firstly, I'd like to take the pleasure of inviting Shri Sharad Agarwal, sir. Please join us back on stage. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much, sir. I'd like to invite Shri R.S. Thakur, sir, once again. Please do join us. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to invite Shri D.K. Talwar, sir, to please join us. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to invite Shri Sanjay Gupta, sir, to kindly join us. A nice big round of applause. And I'd like to invite Shri T. Suresh, sir, please do join us. Greetings, gentlemen. So, well, as you see, it's an interactive session to provide each and every one of you the platform to engage with AIESL senior management on the company's vision, MRO industry growth within India. So we will have microphones sent around. It's an open session. You can go ahead and begin with asking your questions. The gentleman on stage will be very happy to field those questions and have answers, or probably a discussion to ensue here. So who would like to go first? Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a hand and we'll have the mic sent over to you. Once again, friends, it's a free hand here. It's an open house session. So any questions? Except personal questions, of course. Or we can commence, Shri Sharad.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, and thanks for being here. I'm very sure that you have been enlightened through these absolutely beautiful panel discussions. I know there were lots and lots of questions at the end of it, and all of you had to be cut short, as every time we were short of time. So now, whatever your questions are remaining still unanswered, please do feel free to ask the senior management people who are sitting on the stage. Let us see in case we can answer them. So please go ahead, sir. Mr. Vaze, okay.
So good evening. I would like to just ask the AIESL management as well as MRO Association, who is really associated with us for a long time now. MRO essentially work at airport. Now most of the airports in last few years are being privatized. The airport operators are levying charges called royalty, which of course MRO passes on to the operator, but that is also increasing the input cost for maintenance. So we as a senior leadership of AIESL maybe request MRO Association to collaborate with us to take it up with Ministry to either nullify the royalty by the operator, because since as it is airport operators are charging the land lease rentals. Can we move ahead on this? Is it a viable question?
Okay, let me put it that way. Number one, government is committed to support the MRO industry. There is a circular from the government where 5 years moratorium has been given for the royalty. And most of the airport operators have agreed to abide by it. One question always remains is line maintenance part of maintenance or is it a ground handling activities? Fortunately, unfortunately, the airport operators are quoting a line out of the CAR 145. What constitutes maintenance? So it says all sort of things which form except pre-flight checks. And airport operators are just trying to take advantage of this exception to say that the line maintenance is not a maintenance activity and hence we will be charging royalty at par with ground handling activity. As MRO Association, we have been working on it and hopefully we should be able to win it.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Sir, I would like to ask, recently, most of the OEMs are setting up their shops in India. And these shops are totally FDI investments and we have to pay, the customer has to pay in the dollars. So as AIESL is one of the largest MRO and we have the capability to cater to the customers. So how we are going to take a leverage of this and make a GVs with those OEMs so we can leverage AIESL advantage to the customer. And
would you like to take this? Suresh, will you like to take this?
Hello, yeah. To answer your question, we have been contacting the OEMs to have a joint venture with AIESL. We have contacted some OEMs in Singapore and Malaysia to set up a joint venture with Air India. That way we can have that, the technical data and the parts supply, everything can be easier for us.
Basically the rule of the game is if you cannot beat them, join them.
Yes.
So why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Rambabuji.
Yeah. Sharaji, this is for all the management. I think I've spoken to Mr. Tomar and Mr. Pulak. They gave me the answers. We have already placed, India has already placed orders on Boeing and Airbus. The next in line, what I can see as an alliance here is the regional aircraft. You being having the presence at 80 odd airports, that's where the regional aircraft going to fly, okay? What Mr. Tomar sir and Pulak said was they will take up with the government because the orders have already been placed. Orders are yet to be placed on regional carriers. You as a government arm, would you not step in to say the customer wants to take that automobile where service centers are easily available? Equivalent of that, you as the most leading aircraft requirement country, would you not start with the regional carriers which are going to take up? I can see Kerala Air is going to come, Al Hind is going to come, Shankar is going to come, and we have a Fly Express is also come. Many more are to come. Is it not the stepping stone or starting point where Mr. Thomas sir and Pulak Sen sir are planning to do for the Boeing and Airbus? Thank you.
That's a very good question, sir, that we have maintenance facility focused on the two major OEMs, Boeing and Airbus. In fact, for other aircrafts, Alliance Air Fly 91, it's just ATR, but at the same time in the morning session, we also had NSOPs, right? So, in fact, if you want to have a NSOP of a decent size, I shouldn't be surprised if you have 25, 40 aircraft by one NSOP, right? The reason why they are not able to scale up is, one of the reasons is absence of maintenance facility, right? So as far as the ATR aircraft is concerned, we have been having base maintenance facility for a very long time, right? So there's no base maintenance facility that we cannot do. So much so that even when it requires structural repair, in collaboration with OEM, we are competent to do that. But yes, if you take another example of, let's say, Embraer, we don't have base maintenance facility. People say it's a very good aircraft. But one of the reasons for operators to not go for that aircraft is that we don't have Embraer maintenance facility. Now, the question of taking the initiative of reaching out to the government, we can always second the operator who wants to buy that aircraft because he has evaluated the airframe, he has evaluated the machine, and he has come to a conclusion. If I get maintenance at the right price, then instead of buying another aircraft, this is the best suited for me. So we would not only second that operator, we would go all out to ensure that maintenance facilities are available in sync based on the induction program of the aircraft.
I have a question. When we joined way back in 1980s in Indian Airlines, it used to have a reasonably good basic training program. Now with the market going to boom, does AIESL have any plans to open a MTO with basic training? If so, why? I think there's heavy potential in that. If not, why not?
You are asking a confidential strategic move from the AISL management. I may not like to answer it right away. Let it come up and then, yeah.
Okay.
Sir, I hope this is not...
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Gaurav and I am from Ernst & Young. Yeah, sir, I hope this question is not contrary to what this gentleman asked, but I generally wanted to understand, like, you are one of the, rarest MRO who actually represents India in the MRO sector, and I'm sure world would be watching at you on all your next move. My simple question is, sir, like everybody is talking about technology and artificial intelligence in aviation. We have talked about US, Singapore, and other MROs being part of that. I generally wanted to understand, like, India as a sector, are we geared up or we are still, busy with our routine problems of shortage of labor and, जहाज का खिड़की भी निकल जाता है, AC नहीं चल रहा है. So maybe what is our next 5-year, 10-year vision on this platform, sir?
Hi. So that's a very interesting question because everybody is talking about the AI and the vision, 5-year vision or 10-year vision. So let me assure you first and that yes, we definitely think in terms of next 5 years or 10 years. It is not that we are government body, so we don't think that long. We do think. Having said that, what is more important, the second thing you mentioned is artificial intelligence. Somewhere or the other, yes, we have started working on those lines. We are trying to bring in lots of our processes, particularly the implementation of processes, designing of processes, in the smaller setups, I would not say at the larger scale, but we have started experimenting. We designed some of our processes, implemented, worked upon it, and then realized that yes, they did bring efficiency about it. So particularly in production planning, I would say. So yes, we are adapting, we are changing, and we are definitely having long-term plans to, align ourselves with the way the world aviation is progressing. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not have any more questions, we will be winding up the session. So if you have any question, now is the time to ask. We will take one final question. Please raise your hand. We'll have the mic sent over. Once again, one final question.
Again, you already asked a question.
Sir, just a general question. Recently, I came across a document on AMM of one particular model of an aeroplane wherein the visual inspection had an alternate means of compliance as unmanned aerial aircraft or drones. Now, that particular statement is not available in many of the aircraft model AMMs. Now, what if, many people said artificial intelligence and all those things. So what if we use the drones, take the pictures, can be documented regulatory wise and get away with it?
I think regulation wise the answer is follow the AMM. Just follow the AMM. Of course, it brings in a very pertinent question. Let us say AMM permits an inspection through drone. Let's say drone is being flown through remote control. Let us say the aircraft is grounded, let us say in Mumbai, and I'm sitting in Delhi, and I am having the remote control drone, and I do the complete inspection of the aircraft. Can I sign it off? It's something like an AME working from home. Maybe that's the next revolutionary thought.
Correct, sir. So in that case, that process or whole thought process of next 5 years getting into
Can
all
a
these
certified
devices.
staff, can a certified staff work from home?
Negative.
But just to let you know, this process is approved. Many airlines are using drones to do inspection and so because there is a hailstorm, this thing, you can't go there on the top of the aircraft. So this is being used for this thing and is also coming to major maintenance. So the physical inspection of the aircraft fuselage will happen through drones.
I do agree with the process, sir. Now that process along with Indian regulator, that gap needs to be bridged.
Okay, it is very simple, very simple. MOE में document कर लो, in case it is approved by the regulator, you can use it.
Thank you, sir.
Well, with that, we conclude this open house session. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our top management, AIESL, who've been up on stage and have been very generous enough to take all their questions and queries. With that, we conclude with all the official sessions for Aviation Horizon 2025, with all the power panel discussions, with this open house session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we offer you an opportunity for networking amongst yourselves. We have your industry peers here. Let's make the most of this opportunity that we've got to interact amongst ourselves. And as we conclude this session, I would like to invite our top management at AIESL to kindly join us up on stage for a group photograph, please. So may I invite the top management at AI Engineering Services Limited to please come up on stage. Let's have a group photograph in front and a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude Aviation Horizon. Aviation Horizon 2025, this has been our second season and has indeed been such a success, only due to the presence of each and every one of you. May I invite the organizing team now to join in. Organizing team, please. Organizing team of Aviation Horizon 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the people who have put together this wonderful forum for all of us here. Please give them a very generous round of applause. This is the organizing team at Aviation Horizon 2025, the organizing team of AIESL. Thank you so very much, each and every one of you, for your untiring efforts that have borne fruit and have given us this wonderful event, a memorable event. Thank you once again. Yes, yes, indeed. Please do get your hands together. A nice, generous round of applause to everybody up on stage. Thank you, one and all, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we conclude our proceedings for the day. Thank you for making it here. You have spent your time here with us, and that means a lot. It has been a very memorable, fruitful day. Please do interact amongst yourselves, and of course, as we now break for high tea, we have tea, refreshments, biscuits being served. Please travel home safely and have a wonderful week ahead. Thank you once again, one and all. My name is Rohan Sequeira, signing off on behalf of AI Engineering Services Limited. This has been a fabulous Aviation Horizon 2025, and we look forward to the next.
Sir,